civil violation to Damian Padilla for the construction of a retaining wall without a shoreline and building permit. Traditionally, the way the city handles its code enforcement matters, once that notice of violation is issued, the matter is then set for hearing before a code enforcement board. In this case, Mr. Examiner, you're acting in lieu of the code enforcement board, but the underlying issue in these hearings is whether or not the city has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that a code violation has occurred. And in this case, that determination comes down to answering, one, whether or not a shoreline and building permit was required for the construction of the retaining walls, and then two, whether or not those requisite permits were obtained. And there's no, at least at this point in time, there's no real dispute on those two key facts. There's certainly no dispute that Mr. Padilla did not obtain a shoreline permit, and there's no dispute that in general a shoreline and building permit are required. Of course, there's some argument regarding whether or not Mr. Padilla is entitled to an exemption, and I'll get to that in just a moment, but overall there's really no dispute that a permit is required. And from the city's perspective, that's kind of the beginning and the end of the analysis in this matter. Mr. Padilla, on the other hand, is arguing seemingly that this case is about permitting. And in doing so, he asked that, Mr. Examiner, you grant one of three remedies. The first being granting him his shoreline permit. The second is that you grant him a variance. And then third, that you grant him a letter of exemption. And respectfully, Mr. Examiner, in asking you to grant one of those three remedies, Mr. Padilla is asking you to usurp your jurisdiction. The hearing examiner body, I should state, is a creature or created by the city council, and the city council then delegates the hearing examiner its powers, and those powers are found in PMC 2.50.080. And I kind of want to go real quickly in reverse order of the relief Mr. Padilla is requesting, and starting with this concept of a letter of exemption. None of the powers in that code section that I just cited to regarding the hearing examiner's powers authorize the hearing examiner to issue a letter of exemption. And that is because the entity or the individual who has the authority to issue a letter of exemption is the city's shoreline administrator. And that's PMC 2935.080 sub 2. That is the only individual who can issue a letter of exemption. And just kind of highlighting why it would be improper to use this venue or this avenue regarding the letter of the exemption is that the burden for a letter of exemption is flipped from the burden in the code enforcement case. Here, the city has the burden to prove that a civil violation has occurred, while in a letter of exemption, the burden is on the applicant to showcase that the proposed development meets the precise terms of one or more of the listed exemptions. I don't state that to start getting into arguments over whether or not the construction in this case meets a letter of exemption, but just to highlight even more why it would be improper to use this hearing as a hearing regarding a letter of exemption. Turning then, Mr. Examiner, to the request for a variance. There is no application before the hearing examiner. The city has not received an application for a variance, and that's a real important fact because there is a process that must be followed regarding a variance. The city acknowledges, Mr. Examiner, that in general you do have the jurisdiction to either approve or deny a variance, but that must follow a process that starts with the submittal of a variance application and a variance fee. And then I won't go into each and every step of that process, but I will just highlight that the variance process includes things such as soliciting public and agency comments and holding a public hearing, which this is not a public hearing in the way that is contemplated by the variance process, right? Members of the public are not here to testify either for or against a variance application. And there just simply is not a variance application before the hearing examiner. And so from the city's perspective, you could not grant Mr. Padilla at this moment in time a variance application. I don't say that to state that the city would not accept a variance application. It's Mr. Padilla's right, of course, to submit one to the city, and the city will process it in accordance with its code. We just simply do not have a variance application before us. And then lastly, Mr. Examiner, I think one of the key issues regarding your jurisdiction is over the city's denial of Mr. Padilla's shoreline permit application. That's that March 19th, 2024 denial in the record at C3. as I just mentioned, that permit was denied, and there was no appeal of that permit. And with no appeal of that permit, it cannot be before the hearing examiner, because the only individual who can grant a permit is the shoreline administrator. Of course, unless there was an appeal in which you were determining whether or not that denial decision was in error. Kind of attempting to get around the fact that it has been no appeal of that shoreline permit, Mr. Padilla makes this argument that the city's denial, that C3, was not a final cognizable determination of rights. And from the city's perspective, that is just not borne out by the actual permit denial itself. If you look at the permit denial, after going through findings of fact and the relevant code that applies to the permit, there's this action taken statement, which states that the application of Damian Padilla for a substantial development permit is hereby denied. And then it goes on and provides the reasoning for the denial, namely that under PMC 2920-120 sub 4, structures that do not support a water-dependent use are not authorized within the riparian buffer, and the proposal that was before the city was in fact a structure within the riparian buffer that did not support a water-dependent use. And then the denial went on to provide Mr. Padilla his appeal rights, stating that appeals may be heard by the hearing examiner. Now, Mr. Examiner, you posed to the parties before this hearing, I think, a valid question that it appears as though that statement is in conflict with PMC 2935-120, which states that appeals are to be to the City Council, followed by appeals to the Shoreline Hearings Board. You also, I think, pointed out that the code section that governs City Council appeals, that's PMC 25-200-110, was repealed. So there's some ambiguity in how appeals are to be handled. What that ambiguity does not do is allow Mr. Padilla to use this code enforcement hearing as in effect an appeal hearing. Instead, that repeal does one of two things. One, it either just eliminated the local appeal process. It kind of eliminated the requirement that Mr. Padilla exhaust his administrative remedies, and instead he could file a direct appeal with the Shorelines Hearings Board. That appeal needed to be filed within 21 days of the city's permit denial. That did not happen. If the repeal of PMC 2110 did not eliminate the substantive appeal requirement, but rather just eliminated kind of the procedures on how those appeals would be conducted, then the city's statement in its denial that appeals are to be before the hearing examiner, that is correct. One of your powers, Mr. Examiner, in general, is to hear administrative appeals as assigned to you by the city. And so I would put forth that that permit denial had assigned to you the ability, if there was a timely appeal, to hear an appeal of that shoreline denial. The question then, of course, becomes what is a timely appeal, given that the Pasco Municipal Code does not provide for an appeal time? Well, when a statute or ordinance does not provide for an appeal time, an appeal must be brought within a reasonable time. And a reasonable time is determined by looking at the analogous appeal period for a similar permit type. And in the land use context, that is 30 days. That is that Brucci v. City of Kent case that the city cited in its pre-hearing brief. So in this case, Mr. Padilla had 30 days to appeal the city's denial to the hearing examiner. And that just did not happen in this case. And you know, questions over, well, what really is the effect of the repeal of PMC 2200-110? What's the appropriate appeal procedures to be followed? All of these questions, the answers to them are just speculation, because the underlying fact is there was no appeal of that permit denial. That permit is now final and not before the hearing examiner. Instead, the only question before the hearing examiner is whether or not the city has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that a code violation has occurred. Mr. Examiner, respectfully, you do not have the jurisdiction to grant a letter of exemption. We are not in the procedural process for a variance application, and the city's permit denial, that March 19th, 2024 permit denial, is final. Mr. Examiner, that is all I have before I call my first witness, unless you have any questions for me.
Nope.
Okay.
I read your reply brief. It sounds like that's pretty much what was in it.
Yes. I'd like to call Jesus Contreras.
Sure, I'll have you state your name and a working address, and then I'm going to put you under oath.
My name is Jesus Contreras, and I currently work for the city of Pasco at 525 East 3rd, I believe is the address here.
Sir, I'll have you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foster?
And Mr. Examiner, I guess just as a quick procedural question, I don't intend to use many exhibits with the witnesses, but I do have a binder of the city's exhibits, and just given how far we are away from the witnesses, I was wondering if it would be okay that I just hand the witness a binder with the city's exhibits and we can refer to them that way, and I'd be more than willing to grant the same concession to Ms. Rouhani for her witnesses as well.
Ms. Rouhani, any objection to that?
No objection to that. I understand the efficiency aspect of that. I could just ask that the binder be put to the side so that we don't have any reliance upon these other materials unless they're specifically, I suppose, introduced or referred to, just because I want any testimony to be based on their personal knowledge, to not be impacted by any materials not having been gone over yet.
Well, subject to refreshed recollection, of course. That's very common in matters, so.
Right. Aside from that, Your Honor. So with that being said, I wouldn't be opposed to them having a copy of the binder if I could just have a chance to review it first, and I don't suppose the city has any additional.
I don't. This is just the city's exhibits that have already been admitted into the record. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Contreras.
Good afternoon.
What is your job with the city of Pasco?
Currently, I'm a Development Services Tech 2 for the Development Services Department.
And have you ever held a previous position with the city of Pasco?
Yes, when I currently started here in December of 2022, I started as a code enforcement officer.
Okay. In relation to your previous role as a code enforcement officer, what does that job entail?
So that job entails taking complaints from citizens and investigating the complaints, and if they are found to be actual complaints, starting the procedure to open a code case on it.
Okay. And what is that procedure that you follow when you discover a potential code violation?
So code violations for active construction usually entail a stop work order being posted upon the unpermitted work being recognized. And that posting usually gives the customer about 24 to 48 hours to secure a permit or at least apply for a permit. And then if they did, you follow the application through, and once they have an approved permit, the case closes.
Okay, and outside of active construction, what's the procedure that you follow for, I guess, not active construction, for the other code violations?
So usually a code violation, when it comes in as a complaint, you go out and investigate. If it is a factual complaint, then you issue a correction notice. Correction notice gives them a certain amount of time to correct it, and if it's not corrected within that amount of time, then you issue a civil notice of civil violation.
And are you familiar with the property located at 11200 West Court Street?
Yes.
So if I refer to the property, you'll understand that I'm talking about 11200 West Court Street?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the retaining walls at issue in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did the city ever issue a notice of civil violation for the property?
Yes. I believe it was in June, the first couple weeks of June. I believe it was like the 13th of last year. There was a notice of civil violation that was issued.
Okay, if you could look at that binder I just handed you, if you could turn to Exhibit C1. Is that a true and correct copy of that June notice of civil violation that you just mentioned?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And subsequent to that notice of civil violation, did the city issue any additional civil violations?
Yes, I believe the second notice went out June of this year.
Okay. And can you turn to C2 in that binder, please? Is that a true and correct copy of that June 2025 civil violation that you just mentioned?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to the issuance of the first notice of civil violation, to your knowledge, did the city issue any permits that would authorize the construction of the retaining walls?
No.
So were there any permits issued for the retaining walls?
There was none that were approved. There was an application that was filed, but the application expired. I believe there was a shoreline permit that was requested and denied.
Okay. And then prior to the issuance of that second notice of civil violation, did the city issue any permits that would authorize the construction of the retaining walls?
No.
Okay. And those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Contreras.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Shall I leave this up here?
Yes, please leave that up there. All right, the city would now like to call Troy Hendren.
Sir, I'll have you state your name and a business address, and then I'll put you under oath.
Troy Hendren, building official and fire marshal for the city of Pasco, 525 North 3rd Avenue.
Thank you very much. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foster?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hendren.
Nope.
What is your job with the city of Pasco?
I'm the building official and the fire marshal for the city of Pasco.
Okay. And what is your background and experience?
Construction and management.
Okay. And what does your job with the city of Pasco, what does that entail?
I oversee the permitting. I oversee code enforcement, building permits, building inspections, and fire safety program.
Okay. And what is your role in relation to building permit applications?
Verifying that they are reviewed properly and they are received and issued in a timely manner.
And are you familiar with the property located at 11200 West Court Street?
Yes.
Okay, so if I refer to property in general, you'll understand that that's the property that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when a shoreline permit is required under the city's code?
Typically, if it's within 200 feet of the shoreline.
Okay. And was a shoreline permit required for the construction of the retaining walls in this case?
Yes,
And why is that?
because it was within 200 feet of the shoreline.
And was a building permit required for the construction of the retaining walls in this case?
Yes,
And why is that?
because it was retaining soil.
And are you familiar with the permitting records for the property?
Yes,
Okay. Prior to 2023, are you aware of any record of any permits for the construction authorizing the construction of retaining walls on the property?
no,
And then post 2023, are you aware of any building permit submittals for the construction of the retaining walls on the property?
no,
Post 2023?
no. I know that there was a code case prior to 2023 for retaining walls and a shed storage container.
Okay.
I believe in 2020.
All right. Mr. Hendren, if you could please turn that binder to Exhibit C15. And does that refresh your recollection as to?
Yes, I apologize. The first replacement retaining wall was January of 2023, the application.
Okay, and just to clarify, was that a building permit application?
Yes, that was.
Okay. And do you know what happened with the processing of that permit application?
It was placed on hold a month later
And do you know why that was placed on hold?
because it was missing engineering details for the building department for the building review, and then it was also missing a shoreline permit.
Okay. And what ultimately happened with that permit?
It was placed on hold, and then it was expired a month later, so March
Okay. Subsequent to that March 2023 building permit application, are you aware of any additional building permit applications that were submitted for the retaining walls at issue in this case?
Yes, it was, again, Mr. Padilla applied in October, I believe, of 2023.
Okay.
I wrote down that the building permit application was January 2023 that you were talking about first. And Ms. Foster said March. Did I miss?
That's when it expired, sir.
It expired in March, but it was
It was applied
applied for
for,
in January?
placed on hold in February, and then expired in March.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Hendren, if you could please turn that binder to Exhibit C6. Does that refresh your recollection regarding that October 2023 building permit submittal?
Yes, for retaining wall. October 18th of '23 is when it was applied for.
Okay. And do you know what happened with the processing of that permit?
It was placed on hold in November of 2023, and then it expired in December of 2023.
Okay. And do you know why it was placed on hold in November of 2023?
Yes, I believe the engineering was received for the building review, but the shoreline permit still hadn't been received.
Okay. And related to that, did the city receive a shoreline permit application regarding the retaining walls on the property?
In January of 2024.
Okay. And do you know, how did the city process that permit?
It was a JARPA that was submitted, and the city processed that as a shoreline permit.
Okay. And do you know whether or not the city ultimately issued a decision on that permit?
Yes, a decision was issued in March of 2024.
Okay. And do you know what the city's decision was?
Was it denial?
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that denial appealed?
No, it was not.
So, based on your knowledge, do you know, are there any approved building permits for the retaining walls on the property?
No,
And are there any approved shoreline permits for the retaining walls on the property?
no,
Okay. To your knowledge, has the city received an application for a letter of exemption for the retaining walls on the property?
no,
Okay. And to your knowledge, has the city received a variance application for the retaining walls on the property?
no,
Okay. And then, are the requirements to obtain a shoreline permit and building permit, are they independent of one another?
they are.
Okay. So just to clarify, if a property owner obtains a shoreline permit, do they still need to obtain a building permit?
Yes,
And then conversely, if a property owner were to receive a letter of exemption, would they still need to obtain a building permit?
yes.
Okay. And that is all that I have for Mr. Hendren.
Thank you very much.
Well, before Mr. Henry is excused, I would like the chance.
You didn't provide any expert testimony. There's no cross-examination of lay witnesses.
Your Honor, I did reserve the right to call as witness anyone.
If you review my pre-hearing order, there's no cross-examination of lay witnesses.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, so your request is denied.
And Mr. Examiner, the city would now like to call Tess Cooper.
Your name and address and a work address, please.
Certainly, my name is Tess Cooper, Shoreline Compliance and Enforcement Specialist with the Department of Ecology at 4601 North Monroe Street, Spokane, Washington.
All right. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Cooper. I think you may have just stated it, but what is your job?
My job is Shoreline Compliance and Enforcement Specialist for Washington State.
Okay. And what does that entail?
We are a team with the state agency that oversees local government implementation of the Shoreline Management Act and their individualized shoreline master programs.
Okay. And as part of your job, are you familiar with the requirements of the Shoreline Management Act for residential construction?
I am.
Okay. And does your familiarity include the requirements to obtain a shoreline permit?
Correct. I do. Yes.
And does your familiarity include the requirements to obtain a letter of exemption?
I do. Correct.
And are you familiar with the property located at 11200 West Court Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so kind of like with the other witnesses, if I say property, you'll know what property we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then how are you familiar with that property?
I first became familiar with that property when the permit application was submitted to the State Environmental Protection Act register. Any project that is subject to the State Environmental Protection Act submits the environmental checklist to the SEPA register, and notice of application is sent to the public and to agencies with jurisdiction. And so it was my responsibility to review projects in that register for environmental impacts, and specifically regarding my position, any past or outstanding code violations that may be subject to that property.
Okay, and so then just to clarify, did you review an application and SEPA checklist for a project on the property?
I did.
And when you are reviewing application materials, what are you reviewing those materials for?
I am reviewing them first and foremost for compliance with the Shoreline Management Act, secondarily for compliance with the Shoreline Master Program of the local jurisdiction, and lastly for our internal records, that being outstanding complaints, outstanding permits, outstanding issues that may be potentially related to that property.
Okay. And did you provide comments on the application in this case?
I did.
Okay. And what were those comments?
My comments were that the application was for repair and replacement of existing walls. Those existing walls were not legally existing because I could not find a record of original permits that would make them legally existing. And I recommended that the local jurisdiction seek compliance or verify whether there was actually permit history to make those legally existing, and if not, that the corrective action that I recommend is removal and restoration.
Okay. And just to clarify, in your opinion, what does it take for walls to be legally established?
Not my opinion, but in law, legally established falls under non-conforming, and so they have to be either permitted through the regulations properly, or they have to have been created, built, or in existence prior to those regulations, and that's what people consider grandfathered.
Okay. And in this case, how did you determine that the walls at issue were not legally established?
Department of Ecology maintains the legal repository for all shoreline permits in the state, so our database is the final resting place for all shoreline permits. I verified within my database that I did not have any shoreline permits related to this property, and I secondarily contacted Andrew Hattori, a previous planner with the city, to verify whether the city's database did in fact or did not have permit records for this property.
Okay. And based upon your conversations, were there any permit records for the property?
I was not able to identify any existing issued permits for the property.
Perfect. What is the riparian buffer?
The riparian buffer theoretically is the environmental segments along any body of water that is left for protection. It's naturally vegetated, free of structures, and provides shading, nutrients, and water filtration to protect bodies of water. In many...
Just for the record, I'm considering this lay testimony. There's not an expert opinion as to what a riparian area is. She's just
The legal definition.
her own non-expert belief. I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Okay.
Because it sounds like she's creeping there, and I'm not considering it as expert testimony.
I believe there is a
Understood. Thank you, Mr.
definition in the Shoreline Master Program of the definition of, the legal definition of riparian.
And are there any setback requirements for construction within the riparian buffer?
So certainly, let me back up. So you're right. That is the opinion of what the riparian area is. But legally, the riparian area in areas where I was going is that where there's previous development, there's not necessarily an intact riparian area. So administratively, shoreline management plans create an administrative shoreline buffer, and that is explicitly a distance from the ordinary high water mark that is meant to replicate that protective manner.
Okay, and do you know what that setback requirement is for the city of Pasco?
So it's different per shoreline environmental designations. This particular property is shoreline residential, and the protective buffer is set at 50 feet.
Okay. And in your opinion, is it important that developments comply with the setback requirements?
Yes.
And in your opinion, why is that important?
For the reason that it was created in the Shoreline Management Act is to protect the bodies of water ecologically and functionally.
Okay. And I think you testified to this earlier, but I just want to confirm, are you familiar with the exemption under the Shoreline Management Act and relatedly the City of Pasco's Shoreline Management Program for normal repair and maintenance?
I am, and let me explain what the word exemption means. This is a very confusing term, and we are currently in the midst of fixing the rule language in the WAC. An exemption doesn't mean that it's removed from or exempt from shoreline regulations. It is just truly a permit category. The shoreline exemption, the letter of exemption, is a permit category, means it's exempt from needing a shoreline substantial development permit. But not that it's exempt from shoreline regulations, all of the required buffers, setbacks, performance standards, or permitting. The shoreline exemption is just another category of a permit.
Thank you. And under the Shoreline Management Act and the City Shoreline Master Program, what are the requirements for the normal repair and maintenance exemption?
The normal repair and maintenance exemption requires an application submitted following the requirements for the letter of exemption standards, and that normal repair and maintenance is to a legally existing structure only.
Okay. And in your opinion, does the construction in this case meet the requirements for normal repair and maintenance?
No, the walls in question for replacement under the shoreline exemption category of normal repair and maintenance were not legally existing.
Okay. And then just to confirm, are you also familiar with the exemption for the construction of normal bulkheads?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what are those requirements?
The requirements for a normal bulkhead for a single-family residence to fall under the letter of exemption category is that for new exemption or new walls, new protective bulkheads for an existing single-family residence are prohibited unless they, 1, are the minimum necessary, 2, have mitigation associated, 3, incorporate biological techniques, natural protective protections, and have a geotechnical report that demonstrates a 3-year imminent danger of substantial severe erosion that is undermining the primary structure only of the property.
In your opinion, does the construction of the retaining walls in this case meet the requirements for the construction of normal bulkheads exemption?
No, a bulkhead, for one, shoreline, it also says that it needs to be at or near the ordinary high water mark, which is the water line. So a normal protective bulkhead is to protect the land from the water action. The language says hydraulic erosion. These are further inland and upslope of the water.
Okay. And Mr. Examiner, that is all that I have for Ms. Cooper at this moment in time.
Ms. Ronnie, I have 3 opinions. If you want
Tess, you
to-
gotta stay up there.
Wait.
You stay up there? Yes,
Stay
please.
here for a second. First opinion was, why is a setback important? And the answer was generally to protect the water and shorelines. Do you have any questions, cross-examination on that opinion?
Your Honor, with regard to that, specific opinion, I do not have any cross-examination questions.
All right, the second opinion that I wrote down, even though it wasn't announced, Ms. Foster, I do like to have them announced.
I apologize, Mr.
Again.
Examiner.
But you did ask, do you have an opinion? And the opinion was this is not the normal repair and maintenance because the wall was not legally existing. Do you have any cross-examination on that opinion?
I do. So, Ms. Cooper, with regard to this pre-existing wall that we've discussed here today, do you have any information or knowledge as to what that structure was? Not whether it was permitted or whether it was legally existing, but do you remember that there being a pre-existing structure there?
There are 3 walls that are visible in the aerial, one of which does appear to be legally existing. The 2 new walls appear to be located waterward of that wall that the permit was in regards to.
And with regard to those 2 walls, waterward, that you just mentioned, is there a specific requirement for a retaining wall or structure such as this to be permitted? For instance, when looking at whether or not a retaining wall needs to be permitted, what are the, characteristics that it must meet?
Sure, we were told that earlier. If any structure is built within 200 feet, it requires a shoreline permit, and any retaining wall that holds a surcharge or holds back soil requires a building permit. So there's two permits legally required for any retaining wall that meet those 2 requirements.
I can clarify my question. I suppose when it comes to the characteristics of the retaining wall itself, in other words, does the retaining wall need to be a certain height?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is outside of the scope of what Ms. Cooper testified to.
I'm not a structural engineer. I couldn't testify to that.
All right, well, you gotta, do you have any response to that? I mean, you are kind of straying from whether it was legally existing or not.
I guess, well, I'll get straight to it. So with regard to this not being a normal repair and maintenance, if there is a wall that is of a different height, but it is repaired and there's a geotechnical report that's submitted to support the design and structure of that wall, then wouldn't the pre-existing wall be legally standing and not require a permit if it's 4 feet or below?
Not within the shoreline. It may be, so the 4 feet or below, if it's building permit exempt, that still does not make it shoreline permit exempt. And so anything within the shoreline, anything within a slope is required to have analysis and shoreline authorization from the shoreline administrator.
Nice.
And normal repair and maintenance would have been to repair the damaged or the compromised wall, which is normally injection of either grout or a new polymer technique to repair cracks and voids and add additional tiebacks. It is not adding additional walls in front of that. Normal repair and maintenance is that's what repairing the one particular wall, and the geotechnical report would have had to have engineering analysis of the compromise, the rate of failure, and how it impacted the slope and the erosion rate of that slope. What is the integrity of the slope? What is the damage caused by the slope? Why is there what the protection is needed from the slope? I did not see any of that. The only information in the geotechnical report that was submitted talks about the engineering and the seismic calculations for the 2 new walls. There's no analysis whatsoever on existing wall, existing damage, slope stability, or slope failure, potential erosion or slope failure.
I believe my remaining questions pertain to the next opinion, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, the last opinion is that, that I wrote down, this project would not qualify for a normal bulkhead exemption. I probably really summarized that, but anyway, that's where cross-examination will be allowed.
And so you mentioned at or near the high water mark. Can you provide a definition of what at or near a high water mark means?
Ordinary high water mark is the normal line of where the water touches the land. It is not a vertical high water mark. It's a lateral mark that demarcates water action, aquatic environment, and terrestrial environment. So that is exactly where the water line touches the land. That is the ordinary high water mark. And that is where bulkheads, seawalls, shoreline stabilization is located. Slope stabilization, retaining walls further up a slope are just that, slope stabilization. They're not shoreline stabilization. They don't protect the water action, the hydraulic erosion caused by the water itself.
And so what is near the high water mark? Is there a specific zone or area in proximity to
It's all land specific. We prefer that it's not in the water. We prefer that it's set back beyond the water. So when there's slopes and the foot of the slope, the toe of the slope doesn't actually come up to that water line, we prefer that it's set back just behind, but at the toe of the slope would be considered near the high water mark if that particular circumstances on that particular property, the slope itself, the erosion was occurring behind the ordinary high water mark.
So is it fair to say that depending on the specific property, 10 feet from the high water mark could be near if it was determined that that would be the best place and the best place to provide that bulkhead?
Not if it was the best place, if that's where the current erosion was occurring.
And if there was a determination that erosion was occurring at 20 feet from the high water mark and a protective bulkhead is put there, is that near the high water mark?
That's 20 feet would probably not be near enough. That would be set too far back. We're really talking within feet where high tides, high wind, high waves can reach beyond that water line. 20 feet is not normal.
And you said probably not. What is that based on?
It's all based on circumstances, and that's why I am not the geotechnical engineer and the expert. That's why we require those accurate reports to be submitted to give us that information. But I did not get supplied that information about this particular piece of property.
And so if you received information from a geotechnical engineer that provided information that the rate of erosion was so significant at this location that it required installation of a protective bulkhead or retaining wall to protect against those external factors that cause erosion. Is it your position then, because that's not your area of expertise, that you would defer to the geotechnical engineer?
It specifically states that the geotechnical engineer has to state that that rate of erosion will create less than a 3-year threat for the primary structure. That rate of erosion within 3 years is going to damage the house. So yes, if that was provided, then absolutely should be submitted through a shoreline permit process to meet approval. We don't want to deny somebody the right to protect their primary structure on their home.
And that 3-year time frame, is that in Pasco's municipal
That's,
code?
yep, specified specifically in a shoreline stabilization section of the Shoreline Master Program.
Okay. I'm just looking over to see if I have any other questions for you, Ms. Cooper.
Ms. Ronnie?
Your Honor, Mr. Examiner,
I don't know how long this conference is going to take, so we need to move
I'm
along.
just clarifying something, Your Honor. I'm sorry, force of habit, Mr. Examiner.
May I add one more?
Nope.
Okay.
I have a question.
When you're I just want to clarify for the record, when you mention a geotechnical engineering report, are you referring to the geotechnical engineering report that Mr. Padilla submitted that was prepared by air testing?
Correct.
And that's the, I believe, June 26th, let me see the date. That's the June 26th, 2023 report.
Do you know which exhibit number that is in here so I can verify?
That is not in the city's exhibits, but if Mr. Rouhani, I believe, is going to hand you a copy of that.
May I approach the
Sure.
Mr. Cameron?
Yes.
And can you confirm, Ms. Cooper, that this is geotechnical engineering report that you have reviewed?
It appears to be similar. I imagine it is the same.
What exhibit is that you're talking about?
That would be appellant's exhibit 2.
It's very common to get multiple versions of reports submitted, so without being able to look at the one I have on my computer, I can't verify for sure. But it looks very similar.
I have no further questions, Ms. Cooper.
All right, any redirect
I do, Mr. Examiner.
on those issues that was crossed?
Correct. If I may approach Ms. Cooper, I just want to hand her, I guess, that A2 again.
Okay.
So,
This is with the understanding, of course, she's not confirming this is what she looked at because she needs to see what was on her computer. Just letting everybody know that's what I heard.
yes. And actually, I will have no further questions for Ms. Cooper.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in today. Next witness.
That is all that the city has for its case, Mr. Examiner, subject to reply.
Yes, okay. Ms. Roney, would you like to take a quick break? I know you got here kind of last second. If you wanted to take 5 minutes, I would be happy to give you a break. Otherwise, we can press on.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, 5-minute break.
Sure.
Mr. Examiner, your 5-minute break would be,
All right. We will reconvene at 2:05.
thank you.
You're welcome.
We are, Your Honor. Mr. Examiner.
That's fine.
I hope you don't mind that I keep.
No,
So, briefly, I did want to address the record that the city made earlier, and I'm going to keep it extremely brief because, Your Honor, a lot of this was raised in our pre-hearing briefing. But I do think that it is important to consider what is really before us and what is really before you, Mr. Examiner. With regard to this permit application, we have evidence and exhibits that we plan to introduce that call into question the finality of any determination or decision by the city. And so I really want you, Mr. Examiner, to thoroughly consider those as you consider the options that are before you and the authority that you have to issue a permit and to approve an application pursuant to the code. With regard to, because the city brought these up, with regard to the substantial development permit and the exemption, and really with regard to the variance and Mr. Padilla's application as a whole, I think what is important is the city mentions that the only viable option here is to just demolish these retaining walls because the permit applications were denied, and that is the next step. But I think that grossly disregards, again, what happened, what the procedural history is before us. And I want to pose to you, Mr. Examiner, alternative options. With the authority that you have under the Pasco Municipal Code, you have authority to act in lieu of code enforcement and approve permit applications such as Mr. Padilla's. You also have the authority to grant a variance. And we could go back to step one and do as the city recommends and go all the way to the beginning, submit all the materials that Mr. Padilla has already submitted to the city, submit or allow the passage of time for the comment period and any other sort of public hearing requirements that have already passed. But that would be a significant strain on resources. That time has already lapsed. There's been a passage of years already. And so with the materials that the city has before you, Mr. Examiner, and your authority to act in lieu of code enforcement, I invite you to consider these materials and consider the available options to Mr. Padilla, aside from the one sort of resolution that the city is proposing that is not appropriate. And then Mr. Examiner, I just briefly wanted to respond to that. We can call the appellant's first witness if you are ready.
yes,
So first, we'd like to ask Mr. Berry to come. And I was just planning on, there's only 2 exhibits that I may introduce with Mr. Berry, and I was simply planning on providing those to him, if that is okay with you, Mr. Examiner.
they're already admitted into the record.
They are.
Any objection, Ms. Foster?
No objection.
All right, yeah. Sir, I'll have you state your name and a work address for me, and then I'll put you under oath.
DJ Burry, Burry, B-U-R-R-I-E. And I work with Bear Testing in, they have offices in Yakima and Pasco. I work from home.
Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes,
All right. And just so we don't get into an issue where I'm trying to figure out what an opinion is or not based upon the question, if you can lead us gently into an opinion that's going to be given, that will be fine. Otherwise, I'm assuming it's all fact testimony.
I'll make it clear when I'm eliciting expert opinion from Mr.
Thank you very
Berry.
much.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Berry.
Thank you.
You've already mentioned that you work with bear testing. Can you describe what work you do as a civil engineer for bear testing, please?
My position at Bear Testing is as the technical director for the materials testing laboratory and as the chief engineer for geotechnical services.
How long have you been with bear testing?
Just shy of 12 years. I started there in the spring of 2014.
And as a civil engineer, can you describe for us what sort of certification you received?
Pardon me, I didn't quite catch that. I have hearing aids and I hear okay, but I didn't catch that.
Can you walk us through any sort of certification requirements you had to meet as a civil engineer?
Yes, I was. I have a degree in civil engineering from Utah State University. I pursued a engineering training program through the Idaho Department of Transportation, and then I've been in the consulting field since 1976, and I've passed the engineering training exam, and I also passed the civil licensing exam.
And are you professionally registered as a civil engineer in the state of Washington?
I am. I'm registered in Washington, Idaho, and Oregon.
Thank you. And I'll just provide for the record, Appellant's Exhibit 026 is a complete copy of Mr. Berry's CV and remaining qualifications, just to save us some time here this afternoon.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Berry, can you please explain for us what your work as a civil engineer does specifically for bear testing?
With bear testing, I review the materials testing reports, and I also review and author many of the geotechnical engineering reports that we produce. My role is as the senior review.
What is, for the layperson, can you describe what is a geotechnical engineering project or report?
Well, geotechnical engineering is a subset under civil engineering. Civil engineers deal with things that have to do with structures. They do roads, bridges, dams, houses, structures, those kind of things are civil engineering projects. Geotechnical engineering is a subset that deals with the soil conditions that support the construction of these generally public works type programs.
And do you recall doing work for property located at 11200 West Court Street that belonged to Mr. Padilla?
Yes, we did a report for that property, yes.
And was that in your capacity as a geotechnical engineer, a specific subset of civil
It was
engineering?
in my capacity as the chief engineer from bear testing to review and prepare that report.
Going back a bit, how did you become, if you can sort of walk us through, how did you become involved in working with Mr. Padilla?
He called me and suggested he had an issue with some retaining walls at his property. I met him there and we looked at it. I then prepared a proposal to do work just to provide information for his structural engineers to use in preparing the design. We fulfilled that contract and provided the report that we were engaged to do.
And you mentioned that there were concerns that were raised. Do you recall what those concerns were?
His concerns were that these poorly built block walls were falling down, and he wanted to repair them by replacing them with a substantial concrete, cast-in-place concrete wall.
And was the report that you generated in support of the replacement and
Yes,
rebuilding of the retaining walls?
that is correct.
So if you can walk us through the beginning of your, I suppose, geotechnical engineering study of the property itself, what sort of work was performed in preparation of your report?
We went to the site and examined it. Our geologist looked at the site and looked at the conditions to see what was going on. We observed the excavation of a test pit. The test pit was placed downhill of the lower wall because the access to and the stability of the material, the area between the two walls was not good for us to work from. So we did the test pit downhill of the lower wall, determined what the subsoil conditions were, identified them. Then we logged that excavation. We took samples of that and took it back to the laboratory and then performed our engineering analysis to come up with recommended bearing capacity, allowable bearing capacity for the construction of the footing and the lateral earth pressures for design of the retaining wall structure.
I'll get to those in just a moment, but when you examined the soil, what did you determine from your analysis of the soil that you gathered from the property? From the test pit?
We determined that the subsurface was gravel, and it was a substantial formation that could support the intended purposes.
And with regard to any sort, I guess, did you encounter any groundwater during this?
No, groundwater was not encountered.
So if we could talk a little bit about before we move on, Mr. Berry, is there any other aspect of your geotechnical engineering analysis that you completed in preparation of your report?
We examined the soil properties. We did as the test pit was being excavated, we did some in-place strength testing by driving a cone penetrometer. It's a mini cone. It's a ASTM recognized method, STP 399. It tells you drop a weight onto a cone, and by the penetration of the cone into the soil profile gives you indications of the strength. And that was the basis for determining that, and along with our experience, determining the the capacity, the bearing capacity of that soil to support the structure.
And was this the field observations that you
Yes,
performed?
it was
in
a field
preparation of your
observation,
report?
yes.
And you already mentioned some of the standards that you applied. Are these the generally accepted professional principles and practices in your work as a geotechnical engineer?
Yes, they are. I've been involved in this type of work for over 50 years, and these principles have been applied during all of that time.
And these principles are still applied today?
They still apply today. They were developed in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s by some of the best minds in the country. And those principles and guidance have been the basis of geotechnical engineering for all of that time. They're making improvements all the time, but when you get back to the basics, these things are: what's the soil? What type is it? What's its strength? And how will it perform when you put a load on it? That's the basis of the engineering.
And without getting into your opinions, Mr. Murray, your report and the opinions you provide in your report are reflective of your application of these reliable principles and standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Including any opinion that you may have on any sort of weight-bearing or lateral force-bearing properties of the soil, for instance.
Based on the data that we collected, the experience over many years of time, and approximately 35 years here in the Tri-Cities, the soil that we identified is a substantial formation that is capable of supporting the loads that were intended for this application.
Thank you, and Mr. Examiner, I believe that would qualify as an opinion. An expert opinion.
Thank you.
So, you mentioned already that there were pre-existing retaining walls, and Mr. Padilla contacted you with concerns of the, I suppose, structural integrity of these pre-existing walls. Can you elaborate for us with the sort of description of what the project entailed that Mr. Padilla contacted you for?
But as I recall, the project that Mr. Padilla described to me as we talked about it was that these walls were not stable. They weren't holding up. Some of them were falling down. They were block walls. They were unengineered and unreinforced and non-grouted, as I recall, and that they were falling down. His intent, as described to me, was to replace those walls on this exact alignment so that there was no further encroachment, that they replace those walls with these cast-in-place engineered retaining walls so that the functionality would be maintained without further impact on the site.
And were these concerns, or I suppose, was this purpose or goal contemplated in the creation of your report?
Yes.
So, with regard to, we mentioned a little bit that there was no groundwater that you had encountered when you did your field observations in the test pit excavation. Real briefly, Mr. Berry, what is the significance of, whether or not groundwater is encountered?
When groundwater is encountered in a foundation application, then different types of analysis need to be conducted because the groundwater impacts the strength of the soil. It then and it also impacts the ability of the soil to perform, provide the support. Because it was a dry site, we did not do any of those additional calculations because there was no impact to it. The groundwater at that location coincides with the river elevation. That particular site, that area, is a gravel bar, a bluff above the river, and that the river is at the toe of a natural slope. This site is on that slope, but it is above the water mark, and that is what's called the high water mark, the natural high water mark, or mean high water mark, because it is a controlled elevation by McNary Dam. So that elevation is controlled. There's no groundwater exhibited in that formation above that elevation.
And so I'm going to ask you for an opinion based on that information, based on your training experience. If there is no groundwater that you encounter, are you able to provide the opinion then that any work performed would not impact the river, since the river water was not implicated in your analysis?
That
Or I guess I can rephrase that. When we talk about the significance of groundwater and whether or not it is encountered, when there's no groundwater that you encounter, and we know we would expect to see the groundwater based on its location near the Columbia River, is it your opinion then that the work you went to this property to perform would not have impacted the river water?
the location of the lower wall is uphill and inland from the watermark, and it is not reasonable to believe that the construction of that wall would impinge on the river as it exists today.
Are you able, or during your study, were you aware of any restrictions or possible impacts that that the work that Mr. Padilla was seeking would have any impacts on the state shoreline?
No, we had no indication. The discussion was never made of whether it was permitted or not. That our work was solely defined to provide the design recommendations of soil parameters that would allow for the design of the structures. We didn't discuss permitting or any of that information.
So just to clarify, the intent here was simply to replace, or was to only replace, the pre-existing retaining walls by keeping the new retaining walls in those exact locations?
That is correct.
In other words, not change any of the footprint to the pre-existing retaining walls?
That's correct.
Can you when looking at the sloping that you encountered, you mentioned earlier that where the location of the retaining walls or the pre-existing retaining walls were, and where Mr. Padilla was seeking to replace those walls. Can you describe the sort of terrain, if you will, of that property?
The property is a sloping shoreline. It's a bluff, a sloping bluff above the river. The elevation at the street level is considerably higher than the water level, the river level. At the slopes at approximately 1.5 to 1, maybe 2 to 1, 2 feet horizontal to 1 foot vertical. It's 1.5 to 1, I think, is an overall slope is about what that is. That is generally what's considered to be the angle of repose that a gravel formation would normally stand at. And so it was standing at its natural inclination. And it's a gravel, sand and gravel with some silt in it. So it's a well-graded, well-developed formation.
You mentioned the sort of position of repose, but could erosion cause instability to that regardless, given the terrain?
Yes, erosion could result in instability of the slope if it was severe.
And so I want to talk to you a little bit about your discussion of footings and the significance of footings. Could you explain, can you explain that for us, please?
A footing is a built structure, generally of concrete, that supports the above ground portion of a structure. On a retaining wall, the footing functions to support the vertical loads of the retaining wall, the wall itself, and also to provide counterbalance to the overturning loads that the slope above the wall or the backfill behind the wall is trying to push the wall over. So the footing, then, it's generally comprised of in this footing it was comprised of a small toe on the outside, and a larger footing on the inside, so that the mass behind the wall overcomes the retaining wall or the rotational loads imposed by the soil.
And why is that significant?
Because if you don't overcome those loads, the wall will tip over.
And I guess, is that the result of possible lateral forces or differential settlement with inadequate footings?
Well, differential settlement is when two pieces of a structure settle at different rates, and one may cause, if a footing is supporting over a length of footing, if one end of that footing settles 2 inches and the other end only settles 1, then you cause stresses, rotational stresses, and you can result in cracks, and that's what differential settlement is. Our design, our recommendations were designed to avoid differential settlement.
Was that a problem that you encountered in your engineering study at this property location?
No, I wouldn't say that we encountered a problem with that. We provided recommendations to avoid that. That is, differential settlement results from varying conditions, different ways things are constructed, different loading. It's not just the number you pick out.
Sure, I guess with regard to the pre-existing retaining walls that were there prior to the construction of the new replacement walls, was there a problem with the stability of the previous retaining walls that were there?
We did not examine that.
Okay.
We were asked to provide recommendations for construction of new walls.
And so the recommendation that you provided in your report was for the purpose of providing a stable base with regard to the footing specifically, providing a stable base to prevent any sort of differential settlement or possible instability.
Yes, ma'am. We provided recommendations for construction, preparation of the footing subgrade. Subgrade meaning the top of the soil below the footing, preparation of that subgrade, so that the opportunity for settlement or differential settlement was reduced.
And your recommendation was to mitigate additionally any possible, I suppose, further cracking or gapping that could result in a foundation.
Our recommendations were to reduce the opportunity or the opportunity for cracks to appear in the new constructed walls.
Thank you. We talked a little bit about lateral movement. Can lateral movement cause a wall to fail?
Yes, ma'am.
So how does your report contemplate the possibility of lateral movement causing Mr. Padilla's newly constructed retaining walls to fail?
We provided soil earth pressures, lateral earth pressures that would be a conservative number for the designer to use in preparation of that. Lateral movement is generally reduced or generally resisted by friction between the concrete and the footing, and by abutments or bolstering of the downslope wall to resist that lateral pressure that the retained earth is trying to apply to the wall.
You mentioned a little bit about how damage could result to the retaining wall itself, but a failing retaining wall, is it fair to say, would not be successful in protecting a primary residence such as Mr. Padilla's? In other words, a successful retaining wall would be necessary in order to protect or mitigate damage against a primary residence. Is that?
If this is an opinion, and it sounds like an important opinion, you're gonna have to lay a better foundation. If it's not an opinion, go ahead.
I guess, and I am happy to, I'll lay that foundation. I have a few more questions I can ask you. So, I guess you provided some opinions in your report. When giving your recommendations, do you rely on the applicable state guidelines? Do you rely on the applicable state guidelines?
The design guidelines are, you use the building code.
And is that the International Building Code?
International
IBC?
Building Code. At the time that this work was done, it was 2018 version. The current version is we're using is 2021. It was that gives you guidelines as to what you must consider, and then our analysis is within those guidelines.
And you mentioned the 2021. Do you use the most current scientific and technical information available to you?
Yes. When it is adopted by the municipality or governing body that is, in which the work is done. Now, yeah, it's sometimes lags, but they don't always adopt them. The building code of 2021 is what we're using. There's probably a 2024 because it's 3 years later, but that has not been, to my knowledge, been incorporated into the requirements right now. Sounds like I need to check on that one, but we're using 21 right now.
I think we could all agree with that. Is it fair to say that given, is it fair to say that the purpose of your report is to allow architects and contractors and anyone else who may rely on your report to use the data and design from gathered in your report for the construction of any proposed projects such as the retaining walls here?
That is correct. The nature of our work is to provide information for design and to reduce the number of unknowns that are being dealt with.
Are slide conditions a known would you say that a slide condition is one of those possible unknowns? In other words, it's not a predictable or calculated sort of event that someone could anticipate?
Slides can be predicted based on soil types, loading, water conditions, but they could also be predicted as not being happening based on the same issues: soil type, slope, water conditions. It's a gravel slope in a dry environment is generally not prone to sliding.
With regard to the recommendations you provided for the new retaining walls, were these recommendations in this design necessary to mitigate the possibility of any further instability or possible, I suppose, movement, lateral force from occurring on Mr. Padilla's property?
As I recall, the discussion of stabilizing a slide was not within our discussions when we were engaged to do the work. We were engaged to provide design recommendations to replace the existing conditions. And we were not engaged to analyze the possibility of sliding on that site.
I guess the recommendations you provided, would they mitigate the possibility of erosion occurring in that area?
Objection, there's no foundation for questions regarding erosion.
I think he's just testified, that wasn't part of his study. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's not,
I guess I'm narrowing it down to I'm trying to ask them to be more specific with regard to
I would still
the
object,
recommendations.
Mr. Examiner. If they could point to that in the study, maybe I'd withdraw my objection, but this is going outside of kind of what's been provided regarding Mr. Burry's expertise.
I'm going to allow the question and only the question, and I'll tell you where my concern is, ma'am, is that My pre-hearing order asked you to set forth all of the opinions that are going to be expressed and the basis for those opinions. I don't see that in the report that he provided, so you're outside of what you've disclosed that your expert's going to be talking about. So,
And I'd be happy to.
no. I'm just saying, you're not going to be able to amend stuff and do stuff now. I'll phrase the question. Any of the work that you performed as the basis of your report, whether intended or unintended, would that help stabilize Mr. Padilla's slope? And if you know, if you can offer an opinion, great. If you can't, that's just fine too.
Replacement of the walls, as we were engaged to participate, does provide stabilization of the wall, of the slope.
All right. Thank you very much.
If I may have. I'm just double checking a couple of things to make sure I do not have any more questions for you. Was examination of the ecology block wall an aspect of your report?
No.
All right, I don't believe I have any further questions for you, Ms. Furry. Thank you.
All right. I just have a few opinions that I wrote down, and if I missed one, I'm sure I'll be corrected. The first opinion, that determined that the soils can withstand the loads of the proposed new walls.
Yeah.
Any questions about that?
I have one question. Good afternoon, Mr. Burry. So I just want to, I guess, clarify, the conclusion in your report was simply that the soil on the property was sufficient to support the retaining walls, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In making that determination, though, you did not identify any active erosion. Is that correct?
No, we did not.
Okay. And also, in making that determination regarding the soil sufficiency, you also did not identify a rate of erosion that would pose a risk to Mr. Padilla's home within 3 years, correct?
We did not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burry. That's all I have, Mr. Examiner.
Just a second. Okay, the second opinion I have is that if there's no groundwater, then the work contemplated would not impact the river, and he went on to talk about location of the lower wall inland of the ordinary high water mark, and the contemplated work to be performed would not impact the river. I hope I didn't ball that up too much there, but that's what I have. Any questions on that?
Mr. Examiner, I have no more further cross-examination on any of the remaining opinions.
All right. Any redirect on the first, or the area of cross-examination?
Your Honor, if I could just, or Mr. Examiner, if I can ask one redirect, or one question to clarify one of,
Just his statement on the cross-examination that was just elicited, not...
yes, with regard to the soil. What is the significance of the soil being tested, being strong enough to support the construction of the new retaining walls?
Our examination and testing of the soils determined that, in our opinion, the structure would be adequately supported by the soil that as it existed.
And it is important for the structure to be adequately supported by the soils that existed there, because it would not require any further, I guess, any additional soil. You can reuse the soil that's there available to you. Is that correct?
If we had found that the soil was in some way not satisfactory, then an option as to how to prepare that soil how to prepare that soil so that it could provide the strength that it needed. In this case, it did not need any mitigation. It is found to be adequate for the purpose, for the intended purpose.
Thank you. That was it for me, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you very much for coming in today. Appreciate your testimony. Any other witnesses? And just so you know, I have, with the cross-examination, maybe 45 minutes available.
That should be plenty of time. We only have Mr. Padilla, and I do plan to introduce more exhibits with Mr. Padilla, and I do have a binder of the exhibits. So like the city did, I would like to offer this to Mr. Padilla to
So
hold
these are
on
exhibits
to.
that have already been presented.
Yes,
They're just in a binder so he can look through them and reference what I have in front of me.
correct. Yes, nothing's been added or moved or in any other way altered.
Certainly. Same statement that I gave Ms. Foster. Certainly you can look at them, but not read from them. If they refresh your recollection, that's always helpful.
And I'll just show this to the city before I hand it to Mr. Padilla.
Is he going to testify from where he's at?
whatever.
I don't care. It's up to you.
Wherever you'd be more comfortable, would you be more comfortable there or here?
I'm fine wherever.
Do you have a preference, Mr. Examen?
Nope. Obviously, if you're writing stuff down, you're making your own notes, and he's looking at your notes, that would not be
Oh, no.
anything I would find favorable.
I will just have this binder in front of him. It's closed, and I will put on the record any opportunity to refer to it.
All right, sir, your name and an address, please.
Damian Padilla, 11200 West Court Street, Pasco.
D, I'll have you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you give today will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Briefly, what do you do for work?
I'm a masonry and steel stud drywall subcontractor, concentrating primarily in commercial.
And do you operate a business doing this work?
Yes, we've been in business we've had PMI Inc. for the last 24 years.
And in that work that you do and with PMI Inc., do you have a lot of occasion to work with various general contractors and subcontractors?
Yes.
And what was your practice dealing with these contractors when it came to matters involving permitting and permit applications?
Typically, I don't deal with, as far as the permits, usually we just deal with inspections in our trade. I do have experience with permitting. My family does multifamily development, so we know the process.
Are you familiar with the construction of retaining walls to any extent?
Yes, I for a few years I worked for a block manufacturing company that had a division of segmented retaining walls, and I did about 2.5 years of training in that, getting specific training and learning, not to the geotechnical side, but by the recommended practices of them.
And would that go to the needs and designs of the retaining wall?
Yes.
In other words, the takeaways from the...
Yep, the basic design and concepts of them and when they need to go to professional.
And did you work with geotechnical engineers in order to get that information?
Yes.
So, 11200 West Court Street, is that the address of your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a single-family residence?
Correct.
And at your location, are you surrounded by other single-family residences?
Correct. Yes.
So we've already established that your residence is by the Columbia River. I think that's fair to say. Being by the river, what issues, if any, did you encounter with soil retention?
Well, we purchased our house in 2017, and we moved into it roughly 2018, and obviously we're ignorant to living by the river. We didn't live by the river, but just a lot of soil moving, because living on the slope, we kind of noticed a lot of erosion going on. The soil stabilization was not very, in my opinion, very intact.
And understanding that this isn't an opinion, but when you say that you've noticed erosion going on, can you explain what your observations specifically were?
Yeah, so just by living in the house, our house is roughly 40 feet above the water, and a ecology block retaining wall was built in our house. And our house sits on top of that, and then there's a slope coming off of the bottom of our off of that bottom of that retaining wall, and there had been little temporary structures that were built there from your basic railroad tie retaining wall that was tipping over. Rocks were always tumbling down, falling down towards the bottom. It just was constantly moving, and we had some issues. In fact, we tried making steps in 2019 to see what we could do about it. So we moved in, like I said, 2018. by 2019, we realized we needed to do something to try to stabilize that soil a little bit.
And we'll talk about what those next steps were, but with regard to some of the observations that you made, did you take any photographs to document?
Yeah, we started to have a lot of issues with the house. One of the upper retaining walls were starting to severely crack and move, and we had to put some additional bolts and anchors in that. In the ecology block wall itself, the gaps were getting larger. We started to measure them by putting pencil marks on the gaps to see if they were moving and growing, and we were just trying to watch what things were going on there.
Did you observe any of these gaps move or grow?
Yeah, definitely.
And so I would like to, in that binder, invite you to flip to what is Exhibit A014.
Where are we at?
So I am pointing Mr. Padilla to what was previously admitted as Exhibit 014, and it's a number of photographs. Did you take these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And when were these photographs taken?
These photographs were taken right after, I think we met with Mr. Andrew Hattori.
And can you expand on that? What do you mean by right after you met with Mr. Andrew Dory?
Well, once we found out that our permit was, we were having trouble getting our permit to move forward to finalize the construction of it, I wanted to get to the city planning and emphasize the importance of why we were building these walls, why we needed these walls, because I didn't want it to fall on deaf ears to think that nothing was going on, that we just wanted this for aesthetic purposes, but there was actually a need for this wall.
And was that in April of 2024?
I believe so.
And
But these retaining walls, yeah, I've been taking note of them for a while.
and the photographs that you see there of the retaining walls, are those the pre-existing retaining walls?
There's multiple ones, but the ecology block is the ones that I just kind of keep focusing on, which are the big blocks, and just looking at the gaps in those. Yeah, and then some other ones to show the actual movement and the cracking in the foundations that we were having.
And that's what the photographs depict, is that ecology block that you mentioned with
This is the ecology block
gapping.
wall that our house sits right above.
And you mentioned that there were temporary structures that were in place at your residence. Do you know what the purpose of these temporary structures was?
Well, it was trying to retain any kind of sloughing or movement of the soil. Like I said, just in the first photo in A14, you can see right at the top they had some sort of railroad ties with some pipe that was trying to hold it up to help that retain that. And if we've heard at the underside of it, they were all undermined.
And you mentioned the first photo of Exhibit 014. Is that the one with the red circle circling?
Yeah, and it was.
Sliding?
Well, yeah, it was to show that there was a small retaining wall there, and it didn't. I mean, the soil continued to move that. It just pushes. It just eventually just moves and slides it over.
And you mentioned sloughing just a moment ago. What is sloughing? What do you mean by sloughing?
When I say sloughing, I just mean that the dirt is just rolling down the hill. Loose rock is moving down the hill.
And was that was that one of the observations you'd made?
Yes.
And then we already talked about the foundational gaps and the cracking that was occurring to the ecology lab block. And did you observe any other sliding occurring on your property as a result of these temporary retaining walls not retaining the soil?
Yeah, no, I mean, we have all throughout our house additional cracking. Our soffits are starting to buckle in certain areas. So it was moving. Yeah. And that's the thing is there's nothing to argue. It's moving. We have gaps in our walls. Things were moving. Walls were getting pushed over. Temporary walls were getting pushed over. So there was action going on in the soil.
Were these problems visually apparent to anyone who visited your property? Did it need some technical or special sort of training experience to make these observations?
No.
With regard to the temporary structures that was in place, was it your understanding that those were in place for the purpose of retaining soil and preventing erosion?
Correct.
And based on your observations, can you say whether or not this purpose was being fulfilled by those temporary retaining walls? Or the pre-existing?
It was not.
So, if we can move on, did you come up with any sort of plan to address, or I guess, what was the primary concern with these pre-existing walls?
Can
Let's
I have
start
you go
there.
back someplace else? I keep hearing about these temporary walls. We're looking at these photographs. Are you talking about on that very, very first photograph where there's a circle?
Yeah, you can see where the walls fell.
Are
Correct.
those the temporary ones, those really low ones that are
Yes, sir.
down there and closer to the water?
Yes, sir. Those are the walls that we intended to have replaced.
Okay,
Concrete
so when
structures.
people talk about the temporary walls, they're talking about those. All right, thank you.
What was your primary concern with these temporary retaining walls?
My primary concern was, it was an observation that we had the ecology blocks moving, we had cracking in our foundations, we had soffits that are buckling in our house, we have cracking, and there's obviously movement that is going on. And whether this was happening through time, this is when I noticed it within a year being there, and it needed to be resolved. So prior to even these temporary walls, that's when we first started to try to find a way to stabilize the soil, because I don't I don't want to have cracking, I don't want to have movement, I don't want to lose that wall which retains my whole house. I was trying to stabilize soil was my main concern. And like I said, we went through that early by, by reaching out to the appropriate entities to get a hold of to build these walls.
And so let's talk about that. Where did you, kind of walk us through the beginning of your stabilization efforts?
So just a little bit of background on, in order to buy the house, there was the dock, because of the McNary shoreline standards or master plan, that we were, the dock that we had is only permitted for a 5-year in-water period, which means we had to replace it with the new standard, which was a smaller one, put a new walkway and everything taken care of into there. So we were working with the Corps of Engineers to get our permitting, do the SEPA, do the JARPA to get our new dock in place. And also, so when we had that, we dealt with the entities of the Corps of Engineer. And when I saw all this erosion going on and we needed to do something about it, I had contacted the Corps of Engineer. They came and did a site visit, and I asked them about what do I need to do to move forward to build a retaining wall. I actually have an email correspondence, which I've given to you, where they came out, they came in a boat, they came from Walla Walla, and they said, our property is at the high water mark, or it's marked for the Army Corps' property to ours, and ours is at the bottom, and that we could do anything, we could build any retaining wall. And like I said, we have an email from the Corps of Engineers, and they're saying that we could build a retaining wall on there. It's our property, we can kind of do with what we want. And so we decided to start to stabilize this project by building these, little less than 4 foot little retaining walls to try to stabilize the soil. Not needing a permit because they're under 4 feet. We didn't, like I said, that's where we went. So, and also this is all dry vegetation. There's no green, there's no nothing there. So we weren't worried about any kind of vegetation or ruin anything. In fact, we never got into any vegetation. It was just all dry rock, and then we put in our retaining wall.
Real briefly, you mentioned correspondence. Are you referring to the correspondence you had regarding the flowage easement?
Correct. That was granted to us.
And so just for the record, Mr. Examiner, that's Exhibit 16 that was previously provided. And that's A-016. So once you sort of got the go-ahead to proceed with the, I guess, replacement retaining walls, what did you do next?
So then we put the walls in for a couple of years. Well, in fact, from the first year, they started to move. Mr. Burr, he said they weren't constructed well. Well, they eventually had just been pushed so much that they were just falling. And we had initially, when we say they're temporary, because we were temporary, we needed a solution. And then by the time we got a hold of an architect and went through that process, most of the walls had already failed by then, as far as they started to belly or fall or sink or, yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here in Exhibit A014.
Correct.
In that first photo. So you mentioned an architect. Who did you reach out to assist you in the design and construction of this project?
So we've done work with Harvey Pritchard, with Evolve and Wave Architects, and I went to them to go through the process to obtain the permit. So they were the actual applicant. Obviously, I'm the owner. So I told them, this is what I'd like to, I think we need to do something there, replace these walls, get this built. I get it to an architect. He works with the structural, and then they deal with permitting. So we kind of just let them take lead on this project.
Real briefly, you mentioned a conversation that you had with Mr. Burry when he came out to your property. And you mentioned that during that conversation, he acknowledged that the temporary pre-existing structures were failing. Did he explain to you what could occur if the temporary walls are failing and not serving their purpose of retaining soil and preventing erosion?
I think the main conversation that Mr. Burry and I had was that we needed to build structures that would retain this and not have the moving soil. And so with their recommendations and their design criteria, he needs to give to the structural engineer to design these walls that would be built to retain the soil. That was the whole purpose of having Mr. Burry. And then it shows, with the design standard and the size of these walls and footings that were built, there's quite the stability that needs to be encountered to retain the soil.
Was it your understanding that following the recommendations of Mr. Burry would result in improvement to the conditions of your land?
Yeah, through the structural engineering and through his reports, yes, this would help stabilize the soil. And this is what we went for, was a permanent fix. And working with the structural engineer and the geotech, their recommendations and the way to construct the walls would provide the stability that we need to support our house.
Aside from building permanent structures, was Mr. Burry able to provide you with any sort of alternative, any other option to mitigate the damage that was being done to your property?
The architect is the one who suggested this type of structure, and then that's what was requested for Mr. Burry to design according to what we had.
When evaluating the other options, though, was there any indication to you that did any one of these professionals provide you with alternatives to mitigating this damage?
No, it never came up as far as a design standard.
So, why don't we, if you could flip for me to A1, it should be at the very beginning here of appellant exhibits. Was this the structural design calculations that were used for your project?
Yes.
And were those structural design calculations for Mr. Prickett of Evolve to use in the design and construction of the retaining walls?
They would have had this engineer, the J.R. Bonnet Engineering, design it, but yes.
And I guess what was your understanding, to take a step back, you hired Mr. Prickett of Evolve. What was your understanding of his role in this process?
To get us to permitting.
And what do you mean by that?
So anything required to get us to get a permit, which is providing plans or whatever information they're going to need, he facilitates. And that's his job. He's a professional to obtain the permits, and I pay the bill.
And the next few exhibits, A003, A004, A005, are these Mr. Prickett's plans that he submitted to the city?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Prickett, was he the one who also completed the environmental checklist and referring to exhibit A006 there?
Correct. When anything additionally was needed, they filled it out. I signed and paid for whatever it was needed.
And was it your understanding that that SEPA checklist was submitted to the city?
Correct.
Now, moving on briefly to the geotechnical engineering, I want to ask that you go back to 002. Is this the geotechnical study report that Mr. Berry prepared that you submitted to the city?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
And that's the June 26, 2023 report? With regard to, you mentioned Mr. Prickett submits the permit applications, you pay the bill. Exhibit A008 and A009 are invoices. Can you explain what those invoices are for?
There's 8.
So it's A008 and A009.
This is the JARPA.
I'm sorry. I think I might be. It's A010. That was the scrivener's error on my
Okay.
part. A010 and A011 are invoices, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are those invoices for?
One was for the shoreline permit for the SEPA. And A011 would be the shoreline permit again, another one.
So those two invoices have different project numbers. Can you explain why that is? You mentioned they were both for the shoreline permit, but why the two different project numbers?
Maybe because I think, like Mr. Hendren said, I think one had, maybe we had to reapply. I honestly, I don't know exactly why. I just, whenever I was told to go pay a permit fee, I just kind of paid the permit fee, but, those are the same.
I guess, was it your understanding that this was all for one
Yeah. no,
approval of one project, and that was to
Definitely, it's all for,
construct the
Yep.
retaining walls?
correct.
And did you pay a plan review fee as well?
Correct.
Was it your understanding, or I guess if I could, when I say for this construction, I'm referring to the October 18, 2023 permit application. Is that correct? Is that what you are referring to as well?
Correct, all for the one project is all it's for.
And was it your understanding that everything necessary had been submitted to the city for processing for approval of this permit application?
Yes.
And did you have any expectations as to how long it would take for the city to complete this processing?
Yes, on the original, because I felt from the urgency of this project, when we hired Mr. Pritchett, we had asked for a timeline of how long this project would take, how long the permitting would take, and so yeah, I mean, we expected it to be done. We were expected to only have a 13.5 week kind of turnaround time to start construction, and it turned into quite a bit longer. I think almost a year longer.
And I think I'll do it this way because there's going to be a few exhibits. So first, I'm showing you Exhibit 21.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you? Looking at Exhibit 21, who is this, what is this about? When you mention, I guess it's good morning, did you guys end up hearing back on this? Is that your incorrect email from you to Ricky Wheat?
Yes.
And when you ask, did you guys end up hearing back on this, what are you referring to?
I think our permit and where we're at. Just trying to find out the status of our permit.
And what was your understanding of the status of your permit at that time?
We were just wanting to know when it was going to be approved or what we needed to do.
And is that because by February 20th, you had not heard anything specific as to the status of your permit?
So I'm going to take that back. So I had reached out earlier to Ricky, and she had reached out to Andrew wanting to know what the status was on the planning, where we were at. And he said that, I don't know where that email's at, but he had made the statement that it was a 30-day period of dealing with the Department of Ecology, I guess, to get an answer. And he said that, and in that letter, he said that he would need it back by February 16th.
And just
Or
for the
15th,
record,
yeah.
are you referring to the SEPA checklist and the commenting
Yeah,
period?
exactly. Yes, we were wanting to know where it was at, and then I had not heard anything, so that's why on February 20th, because they said by February 15th that we would have or 16th we'd have an answer, and I think they replied on the 15th. I don't know exactly on those dates, but I'm pretty sure it's right around there. I was wanting to know where we're at. I hadn't heard anything. I had reached out to them, and just like that respondent says, I reached out to Andrew from the city, and he'll let me know by the end of the day.
And
And just like I wrote in the next, so February 12th,
or I guess here, I'll ask you the
Yeah.
question, Ms. Rita. Did you hear anything in response to your inquiry as to the status and whatever happened with the SEPA checklist?
yeah, no, I never heard, I did not hear anything back. In fact, we go back to that February 12th, which was that tomorrow's the end of the 30-day period. So on February 12th, she said it was the end of the 30-day period. And then on the 20th, I reached out. Do you guys hear back anything on it? So I'm waiting to hear back on anything of what's going on.
And now fast forward to your next correspondence here. If you could flip to exhibit, and you'll go back to A20. And
Okay.
is that a true and correct email between you and Jacob Gonzalez?
Correct, yep.
And according to this email, there is a submission or possible resubmission. Can you elaborate on what your understanding of that was?
Of this email?
Yes, what was meant by submission or possible resubmission that was being looked into by the city? Did Mr. Gonzalez ever explain to you what that meant?
No, it's even in my emails. I could not get proper communication from anyone, which is why I started to involve Mr. Hendren in trying to get as much people as I could to try to get an answer, because I was not getting a response.
So when he says that he's looking into the submission or resubmission, he did not explain that there was a previous permit application and a resubmitted permit application, or provide any other explanation?
No. Yeah, I mean, I just, like I said, he sends out that email, I reply back that it's been a lengthy process, trying to be patient.
And so I'll ask you, that is, by April 2024, had you heard anything from the city
As far as what?
as far as a decision on your permit application?
No, I kept hearing it. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't no.
And referring to Exhibit A019, is that why you contacted the city and had a discussion with Andrew Hattori on April 5th, 2024?
Correct.
And during that discussion, what did Mr. Hattori tell you with regard to your project?
I laugh because it's comical, because I couldn't get an answer from anybody of why. What was going on, or all I heard was that planning, that I'm in this is still, I mean, this is over a year ago.
I guess
Just trying to find a path of moving forward, of trying to find out the right way of how do we. So at this time, by April 2024, I'm noticing all this stuff on my walls. I'm getting kind of impatient. I really want to get moving. I feel that we are having issues with the stability of our wall, with the movement of the wall, and I want to move forward and I want to get it done, and I can't get this path moving forward. And so I'm trying to reach out to him. I tried to go to the building official, Troy Hendren, and I share with him the same information and let him know that I'm trying to, what can I do to move forward? What can we do to get this going? And it's just a delay on everything. And like I said, I'm getting very stressed out by this point and can't get and not finding a way to move forward. That's where I'm at on this whole deal. That's where these emails are going.
Did it seem, based on your conversations with the city, that the city was also interested in moving forward
For a solution?
for a solution? And yes,
I believe, yes. I believe I felt encouraged when I spoke with Mr. Hendren, because he had, explained that he was going to try to get together with Andrew and see if there was a place, through these emails, right, that we're going to try to find a way to mitigate, to get past this. And that's all I was wanting to do. And so I felt that we had an opportunity to move forward to get this thing taken care of. But
you mentioned you felt encouraged. What do you mean by that?
well, on my emails, I'm sharing this information with Troy, and he says he's going to get together with Jacob, right? I'm trying to remember exactly. I don't know what emails we have here, but that he was going to get together with him, talk with him.
With someone else from planning. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes, somebody else from planning.
Just to let you know, you have about 10 minutes.
Thank you. We're wrapping up. So when you discussed with Mr. Hendren, what information did you provide him specifically?
Those pictures that you provided in that was just
Are you
letting
referring
him
to the pictures that you said
the exhibits
damage?
of the failures and what was going on in the movement and that. And I wanted to express, because I know Troy's in the building department, he understands that the urgency that I'm seeing, that I'm having the problems with my property, and that his position, I felt that we could move forward with this.
At this time, when you gave all of this information to the city, did the city ever make any representations to you that you were doing, that you were acting wrongfully?
Wrongfully.
Or that you, let me rephrase. At this time, when you gave all of this information to the city, did the city ever make any representations to you? And again, I'm referring to this April time that you testified to, that you were talking to the city, that you could not, that any sort of decision had been made with your permit application?
I think no, but I mean, it was explained to me that I had the ability to go to a hearing examiner to resubmit. My problem is, we've been dealing with this for over a year, trying to get it to move forward. I am not seeing any kind of movement, and I felt that I needed to get a wall built, and it's kind of also maybe we'll lead to it after a bit, but I was going to say there's many structures that are in this riparian buffer, that there's retaining walls in there that were built in the same period that my wall's done. Another one just got approved for my purposes is I'm building this walls for soil stabilization, and then I have a neighbor that's building this monster wall, retaining wall that's right next to the river that just got permitted in October 15th, that he's building this big swimming pool and encroaching and not even really doing the soil stabilization. I go down to Shoreline Estates, which is just down the way. There's retaining walls all along the river, closer to the water than mine, that have not went through JARPA, that have not went to SEPA, that all these walls are getting done, and mine's not getting done. And then when the complaints come through from certain individuals that go to the code enforcement to come check up on my walls when there's other types of these retaining walls going down, it gets very frustrating on my end, where I feel targeted through the city of Pasco.
Did you document or photograph these
Yes.
neighboring residences? And are those the photographs you provide in Exhibit A-024?
All up and down there. Yep.
And are you saying that these other residents have similar retaining walls as the one that you're being cited for?
Exactly. Yeah, they're all up and down. There's some that are
I'm going
possibly
to object to
closer
this
mine.
line of questioning and these lines of answers, Mr. Examiner. I don't see the relevance of this testimony to the current matter.
Well, the exhibits are a part of the record, so you can testify as to what they are.
And is that what these photographs depict, are those neighboring residences' retaining walls?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you're replacing retaining walls in accordance with the geotechnical engineering report that was provided by Mr. Burry. Did this improve the conditions on your property?
I have no issues with the walls. I have no movement. I check frequently for any kind of cracks, moving. I check my retaining wall for any, like I said, I had pencil marks on it for additional movement. I have no problems with my wall moving.
So the sloughing and the sliding and the gapping and cracking that you referred to earlier is not a problem anymore?
Correct. On my property, correct.
Has this corrected any future needs or any future stabilization measures?
I do not have any other future stabilization issues or needs.
Aside from the fact that we're here present in front of a hearing examiner, is there any, was it your understanding that everything was in accordance with the code? All of the submissions were in accordance with the code and the construction was in accordance with the code?
I felt that I went through all means through the permitting process to get my wall taken care of, through the design, through the testing, through everything else. And my wall was built in accordance with the contract documents, which were inspected by Bear Testing. So I built the wall in accordance, and I understand that I did not have a permit, but I felt that there's an imminent need to have that wall built, those walls.
Real briefly, just have a few more questions. With regard to the construction, did it impact any vegetation to your land?
No, it did not. And in fact, this is nothing more than the pictures that I've sent you of the aerial views, to where none of the vegetation is near my wall. Any neighboring properties, there's a green, you can see it all the way along the river from any kind of Google Maps. It runs all the way along, and I'm not near that.
And is that Exhibit 8-1015 for the record? Right there.
Correct,
If
yeah.
you can just confirm.
Yeah.
And then did this project impact any trails or greenbelt?
There is no trail. There aren't any trails where I'm at. They'd be on a hill. And the green belt was down, it's down closer to the water.
All right. Finally, did the city ever verbalize any issue with your permit and all of your correspondences with the city?
Not understanding that entirely.
To your understanding, who, I guess you know now that your permit was denied, is that correct?
Mhm.
But you did not know at the time of your conversations with the city.
As I was going through the city, I did not know it was denied until I finally, once I found out that there wasn't a path moving forward, when I decided to do the wall. And I had let the city know that I felt that my property was in danger of movement. And the primary problem I have is my ecology block wall that is 40 feet above the water. That is the toe of that retaining wall. I'm sure if we hired bear testing to go out there and look at this wall, the way it was built back in 1993, how it was built and how the toe was on the retaining wall was not the way it is now. And it's, I would just through my 35 years in the masonry industry and being a third generation to be in a bricklayer and knowing construction, I would expect this wall to be down quite a bit, to have the toe of this ecology block wall down there, and had the geogrid or whatever type of reinforcing fabric that would be throughout that. That is not present in the build of the wall. I mean, the slope of that comes right off of that toe. It's not like there's a bunch of, I imagine any of these professionals would think that there would be maybe 5 to 10 feet of this thing buried in the ground before it hits, but it's not. So that wall causes concern. And then all of this other stuff that I built, I feel helps stabilizes that project. And once again, this wasn't a need of aesthetics. Yes, I should be able to use my full property, but it's 14 feet. It's 2 steps of 14 feet. How am I going to utilize that? It's just more of a stability, and it was more of a way to stabilize my soil.
So you did this because you thought the harm and threat of harm to your property was imminent?
100%, and I tried to communicate that urgency to the planning department, to our building, to Mr. Hendren, and everybody. That was my concern. I needed this pushed forward, and I needed to get it done.
I don't have any more questions for Mr. Padilla. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The appellant's time is completed. Is there anything from the city?
Mr. Examiner, if I could have maybe 5 minutes just to look through everything. And I don't anticipate any response I may have to be that hour that I originally requested.
Yeah, you can, I'm going to start your hour right now, and you can have your 5 minutes to look over whatever you want
Okay,
to
thank
do.
you.
You know, the main thing is on the Department of Ecology, and that's the best way to create those. So stuck on that.
All right, Mr. Examiner, the city would like to call Troy Hendren in reply.
Okay? All right, Mr. Hendren, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendren, I think you heard some testimony from Mr. Padilla regarding conversations that the two of you had in, I believe it was in April of 2024. Do you remember those conversations?
Yes.
And can you testify to what was discussed between the two of you?
I think Mr. Padilla is accurate on what he said. It was discussions on trying to get to a finish line. And that's why I replied to him, I think it was out in the hallway, that I would talk to the planning department, see if we could help expedite this a little bit, because he did feel that there was a lot of urgency.
And did you have any conversations with Mr. Padilla regarding the necessity of permitting for these walls?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we've had that conversation a couple times.
And can you kind of explain what the two of you spoke about regarding that permitting?
Well, regardless if the structure or home is failing, we still have to have a building permit and the shoreline permit. And that was discussed. I believe that Mr. Padilla asked, if he could continue on. My response, of course, is kind of a blanket response. Yes, you can, but, and the code allows that, but you have to come in and get a building permit after the next working day. So we kind of discussed that a little bit. I don't believe that we discussed that he was going to start immediately. I think he was weighing out his options.
Okay, and when you talk about constructing work and then coming in the day after to get a building permit, is that for normal work or is that for a different type of work?
Residential building code allows you to do emergency repairs. That is meant more for your water heater is broken, it's cold outside, your HVAC system is broken, so you work on it over the weekend and you get a building permit the following Monday. And I believe that was discussed, but again, I did not give a green light to Mr. Padilla, and he wasn't asking at that time for a green light.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna switch gears on you a little bit. I think you testified this to at the very beginning, but as part of your job at the city, you also manage code enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does the code enforcement department, do they have the authority to issue permits?
No.
Okay. And as part of your role within the code enforcement, are you also familiar with the code enforcement board?
Yes.
Okay. And does the code enforcement board have the authority to issue permits?
No.
Okay. That is all I have for Mr. Hendren.
All right, thank you very much. Anything further?
Yes, I would like to call Tess Cooper in reply.
Once again, if there's going to be expert
Expert-
opinions,
yes.
I want to know about them beforehand.
Understood, Mr. Examiner.
All right, Ms. Cooper, you are still under oath.
Ms. Cooper, does the Army Corps of Engineers have jurisdiction over the shoreline?
They have jurisdiction over in-water work, but not on land work.
Okay. And the walls at issue in this case, are those on land work or in water work?
Those are on land work.
So who, in your opinion, would have authority over the retaining walls at issue in this case?
Authority and jurisdiction falls under the Shoreline Management Act, which is a local government and partnered with ecology.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cooper, I think you also heard some testimony regarding gaps and cracks in the ecology block wall on the property. I guess my first question for you is it your understanding that the ecology block wall is separate from the retaining walls at issue in this case?
Correct.
Okay,
Each structure is its own entity.
okay. And in general, I guess, as part of your role with ecology, are you familiar with, I guess, the appropriate corrective actions for, I guess, various damages and repair to structures within the shoreline?
I'm familiar with what's commonly applied for and used, yes.
Okay, so in your opinion, in your expert opinion, I just want to be clear, I am attempting to elicit expert testimony here. If there was in fact damage to the ecology block walls, what would be the appropriate way to repair that damage?
Would be to either repair the ecology block itself or to replace the block wall in that same footprint.
Okay. In your, once again, all of this is expert, but in your opinion, would the appropriate remedy be to construct new structures?
No.
Okay. And then I think you also heard testimony, Ms. Cooper, regarding temporary walls. Do temporary walls, do they require permits under the Shoreline Management Act and then the local shoreline jurisdictions?
They do. As I testified earlier, there's a big difference between building permits and structures exempt from building permits and shoreline permits. And the purpose for building permits is to review structural integrity, engineering, IRC, and International Residential Code, or IBC, International Building Code. Shoreline permits are for the purpose of making sure that development is in compliance with the Shoreline Management Act, which is providing public access, providing priority to water-dependent uses, and most importantly, making sure that all development in the shoreline jurisdiction meets no net loss. So shoreline permit, whether it's for a temporary structure or a permanent structure, needs to, one, demonstrate need. So the purpose of the geotechnical report or the geotechnical engineer's testimony that there is active erosion and a rate of erosion that is severe enough to cause damage is what we use to demonstrate need. We don't evaluate the engineering and the calculations. Then we make sure that all of the proposed structures and elements comply with the design standards specified in the code. Reason why the Shoreline Master Program has design standards is to minimize impacts, to then help with no net loss. And then thirdly, of course, a no net loss analysis for all shoreline permits must be done, must demonstrate that all impacts have no shoreline impacts, minimize impacts, avoid impacts, and replace impacts if there are impacts. So all of those demonstrate a need, meet all of the design standards, and demonstrate no net loss.
Right.
That is what an approvable that's the purpose of a shoreline permit separate from a building permit.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Cooper. I think you still might be
Just a second,
subject.
there's an opinion in there. So the opinion that I wrote down, at least I wrote it down as an opinion. In this case, the development on the land would be governed by the Shoreline Management Act and not the Army Corps of Engineers. Do you have any questions on that?
I guess, can you just elaborate on what your relationship is with the Army Corps? Does the Department of Ecology have a relationship with the Army Corps when it comes to deciding matters of inland or in-water construction?
Absolutely. We, as we have a partnership with local jurisdictions under the Shoreline Management Act, we have a partnership with Army Corps of Engineers under Section 404 and 401. So for in-water permits, 404, Ecology issues the water quality certificates, which is Section 401 approval. So we have a permit process in conjunction with Army Corps of Engineer permit processes.
And if the Army Corps was evaluating a permit application, is this something that they, for an inland or in-water construction, is that something that they would notify the Department of Ecology on in this sort of collaborative measure?
Absolutely.
And if there was a permit application that went to the Army Corps for an inland construction project, is that something that would be, I guess, is that information that would be provided to the Department of Ecology?
There wouldn't be. 404 and 401 is in-water work only.
Sorry, thank you. Do I need to ask those questions again to make sure that they're on the record?
Yes.
So you mentioned that the you have a relationship with the Army Corps with regard to construction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to in-water construction, if there's a permit that's submitted to the Army Corps, is that information that would be provided to the Department of Ecology?
Correct.
And how can the Department of Ecology ensure that a permit application for an inland construction project is not given to Army Corps?
There would not be construction. The Army Corps does not have jurisdiction over inland work. They have jurisdiction over the McNary reservoir, and in-water work that impacts water. They offset that with, as I discussed, ecological benefits along the shoreline to then protect the water. They don't oversee permits on the land, but they do oversee mitigation in association on the land with in-water work under the McNary plan.
How does the Department of Ecology decipher those two mitigation projects, whether it's mitigation or whether it's a construction project on the land?
A construction project requires mitigation. Mitigation project in and of itself isn't a project.
But that does not mean that the two are mutually exclusive, is that correct?
Again, Army Corps of Engineers has permits, 401 permits for in-water work.
I guess, were you aware that the Army Corps of Engineers had provided Mr. Padilla with approval to proceed with his project?
Can I see written proof of that approval for the on-land work of retaining walls from the Army Corps of Engineers?
Well, that's not the question. The question was, were you aware?
Then no, I was not aware. It would be in our records of written, in our aquatics database for Army Corps permits.
If I could have just a moment, Ms. Kipper, I may have it among my exhibits. I guess I'll ask this. Are you familiar with the Are you familiar with the 1989 deed releasing the flowage easement for the area affecting Mr. Padilla's property from the Army Corps of Engineer?
I'm not, depending, just because you have approval from one agency doesn't mean you have approval from all agencies. Regardless, if you have approval from the Corps, you still need to get approval from all other. So you need an HPA from the WDFW and you need a shoreline permit from Ecology for all work. So whether you have one approval, it doesn't make it authorized until you have all approvals from all agencies. And almost all permits will have that, is the fine print in there, that this is approved by Army Corps only, and you must seek all other approvals from all other agencies of jurisdiction.
Okay.
So I'm not familiar with their requirements for their permitting.
Okay. Thank you. I think with regard to this opinion, Mr. Examiner, I do not have any further questions.
All right, the second opinion that I have is that if there's damage to an ecology block wall, then the options, according to Ecology, Department of Ecology, are either to fix the damage or replace the wall at the same location, but not to build a new wall at a new location.
So you testified to the ecology block on Mr. Padilla's property. Did you view this ecology block yourself?
Well, I just gave you opinion of what the normal repair and replacement under ecology standards is.
That's fine, but did you have a chance to review this ecology block?
There's nothing in the report that, in the application or in the geotechnical report that talks about or specifies analysis of the ecology block wall, so no.
So
It was not included in the approval. There was no request for work done to the wall, so I would not have reviewed it.
you mentioned standards, but you have no way to testify whether that was a viable option for the ecology wall on Mr. Padilla's property based on your lack of any observation
The
of
burden
this
of proof is on the
ecology wall.
applicant. He would have had to been to submit information that that's what he needed.
Fair, but if he's not given that information by the Department of Ecology, then where does he get that information from?
Himself, he said that the wall was damaged and that's where all of the danger was coming from.
I guess
So
if there's
that's
information.
the burden of
No,
proof.
no. Let's let an answer happen and let's not argue.
Sure, I guess I wanted to clarify, if there's information that's outstanding that he needs to submit, where does he, I guess I think we're going out beyond the scope of what
So
I
we
was initially
provide
asking.
pre-application conferences, and we will all do joint site visits, all of the agency, Army Corps of Engineers, WDFW, the ecology, and the local planners, and even the building official will generally meet an applicant on site, walk the site, look at them, talk about it, analyze everything, and give them proper advice beforehand for submitting to an application so they can have it done correctly, designed, and submitted correctly. So that's where they would get the information. He would contact us and ask us, hey, I have this problem. I need to fix it. How should I fix it?
And if he does contact the city and tries to initiate that process and doesn't receive any response,
He can contact Fish and Wildlife, or he can contact Ecology directly. We have technical assistance authority as well.
what do you propose an applicant does when
All right, I'm
Those-
gonna this is getting outside the scope
Well,
of
it really
cross.
is.
it is, but
Ask the question and then I'll decide where it's going to get answered.
sure. What you mentioned that there's this process. What would you propose an applicant do if this applicant does contact the city and says, "Hey, I've got this concern. I've got this erosion that's occurring on my property. I need to do something about it," and doesn't receive any response or any information from the city? I mean, what's the proper avenue then if they're meeting sort of if their pleas are falling on deaf ears?
Yeah, this is open
No,
government.
no. I'm not going to allow the
Okay.
question. It is very speculative. You're throwing out facts that may be in evidence, may not be in evidence. It's an improper cross-examination on this specific issue about her opinion. So I let you go a little bit further than I would have normally, but that question is not going to be allowed.
So I'm just going to go back to my original question because I think we kind of got a little off course from that. You mentioned that the proper course of action would be to replace or repair a damaged ecology block. Is that correct?
Replace or repair an existing structure that you're claiming is failing.
And in this instance, though, you'd mentioned you had testified that that would be the standard with regard to the ecology block, that damage or a damaged ecology block as evidenced by photographs. You specifically said that would be the avenue for replacing the ecology block on Mr. Padilla's.
No, that's not what I said.
Misrepresents her-
No.
I think that totally misrepresents her
That's not what I
testimony.
said.
She said, the question was, what do you do if you have a failing ecology block wall, what are your options? She gave the options. This is my opinion. These are your options. And I'm not going to allow you to take that to, okay, now I'm going to show you these pictures and give me your opinion right now what he could do. That's not going to happen.
I would not like to do that, Mr. Examiner, which I just wanted to make sure that opinion of yours was not as it pertains to the ecology block. Okay, thank you.
I cannot speak to this certain case. I have not reviewed any specific information.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that was sort of the extent of that opinion. Now, with regard to damage and erosion occurring on property, do you,
Oh, wait. We're talking about
well, I guess when it
ecology
causes
block
damage,
options.
yep, when it comes to replacing or repairing a damaged retaining wall or ecology block, I guess, in what circumstance would the Department of Ecology approve the construction of additional retaining walls or additional structures to prevent further damage?
When the need was demonstrated through a geotechnical evaluation by a licensed engineer.
And is it only when the need is demonstrated by a geotechnical engineer study report that would be an allowable mitigation?
We would
Practice.
We are not engineers. We cannot determine that. We rely on the engineer's recommendations.
I'll clarify, because you're not a geotechnical engineer study, without that report, is it your testimony that construction of additional retaining walls or additional structures to mitigate potential damage due to instability would not be permitted by the Department of Ecology without that geotechnical support?
So you need a geotechnical report demonstrating the failure of the one wall, and then you would need a geotechnical saying that the additional walls are also needed as separate structures. Like, we need analysis of the one wall and how to repair that, and then the slope analysis for the additional walls. You would have to demonstrate and articulate why repairing the wall itself is not sufficient, why you would need additional walls. And if you can meet that standard, then it would potentially be approvable.
Mr. Examiner, I have just one follow-up with regard to the jurisdictional question that came up a moment ago with the Army Corps. If I may ask, I have just one question that I realize is probably more appropriate as it applies to that opinion that was provided.
Go ahead and ask it, and then I'll see if it can be answered.
With regard to the jurisdiction that the Department of Ecology has for inland construction, can you explain, because it's within your jurisdiction, why other retaining walls in the riparian buffer surrounding Mr. Padilla's
Objection,
residence-
completely.
No, let her ask.
surrounding Padilla's residence were approved, since that would have been within the Department of Ecology's jurisdiction? And I can just re-ask that if,
So,
Sure,
no. So as I hear this, you're assuming Department of or the Army Corps of Engineer approved an inland development. That's what you're assuming?
no,
Then I'm not going to allow the question.
well, I guess I cannot assume one way or another that the Army Corps, but it's within the Department of Ecology's jurisdiction.
Yeah, no, we're really beating this horse over it. The Department of Ecology she's testified, Department of Ecology has inland jurisdiction, and Corps of Engineer has overwater jurisdiction, unless there's something on the land that's going to impact impact the water, and even then, her testimony was, you still gotta go get a permit from Department of Ecology.
If I may
So-
just rephrase,
You
Mr.
know, okay, we're gonna put an end to this, because you keep coming back to the same questions that have been answered, and you ask them in a different way, and Mr. Padilla, I'm not gonna let you talk, you got a lawyer you're paying a lot of money for, and so you can ask the question, but you're trying to stretch it into something that her opinion was not about.
And so, if I may, Mr. Examiner,
Let's
the
pose the
question,
question to me, and I'll see whether or not it's gonna be answered.
the question is, based on her testimony of, an opinion of jurisdiction, is it safe to assume that if construction is completed, if inland construction is completed, that that would be within the jurisdiction of the Department of Ecology rather than another entity? Whether inland construction, based on what she testified as to jurisdiction, would be within Department of Ecology's jurisdiction and require Department of Ecology approval.
I think it's been asked and answered, but
If-
does Department of Ecology have jurisdiction over landward development of structures or otherwise?
We have jurisdiction and authority, we're not the permit administrators, the local government's the permit administrator. We have a partnership. So the shoreline permits for inland work go to the local government, the city, for permit approval. And ecology sometimes for final approval. And then we both have enforcement authority over that same jurisdiction.
And so I think, Mr. Examiner, well, actually, I think it's been asked and answered.
Okay? Any redirect?
No, Mr. Examiner.
All right. Anything further from the city?
No, just reserving our closing for the written closing.
All right, so let's discuss that. I know we have holidays coming up, but I'm not thinking that we need.
So, Mr. Examiner, if I may, my understanding is that dates for written closing was in the pre-hearing order.
The closing, well, at least I only printed out 2 pages of it. Is there a third page? Um,
There should be, and I have additional copies of.
Okay.
Mr.
Yep,
Examiner,
okay, we have
like-
those. I'm sorry, I didn't print out all 3 pages. So we have Pasco, November 24th, appellant, December 8th, Pasco reply, December 15th, and the hearing examiner's decision by January 5th.
That's correct. That's what the stated on the third page.
Okay, everybody still on board with those?
Yes, Mr. Examiner.
All right. I'm not going to put necessarily page limits on this, but hopefully your arguments will be succinct, as a closing argument should be, and those post-hearing briefing will also be part of the record. I just want to make sure of that. I'll put that in my decision, but I just want to make sure about that. Anything further from the city at this time?
Nothing more from the city. Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
Anything further from the appellant?
Based on today's hearing, Mr. Examiner, you had previously raised an issue that you'd seen. I just wanted to ask if, Mr. Examiner, there was any specific questions or issues that arose today that you would want addressed aside from
I'm not
the.
going to, no, I don't have anything additional to say today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, I appreciate everybody's time today and coming out to the hearing. This hearing is continued for the closing briefing as indicated. The record's, I should say this, the record remains open for those closing briefings, and then will be closed at the submission of the city's reply brief. I will now adjourn this November 10, 2025 meeting of the Pasco Hearing Examiner. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Will serve the 16,000 veterans that live here in Tri-Cities. Don't know when that construction is set to start, but that's really good. So he did want to come and present to council on the services they offer. He did the same with the county commissioners. I told him that I would pass that on to the mayor and for your consideration. So thank you.
We'd love to have that kind of presentation, so thank you. Councilwoman Rojas.
Thank you. Real quick, I want to share that on behalf of City Council, City of Pasco, I participated at the ribbon cutting for the NAACP. They've been in this region, in the Tri-Cities, for 75 years and have not had an office. And so it was this Saturday when they finally made it official with a brick and mortar establishment right in the heart of our downtown. Actually right behind the courthouse. And so Governor Ferguson was present. So it was a huge event. It was well attended by a lot of community members, by a lot of organizations across the state that helped make this a very special commemoration. So congratulations to NAACP. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate you stepping up and representing the city. I saw the pictures online and you did a great job, so thank you very much for doing that. We're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Mr. Mayor, last Thursday I went to the Ben Franklin Transit monthly meeting and we heard the Q2 performance report. We had a very lively discussion on the utilization of progressive design build method for construction of the facilities maintenance building and just really what's going to get the best bang for the taxpayers' money and not leave us hanging in any kind of sense of that. And also, Mr. Drost, the new CEO of Benton Franklin Transit, is approaching his 1-year anniversary. So he gave us a year in review of just really kind of what he came into and the things he's implemented and put into place since then. And he's doing great things there. His leadership, his motivation, his thoughtfulness and ideas are just going a long ways. And then I watched you, Mr. Mayor, give a speech this morning at Sageview High School for their ribbon cutting, and holy cats, what a turnout. Several staff was there. Must have been over 500 people there, if I had to guess, maybe even more. It was the largest ribbon cutting I've ever been a part of, and it was just really good to see the public come out and just be so supportive of a new high school here in Pasco. And if that's not enough, there's another ribbon cutting tomorrow at Orion High School. So that really says something about just the growth and development here. Not too many cities have 2 high schools opening within 24 hours of each other. So yeah, great things happening here in Pasco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. Yeah, I was actually quite shocked by all the people there for that ribbon cutting, but it was a good time. And again, I appreciate your attendance. There were so many people, it was hard to see which other members of the council were there, but again, I really appreciate you coming out. With that, we got Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also attended the NAACP new office ceremony, and I'll just go ahead and say great leadership from Councilmember Barajas, gave a great proclamation. Very grateful for her leadership. It was, like she said, it was very well attended. Tons of people were there. Governor was there. He gave a good little speech and how much the NAACP legal defense fund meant to him in law school and stuff. It was awesome. It was a really good environment, and I was very happy to see that building. I've driven by that building a lot, and I always wondered if someone was ever going to use it. And then when I saw that they procured it, so it was really cool. And again, thank you, Councilmember Barajas. It was really good proclamation.
Well, thank you again both for being there. As for myself, also a very busy week. One of the highlights was attending the Affinity at Broadmoor, the grand opening. Not 55 yet, I'm getting there close, but it's for 55 and up. Kind of like our retirement folks, but retirement community. It's kind of like a cruise ship, only it's on land. It had a lot of great items, as in venue, or not venues, but amenities. That's the word I want. Amenities. From billiard and Irish pub, indoor pool, billiard room, wood shop room, craft room. Seemed like a library, seemed like everything you could think of for active individuals in our community. Affinity at Broadmoor had it. I was blessed to give the speech, and also good turnout. And yeah, I would recommend if anybody's 55 and older and wants entertaining or very exciting lifestyle, to check that out if that's in your wheelhouse. And also today I did attend the swearing-in ceremony for our new city manager, Howard Stewart. It was also good, well attended. And then also the Sageview High School ribbon cutting ceremony. Got a tour of the facility. It's great to see that our high school students get a phenomenal facility that I would have loved to have had as a kid. But it's good that we treat our kids well, and again, hopefully they get the A+ education that we all want our students to get. So with that, I think we'll jump on to, we're going to jump on to item B, which is the presentation, Mid-Columbia Library Annexation, and this is going to be from the Deputy City Manager, Reacha Siddell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. Tonight we have Kyle Cox, who is Executive Director for Mid-Columbia Library here, to discuss a topic of vital importance to our community, which is the value that libraries bring to our community, and specifically Mid-Columbia libraries. And also an important topic of potential annexation of the city of Pasco into the Mid-Columbia Library District. And this would better serve our growing community with significant needs, and growing needs, I would say, which is good because people are reading more. Mr. Cox will be presenting an overview of how the library is currently serving our community, exploring the benefits and challenges of the annexation and the process ahead for both of our agencies. Please join me in welcoming Kyle Cox.
Okay. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As mentioned, I'm Kyle Cox. I'm the Executive Director and Chief Librarian of Mid-Columbia Libraries. We're also joined by Martine Valadez, who's the Chair of our Library District Board of Trustees, as well as Andy Workla, who's also a member of our board. And we have some of our great staff that are also here. Thank you for being here. So, with the brief time that we have, I want to just cover a couple topics, as Reacha mentioned. So, Mid-Columbia Libraries is an inter-county rural library district. We operate under the Revised Code of Washington as a special district that is able to levy property taxes. Public libraries in our state exist to support public education and development. We're governed by a 7-member board of trustees. 2 of our board members are from Pasco, and our mission is to empower people, to support learning, and to strengthen community through literacy, enrichment, and connection. So we're going to do a quick review of library services in Pasco. We're going to go back 115 years ago. So 115 years ago, Pasco began having library service from its Carnegie Library. A lot of communities in the West did. And then 77 years ago, voters created Mid-Columbia Libraries as a special district to serve Benton and Franklin counties. The following year, we started serving cities, with the city of Kennebec first. In 1960, voters approved a bond to build the Hopkins Street Library, which opened the following year. 52 years ago, Pasco began contract with Mid-Columbia Libraries to provide library services. In 1998, voters approved a bond to remodel the Hopkins Street Library, as well as to do some other things. 12 years ago, the West Pasco Library began service. And then next year, we're looking forward to a new library at the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center. So lots going on. As mentioned, at Hopkins Street, we've been serving proudly the residents of Pasco since 1973. This branch Features the largest on-site Spanish language collection in our district. It has heavy usage from our customers on computer use, Wi-Fi sessions, copying, printing, and faxing. We also experience high rates of reference questions here, actually the highest in the district. We're proud of our partnership with Cadlic, who has an on-site community health worker to help support customers as they navigate. They sign up for things. It's been really positive. And this team at our branch is led by Mona Gonzalez. I have a couple quick quotes I'm going to read throughout the presentation, but here's a quote from one of your residents that uses that branch. I rarely read. Libraries were intimidating to me. The Pasco Library is approachable and the staff is super friendly and helpful. I am now a regular visitor and I'm always looking forward to new books. Our second branch that we opened, and we've been proudly serving the people of Pasco since 2013. This library features Eastern Washington's first full-service library drive-through with consistent use. This library experiences heavy collection use, so lots of checkouts and holds that are being satisfied by other libraries in the district. We also see high demand for programs and events at the West Pasco branch. We had 12,000 attendees just at this branch at programs and events in 2024, and the average story time attendance is 40, and our great team is led by Doug Herrickstad, who's over there. Great job, Mr. Doug. You do a great job. A quote from the customers, customer that uses this library. I'm so thankful for our wonderful librarians. Mid-Columbia Libraries, the West Pasco branch in particular, is a safe place for my whole family. My now teens have spent countless hours participating in community events hosted at the library. We do an annual customer satisfaction survey. We really like to gauge what our customers want, what they need, what we could do better on. And what we found was that your residents value their library. And this is 2025. 96% of Pasco residents reported being very satisfied or satisfied with their overall experience in Mid-Columbia Libraries. It's pretty good, I think. We're doing a good job. We have a great staff. As part of our strategic plan, we're focusing on different areas. As part of our community needs assessment, we asked our whole region what they needed, and we responded in like. So literacy and learning is a big focus for us. As with overall experience, Pasco residents highly rate their library and credit Mid-Columbia Libraries with providing excellent resources for their child and family. 98% agree or strongly agree. Helping their kids read more, enjoy learning, and be more confident in their reading, 97%. Supporting learning and development of their child, 95%. Helping their child enter school ready to learn, 91% of Pasco respondents. Some quick quotes. I take my child to the library for story time every week. The library encourages learning for both of us and saves me the cost of always purchasing books. I really enjoy our time at the library. Another customer. It's so nice to see my kids get excited to pick out new books to borrow, and my son has started thinking about new things to learn about. My kids' curiosity and love of reading is growing exponentially because of our library. We're also looking at enrichment and recreation. As with overall experience in literacy and learning, Pasco residents highly rate their library on services for adults and collections for adults, including enhancing their lifelong reading and learning. 97% of respondents strongly agreed or agreed. Enhancing their reading, viewing, and listening for pleasure, 95%. Providing the books and content they want in an accessible and timely manner, 95%. I especially appreciate the wide variety available at my library. These selections have helped me approach values-based conversations with my teenager and have made me a better parent. I found reading for enjoyment again in my adulthood, and I can only thank my library. It's given me a new hobby and some joy outside of being a mom. And these are just some selections of the many comments that we get from your residents. Just looking at savings by Pasco residents in 2024, Pasco residents save over $10 million, the value of the items checked out. That's just in 1 year. That includes $6.5 million worth of physical items checked out and $3.6 million for digital items checked out, which we were talking about earlier is getting more and more expensive. This does not include the cost of programs, events, computers, faxing, Wi-Fi. So this is a very conservative estimate of the amount of money saved by your residents in using their library. They can spend that money on other stuff locally. Quick quote, there's no way we could afford to purchase even a fraction of what our family has read from Mid-Columbia Libraries. The library has made it possible for me to homeschool my children. It helps me learn about any and everything I want to research and understand. Do I want to learn piano? The library has books for that. Do I need help understanding what's going on with our Constitution? They've got books on that. Anything I want to learn, I check my library first. So we're going to do a quick pivot and we're going to look at funding. Mid-Columbia Libraries is one of the 13 largest public library systems in our state. What's interesting, though, is that we are an outlier when it comes to the composition of our funding, as nearly 40% of our revenues come from contracts. We currently have 4 service contracts. Pasco is the largest of the 4. It's important to note that most cities the size of Pasco have already annexed into their library districts, usually quite a few years ago. Pasco is an outlier in that respect. Not good or bad, but just an outlier. It's also important to note that MCL has the lowest total revenue per capita among the largest libraries. That means that we must be lean, efficient, and focus on productivity to keep up with demand. And we're very proud of what we offer. I think we do a fantastic job with great staff, but we definitely run lean compared to other libraries. Considering and looking forward to annexation, we'll talk a little bit more about this. If Pasco annexed into MCL, this would line us up with the standard model of most cities your size in the state. It would offer stable levy funding rather than annual contracts, which are somewhat unpredictable, and would benefit both parties with long-term service planning and sustainability. When you look at levy rates in this neck of the state, you can see that MCL's levy rate is the lowest among neighboring library districts. We're at 23 cents and change. With the current MCL levy rate, Pasco homeowners, if you were to annex in, would pay $23.80 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. According to Zillow, the current home value in Pasco as of last month is $419,686. If this was annexed, if you were annexed, this would translate to approximately $99.90. That would go to property taxes to support the library. It's important to think about for Pasco taxpayers because annexation would bring parity with other annexed cities within the district at a very modest rate. And it's also lower than neighboring libraries. And I will say, pound for pound, we provide a lot more services, content with that low rate. We do a fantastic job. I'm proud of our staff. So, quickly looking at the legal mechanism for annexation, it is well defined. It's pretty straightforward in the RCWs as to how a city would initiate and potentially annex into a library district. The city council initiates annexation via an ordinance. You have the language is actually in the RCWs. At that point, if you chose to do that, you'd be initiating the process. The state librarian would be notified of the ordinance. Then our library board of trustees would pass a resolution on annexation. If they concurred, and I believe they would, it's then sent to the county commissioners. The county commissioners pass a resolution calling for annexation for the next special election date. As far as the actual language that needs to happen, it's a simple majority is all that's needed to annex a city into a library district. Even the ballot language is in the RCWs. You can see that here. Shall the city of Pasco be annexed to the Mid-Columbia Library District? Yes or no? Just thinking about the state of annexation, the last annexation vote in Washington that failed was in 2004 in King County. There have been 30 annexation votes since then, and they've all passed. That's the last one that failed. Specifically looking at resources from our state library, Eastern Washington and rural communities typically vote yes at a much higher rate than urban and Western Washington communities. So just thinking about this, I know you get to consider this as you're moving forward, but looking at the state, the condition of the state, knowing the fact that we have a long-standing relationship, and looking at all these factors, I think that it puts us in a good position if we were to pursue this. So I'm going to end with a quote that also was from your residents that we got this year. Mid-Columbia Libraries has been an amazing resource for my family and me. It's a place that encourages a love of reading, a love of learning, and storytelling for all ages. We're so grateful to have this wonderful resource in our community. Pasco's 52-year service history with MCL, your strong satisfaction and use position us well if we are to pursue this. Annexation is about getting the city into a place where we can sustain what is already working for your residents, and we can bring stability to funding and to futures so that we can do even more. I don't know if we have a whole lot of time for questions, but I'm happy to answer any you might have.
So any of the members of the council have a question for Director Cox? We got Councilman Harpster.
I don't have any questions, just appreciate the presentation and just a few comments. I grew up going to the Hopkins Street Library all the time. And as Doug knows, my family utilizes the West Pasco Library all the time. And I mean, some of our most exciting Friday nights are going to chess club. So I just wanted to make the point that this is a really exciting opportunity for the voters to vote with the way that they voted on surveys to continue funding the libraries. And helps the city balance our budgets in a more efficient manner while still providing services that some of the residents may not have access to otherwise, like internet and reading and or books. And so, the motion that we have later, the language seems strong, notice of termination. That could be a negative connotation, but just want to put it out there for the public's sake that that's just the first step in the process to get us to really an alternative source of funding for this. So appreciate all that you guys do, and the library's here, just an amazing place. I used to spend a lot of time there working during the day to get out of my own office. Then people start saying, hey, aren't you on city council? Can I talk to you about X, Y, Z? And so stay in my own office now, but thanks.
Thank you for that, Councilman Harpster. And yeah, I agree with you. When you're talking about, yes, it's a good thing if we could get the ball rolling on the annexation. So we got Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. How much money would this generate? Do we have a figure?
As far as if you were to annex.
If we were to annex in, and you said it's like 90 some bucks a year?
It's about, so there's a couple of things, because when it votes, my understanding is that it doesn't go into effect immediately. It would go into effect the following fiscal year. So there is a little bit of a guesswork. But I'm assuming, looking at your current AV times our current levy rate, it'd be about 3 million, about there.
Okay. So it'd be a little bit more than what we're paying right now?
Yes. Yeah, because the contract as of right now, you're not paying the levy rate.
Right. So I guess in essence, are we saving money by doing this, or are we essentially asking the residents with their property taxes to pay for this? So I'm trying to, if I'm asking that, let me back up. Is this a sales tax, property tax, we already get money into the city, switcheroo type thing where we're having the residents essentially pay $100 more per year to fund 3 million?
My understanding is that's up to you, in terms of how you want to do that.
Of course.
Like, for example, Kennewick is annexed. It's been annexed for decades at this point. And what that means is that they are paying via their county taxes, the district directly for that value, as you would the port or a school district, et cetera. That's different right now because we're contracted. But as far as how the city would want to do that in terms of with your taxpayers, my understanding is that's up to you as the city council.
Okay, so maybe staff can answer this. Again, I'm just asking these questions because when a lot of the media did a lot of stories on this, people were asking all these questions, so that's why I'm kind of asking some of the ones that I saw. So I guess what I'm asking is, we're not really saving money. We're saving money as a city because right now we pay from the general fund.
That's
going to be my
correct.
question. So that money's sales tax, property tax, right?
That
So
is
it's the same
correct.
pot. Okay. But it essentially would go up. Is that number $3 million, will that go up essentially in years to come? What we're
Yes,
kind of paying for services?
We do have escalation, so I believe next year you're looking at about 3 million. And then that number would go up as the city would grow. There's some composite of growth. So you are going to see that number increase as the city grows with that composite growth number.
Okay. So let me try and land the plane here. Okay. So essentially, if we do this, if we decide to annex and terminate the contract, we can use that $3 million for other stuff that we can get done in the community, roads, things like that, or whatever else we need to pay for.
That is correct. Traditionally, cities either they have their own library and they will have a special library tax, a property tax, as a part that comes into the city. There might be an independent library district, as Mid-Columbia Library is, or a city might choose to use your general fund property taxes, sales taxes, utility taxes, whatever taxes come in, that usually go into the function of public safety, public works, things like that. And you would just add library to that service. And that is where the city of Pasco is. So we do not have a separate line item of a library district levy that comes into the city's general fund. So there would be $3 million about savings per year that the city could use for other purposes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd be in favor of this. I think close to $100 a year, I guess a little less than $10 a month, essentially, for $450,000 home. I think you guys provide some really good services. I frequent typically the one in Hopkins, but no, I think this is a good way to streamline the way that we're funding our services and stuff. And I'm sure you're like, well, it's about time, right? So I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome. Well, thank you. I don't see any other comments. I will say I appreciate your good presentation, Director Cox. And I know growing up, I always wanted to tell everybody I was a cool kid, but I actually spent a ton of time in the library. I loved reading.
You can still be a cool kid and go to the library.
Yeah. Everybody wanted me to watch
You have an army of librarians that'll tell you otherwise.
True. They're like, you don't watch MTV? No, I love the library. So I love reading. I still love reading. It's one of my passions when I have time, which seems to be very little. But again, you guys do a great service, and I have visited your libraries in Pasco, and again, good job. So thank you for that. So I think you're off the hook.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
So with that, we're going to move on to number 10, hearings and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. So we got number A, which is public hearing and ordinance number 4782, Big Sky Developers LLC easement vacation. And this is going to be by Director Haley Miller.
Mayor Mellon, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an easement vacation request for Big Skies Developers, and this will be a public hearing. And some background on this was I'm going to skip ahead and then go back. So this is a photo showing the location there, just east of Convention Drive, and the development to the east of that red line has an easement that was established in the early 1900s by a railroad. So that was a 60-foot countywide road easement, and that is not designated as a purpose for a road. Convention Drive will be used as a right-of-way, but there's a small sliver of 3 feet on the east side of Convention Drive that is not needed and goes into the backyards of the home. So the applicant is proposing to vacate this area of land, and here on the screen is what the city council would use as their approval criteria. And so traffic circulation, since this wasn't intended to be a portion of a road, traffic circulation will not be affected. And the 3 feet was not designated as a public use, and property access won't be blocked, and we won't be creating a situation where there's a landlocked property that cannot access their site. And then as far as the public interest, staff did not view any harm by proceeding with this vacation. And compensation in the appraisal, staff is recommending this be waived because the applicant will be providing additional right-of-way for Convention Drive, that public right-of-way. So given all of that, staff is recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any technical questions you may have before opening the public hearing.
All right. Does anybody on the council have any questions for Director Miller? Councilman Blaisdell, I know I've kind of forgotten about you, but did you have any questions?
I do not.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So with that, we're going to open up the public hearing. Is that correct? I think it's correct. So do we have anybody that would like to speak on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4782, vacating the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by Auditor's File number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. All right, well, if we could grab Councilman Harpster there. All right, and that will bring us on to number 11, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have number A, which is resolution number 4639, providing notice of termination between the Mid-Columbia Libraries and City of Pasco. So I guess we're gonna hit it off to you, Deputy City Manager Rachel Siddell.
Actually, former city manager Dave Zabel is
All right.
going to be
Doing a little
presenting
switcheroo
on
here.
this matter. Thank
Good
you.
evening, Mayor and Council. So as I transition out, I get to revisit this topic with you. We talked about it last, I think. Well, we've talked about it at budget a couple times. I think we first started talking about it this year at least, back in April or late March at your retreat. And as council just had a great presentation from Mr. Cox, appreciate that. So we're here for part 2 to talk about the resolution that would initiate the termination process of the ILA. And I just say I don't think I've ever been in a council meeting where people were excited about terminating an ILA. So thank you for that. But it does initiate a new process. I want to say a couple of things though first, because annexation is not new. Matter of fact, it was contemplated in the 2010 ILA that started all this with Mid-Columbia Libraries, that there was actually a clause in that interlocal agreement that required, or that provided for a discussion between the Mid-Columbia Library District and the city about annexation, and it had to actually happen before 2016. So we started talking about this back in February of 2016. So it's been around for quite some time. Kyle's presentation was very thorough, so I don't want to go through a whole lot about it. I'll say that we renegotiated this in 2022, and we did have a discussion about annexation at that point in time, but taking you back to 2022, it was right at the tail end of COVID, and with a lot of uncertainty and I guess confusion over where things were actually going to go and how long it would last, there wasn't a whole lot of appetite to have that kind of a discussion over a structural change that big. And so the time is right now. I will say that the resolution itself, a little bit about that, it authorizes the city manager to send a termination notice regarding the current ILA to Columbia Library. Basically initiates an 18-month process of exploration with them. Time to negotiate things that we may need to negotiate, having to do with the existing branches and future branches of libraries in the city, and it allows 18 months to get the item on the agenda, to go through the other processes that Mr. Cox talked about that are statutorily required, to allow people to have time to absorb information, the two governments to communicate what's happening and to strategize together. So all to say, this is what's going to happen over the next several months were council to approve this is a pretty well-defined legal pathway. And as Executive Director Cox said, literally dozens of cities have done this annexation over the last 15 years or so. So it's pretty well known. Went through the benefits of it. I will say it does give us it does strengthen us from a regional identity. It transitions the city to a full membership, which is something that we've discussed many times over. There's some long-term cost efficiencies to it. And I do want to address a little bit more Councilmember Peralez's earlier question. The difference is Pasco really isn't paying their full freight right now as a city. So if you look at how when we negotiated this in 2022 and Executive Director Cox and I, our foreheads are just a little bit flatter from that negotiation. And we had a great referee in Chairman Valdez. But that it's basically based on a formula using Kennewick as a framework, and it's population based. So the district is a levy, and it's X cents per thousand. In this case, 23 cents currently. We knew we were going to have a lot of. As a matter of fact, we had a ton of very high cost, expensive industrial on the way. Industrial in itself doesn't use the library. Kind of took the position of bringing on another $5 or $6 billion worth of assessed valuation in industrial. Doesn't really impact the library, but it does in terms of
the library levy rate. Because once that goes in the denominator, you're probably going to see that 23 cents drop, even adding the city of Pasco, at which point the city of Pasco would actually be paying the residents of Pasco, and property owners would be paying the same rate as everyone else that's annexed into the district. So long story short, to answer your question, it does put us on parity in terms of Pasco paying its freight with the rest of the community, with the rest of the members of the district. So with that, staff recommends approval of Resolution 4639. And any questions of council?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing any, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
I move to approve resolution number 4639, authorizing the city manager to serve a notice of termination of the interlocal cooperation agreement between the city of Pasco and Mid-Columbia Libraries.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilwoman Brown, or not Browns. Don't know why I said that one. Sorry about that. Barajas. Getting a little embarrassed on that one. So if we get all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Aye. So with that, motion passes unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, which is a quasi-judicial ordinance number 4783, the Webster Court rezone from RS20 to R1. And again, that's going to be Director Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight before you is another presentation on libraries. Thank you. So tonight before you is a rezone from a property that is located over at Argent and Road 84, and it's about an acre in size, and it's referred to as Webster Court, and the applicant is proposing to go from RS20 to R1 zoning. Here's a photo of the site. It's surrounded by other single-family residential uses, and the applicant is proposing to go to R1, which gives a little more flexibility with unit types and lot sizes, and the low-density residential range for this property is 3 to 6 units. Here's a zoning map showing the designation by the comprehensive plan land use map, which is low-density residential. And the next slide shows the existing zoning, which is surrounded by RS20 properties, and this property is proposing to go to R1. And here are the requirements for a zoning petition, and staff has verified that all of these items have been met. And this is the process where we're at, and at the very end of the process. So this has gone through the petition, public noticing process, and then a public hearing with the hearing examiner. And then the findings and recommendation are included in your packet. And tonight before you, we are finalizing this step and asking council to consider approving this rezone. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, I did want to switch it over to Mr. Erickson, or Ferguson, sorry. I don't know what it's up today. I thought I was on a roll.
That's all you need to do.
I was on a roll, and all of a sudden, something threw me off.
No, absolutely.
But, if we could.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right. Thank you for that, Eric Ferguson. So back to Haley Miller. Does anybody in the council have any questions for her? I had a question, so for staff or probably more Eric Ferguson. So like on our comp plan, you know, we're supposed to obviously be promoting heavy infill in the city of Pasco. I mean, obviously that's the goal. So on this one, if you look at it, there's, you know, houses all around it that have like 1 acre lots, and we're supposed to represent our district. But when you're changing the district like that, you know, obviously I'm not against that kind of change because, you know, obviously you have house, very beautiful houses, nice yards. They all have 1 acre lots. If it was to say, hypothetically, if it was to pass, like say it was, we were to vote this down, what then happens, I mean, when we're on a council going against our comp plan? I mean, I kind of know the answer, but I would like you to maybe clarify it for people if that were to happen.
Sure. So essentially what you're saying is that there's the requirements that Ms. Miller previously mentioned. It would essentially be that, so how this process has gone is that, you know, as it's gone through its the particular steps, it's gone to the hearing examiner. The hearing examiner made findings and conclusions and has based a recommendation on those findings that it does meet the requirements that, and the biggest really one is what you allude to, that it is consistent with the comp plan. So in other words, that when you went through, or when the council went through that process of designating the areas in their comp plan, their comprehensive plan, this is consistent with that. So that is a really, that carries a lot of weight in the sense that as a preliminary matter, you can't do something that's inconsistent with your comp plan. But if that doesn't mean necessarily if it's consistent with your comp plan that you're bound to approve the rezone. What it means, though, is that then you would need to come back in a closed record hearing setting and then go through that process, look at the record that went in front of the hearing examiner, discuss that, have the same parties that were allowed to speak at the open record hearing be able to address the council, and then if you decided after that you wanted to move forward and make your own findings separate and apart from what the hearing examiner did, you could do that. But I'm not going to lie to you. The hearing examiner is very good at this and does a good job for us to make sure that that he's following the rules. And so does that mean necessarily that you're bound by his recommendation? Absolutely not. But I do want to caution you that that there would have to be some reason that the council believed didn't meet those requirements that Ms. Miller laid out before on this matter. So we can go. I think we could probably go back and go over those if we needed to. But the long and short of it is, it's a pretty heavy lift to not go forward with the hearing examiner recommendation. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's usually not recommended, but the comp plan carries a lot of weight, especially with regard to rezones, because essentially you've already said the council has already said what they think this zone should be. So you really would be going uphill.
All right, well, thank you for that. Again, it's very difficult. I mean, obviously I know this area because this is my district. I know exactly where these are because my kids went to Livingston for a while. So it's extremely hard. I mean, it feels like we're bound to vote a certain way, but, you know, in our hearts, we want to vote a different way. So I thank you for that clarification. So with that, I'm asking Mayor. I'm sorry, we have.
Oh, you're good. I just have a comment, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Director Miller, I've scrolled through this a few times. I saw a few letters that some residents had sent in denoting their various reasons for disapproval of wanting to see this happen. Was there any I missed here that were also submitted to the hearing examiner, or was it just those? Were those the ones we saw from these? I think it's 3 or 4 residents here.
Yes, I believe that is all the letters. It looks like there wasn't anyone in attendance at the hearing.
Okay, and that's what I
those were
couldn't
the
find.
written
Thank you.
comments. It looked like from 4 people, and maybe 2 of them lived with each other or had the same last name. So
Okay, thank you.
yes.
All right, well, with that, I'm not seeing any other questions. So, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can we get a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4783, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sargent Road and Road 84, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay, and I'll be the nay. All right, so, and did we hear from Blaisdell? Okay, so it was a 6-1.
She voted yay.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear that, so 5-1, I'm sorry. Can't do my math today. All right, so we'll move on to number C. Ordinance number 4784, carryover funds for capital projects from the 2023 to 2024 biennium. And we got interim director Garcia. Or Regis Sedell.
Yes, Mayor. Go ahead, Griselda.
Okay. Good evening. Yes, I'm here remotely. Last week we shared the list of the projects that were active at the end of 2024 with available budget, which we were requesting to carry over into the current biennium. And tonight we are seeking approval of the ordinance to formally carry over that budget authority into the current biennium.
All right, well, thank you for that. Do we have any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any, so if I could get a motion, the Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4784, amending the 2025-2026 biennial budget, ordinance number 4750 of the City of Pasco, Washington, by providing supplemental thereto to provide for additional appropriation from the carryover of the prior year budget to complete capital projects and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
So we got a motion, we got a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we got a second by Councilwoman Barajas. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, passed unanimously. We're going to go on to D, which is resolution number 4640, enacting the City Council speed limit setting policy, 3 minutes by Deputy City Manager Richard Sedell.
I will pass this on to our twice former city manager again,
All right.
Dave Zabel.
Well, good evening again, council and mayor. And before you again, hopefully to wrap something up we've been talking about for a while. We've had a couple of starts on this speed limit setting policy. And as council is keenly aware, I mean, the authority to set speed limits rests with the council. But there's a couple ways in which you have authority. And this policy delves into both of those. In developing a speed limit policy, I think the underlying thing we need to think about is you're basically setting a speed limit for a road under ideal conditions. In doing so, you want to take into account a lot of things. They call it context sensitive, and Councilmember Perales, last time we talked about this, was very keen to this idea, and so some of our earlier drafts maybe were more from the consultants in particular, perhaps a little bit more leaning towards 85th percentile and 50th percentile of traffic. Yeah, those are things that are hugely important in a traffic analysis, but so are presence of curbs, crash data, lighting, intersection design, pavement conditions, any number of things that can impact the safety of a vehicle traveling on a public roadway. And so we kind of worked through some of those earlier renditions, sent one out a couple weeks ago to council for council comment, and we did receive some comment back, and so you have a red line version of the changes that were made as well as a clean copy in your packets. I don't have a whole lot more to add other than I think the one thing, and I think it's really important for the public to understand this, is council has some amazing authority on non-arterial streets, but that amazing authority comes with one action you can take without a traffic engineering and analysis or investigation, and that is to lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. Probably not necessarily a popular thing to do, except in a few maybe limited circumstances. And even in that case, the policy would provide, and mirroring state statute, that you could raise it back up to the previous speed limit if you do that within a year. If you wait longer than a year, then you need a traffic investigation and analysis. So for arterial streets, that's just something the state statute requires. So
And hopefully there's the public's out here listening in this. Council really doesn't have the authority to be able to just acquiesce to a request to raise the speed limit from 30 to 35 or lower it from 40 to 30 because a neighborhood might feel that way. It certainly might start an investigation. I mean, that's up to council to determine, but it could certainly start an investigation and the kind of study that it would take to support council making that kind of a decision. But council can't do that without an engineering analysis of that kind. So I don't know, unless the council has some questions about the policy itself. I don't know that I really need to add a whole lot more. Recommend council approve the policy by passing a resolution.
All right. Thank you for that. I know we've gone over quite a lot, but let's start off with the questions with Councilman Morales.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Yeah, I just had a couple. I mean, there's a couple hills I want to die on with this thing, but I think the frequency of the reviews needs to be changed. I'm not in favor of the 3 to 5. I'd rather see like 2 to 4. And I only say that because a lot of things change, traffic volumes, like you said, crash data, land use we're developing. It may not be the staff's appetite to do it more frequently, but I think we should rather than wait. And so that would be one of my asks would be to change that portion in the policy. Next, I have a question in regards to the 12-month reversion. What does that actually mean when it says it needs to be, if we don't like what we're seeing, so we have to change it, we can change it back within 12 months?
Within 12 months, to the speed that it was.
Okay.
To the speed that it was.
I guess I don't have really a problem with that. I sometimes, at first what I wanted was, let's say we kind of just wait it out a little bit. If there's a way where we can divert from having to actually do an engineering study after that 12 months, if we still had a little bit of control. But I think you had said that statute was pretty clear that if we waited over 12 months that we'd have to actually do an engineering study.
Yes, it's unfortunate. I mean, most of us, common sense would say council heard from the neighborhood, people didn't like 30, so we lowered it to 20. 20 is maybe too slow, let's try 25. Can't do that. Got to raise it back to 30 or do a traffic analysis.
Okay. And then
that's not on the council, it's not on city code, it's state statute.
Okay. I think the other issues, I know there's a plank in here. I want to make sure that it talks about like road design. We've gotten a couple emails today. It didn't specifically say speed cushions, speed humps. And so is that section rather broad that could essentially be implemented?
That would be part of the engineering
Okay.
investigation.
So it's not precluding any of that stuff that's not stated in there. Okay. Yeah, I think other than that, I really didn't have an issue with it. It was a lot better. The current version is a lot better than what was presented months ago. But again, I think my biggest thing would just be the frequency of the reviews from 3 to 5. Instead of 3 to 5 back, I would like to see 2 to 4, unless, so that'd be my ask of the council if we can change that portion. Other than that, I think this is a good policy. We've kind of beat it up to death, and so I think this is a pretty good thing to build on. So, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, my comments, or what I have to say is more of a comment. It's along the lines of what our former city manager, Dave Zabel, was really reminding. This was for me kind of an exercise of frustration and futility, because this is one of those things you get on council and you say, hey, here's my chance to make a difference. We're all commuters, like you said. We are the local government, and we should be able to enact change, and to find out that we are literally handcuffed so much by state statute. And on one hand, I get it. We want continuity within the state of Washington, that you go to various areas and there's a general sense of the traffic laws haven't drastically changed. But on the other law, the principle of subsidiarity says government at the most local level possible is the best. And another way of saying it, the further you get away from a problem, the harder it is to fix it. So for people, in Olympia, because that's where that happens, to make decisions about how we set our speed laws in Pasco was very frustrating. Because again, you get elected to office with this, the ideals of how you want to make a difference and change. And this was one of those areas that kind of we ran into. this is a terrible pun, pardon the roadblock we ran into, but, you know, I'm grateful staff brought this as far as we did. I'm grateful to residents who raised this so we could explore this and flesh it out and get it better, but I was sorely disappointed how much we were really handcuffed by the state, as our former city manager brought out, so.
I mean, 4.5 decades of public service, I don't understand that one either. But I will say that probably what got Olympia working on policies like this is because other communities may not have been as judicious in how they set speed limits, you know. So they're trying to put some safeguards in there, and every good intention has unintended consequences, I think, so.
Tough cases make bad laws. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's move on to Councilman Harpster.
No questions, just a few comments. One, as Mr. Zabel stated, you know, there is a process to follow here, and I remember when we first started discussing this topic, I think it was a consensus of most of the folks up here, like, let's vote on it tonight. And then after a little bit of research, realized, hey, there's a process which includes getting a policy in place, which is what we're doing this evening. And so that makes me very comfortable. I like that roles and responsibilities are defined in here between City Council and Public Works Department. It you know, makes me think of, it just wouldn't be my place to tell Public Works what I want in a certain area, similar to I wouldn't tell, you know, Chief Crowley-Roski how I think they should do their training or whatnot. So I like the rules are defined, and then also like that the policy details the need for studies and data in many situations. Somebody made the comment, you might have neighbors who want something in particular, but if the studies and data don't support that, then there may not be a need for it. This gives us the authority to sometimes have an exception, while also still following I think proper procedures to get to that point. And then just want to give thanks to Public Works and Mr. Ferguson and his staff for the efforts and work on this. I know probably wasn't fun or easy or just a joyful thing to work on, but appreciate the efforts nonetheless from both of you. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that, Councilman Harpster. Do we have any comments by Councilwoman Blaisdell?
No.
All right, and we have Councilwoman
I was
Ross.
waiting for everybody to speak.
All right.
I just want to say exactly what Councilman Harpster is just said. I agree totally on that situation. We need to, although we want to come into a position within City Council to make change, positive change that improves the quality of life of the residents in our city. We also need to keep in mind that there's experts in subject matter, and we need to follow council. We need to follow Mr. Ferguson in this case advice. We have people in place because they are experts, and we should follow their counsel, not only to do what's right by the residents, but also to avoid getting into a situation of liability, because we, as individuals, probably coached or, you know, we want to do something right by our neighborhoods, our districts, and then we end up doing something wrong for the rest of the city. So again, let's follow policy, let's follow the counsel of the experts and our legal system. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I did want to go back to Councilman Prowlis' idea. I know we talked about 3 to 5, and he was asking for 2 to 4. Was there any members of the council that wanted to support an amendment to that, or do we want to leave it as is?
If he restate that one more time.
I think Council. Well, I'll let Councilman Prowlis.
The context would be like if there's issues with something or with the speed limits, I think having more periodic review, so like 2 years would be better than waiting like 3 to 5. Because I don't like the whole 3 to 5. It seems kind of arbitrary, depending on what staff members we have. So I figured more periodic review. I mean, I can give you a laundry list of things that we should have been reviewing, right? I think we've already demonstrated that. So I think it's okay for us to kind of bump it up a little bit in case we do want to review some of the speed limits around here. So that was my thing. I didn't like 3 to 5. So I mean, if you think about it, with the whole 12 months, sometimes things can shake out. It takes time for people to change their behavior. Maybe a year, maybe over a year, you would see a change, and then maybe up to 2 years, something different. So that was my thinking on it, at least, but, just a little bit sooner, and that's it.
All right, so Councilman Harpster?
Yeah, I would just want to know from staff or Mr. Frickson where the 3 to 5 came from in the first place.
So that comes from previous experience of our deputy public works director who used to be a traffic engineer. So that's the type of policy she's seen in other cities. But I think that it also includes the words as needed, which really gives us the ability to shorten that period as you may see fit.
I think we do have places in our community where you might wind up with a quicker review necessary because, we're growing up to the north and out to the west quite a bit. There's things that have happened in the east part of town with industrial development out there and PM peak hour traffic changes that could push. So I think having that as needed piece in there is really helpful because even Court Street, which we were talking about earlier, 3 years from now when maybe there's some things going or have gone vertical and are operational out in Broadmoor and as well as the condominium units just the other side of 182. It may not be 3 years before we need to look at that stretch again. So I think having that as needed piece as conditions change, you also have widening and things like that are happening where you might have a lower speed limit on a road because it doesn't have shoulders, might have bar ditches next to it because today it's a road that maybe not safe to go faster on with a lot of traffic, and development occurs and now you have 38 feet of pavement, curbs and gutters, street lights, those kind of things that maybe you can raise pavement up or the traffic up on that. It isn't always about lowering. It's about efficiency.
Yeah, that answers my question. I think I'm good with it as presented with the as needed language in there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll just say, I think if I'm taking you for your word, I'll call you back. I will.
I know.
Like he said, as it's actually if warranted. So no, I think if that's the context, then like I said, I'll make a mental note and written note here, and if an issue arises in the community, I'll just kind of hold our staff's feet to the fire if we have to do something like that. I'm okay with that. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification on that. If I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
I move to approve resolution number 4640, adopting and approving the city council speed limit setting policy.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
All right, so again, passes unanimously. Let's go on to number E, which is resolution number 4641, adopting a commitment goal to reduce fatal and serious injuries by city roads by 50% by 2040. And again, this is going to be now by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is a continuation of a presentation provided 2 weeks ago by DKS consultants. Ms. Sullivan provided a broad presentation. We actually have it available if you want to review any of it, but ultimately the task at hand tonight is action on setting a goal for the plan. And during the discussion, during the council meeting, there was somewhat consensus on bringing forward a reduction of fatalities and injuries as the goal to 50% of the current rate in a certain timeline. During outreach events, which happen in the following nights and days, both online and in person, there were suggestions, and I believe one of the council members suggested a modification to that year. So what you have in your packet tonight is two alternatives for the goal setting. One is a reduction of 50% of fatal and serious injuries in crashes in city roadways by the year 2040. That is motion A. And motion B is very similarly a 50% reduction of fatal and serious injuries in city roadways, but the difference is that it would be set for the year 2035. So really the only difference is the year in which we are aiming to achieve that 50% reduction. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, do we have any questions by council? We'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Yes, I was the one raised that because I'll be honest with you, I thought what was originally presented to us was, I just thought we could achieve better than that. And I appreciate Councilman Perales really challenging us for more. And I thought this kind of met in the middle. And I did see that the outreach group, even at National Night Out and everything, doing their job, maps open, ready to answer questions and all that. And I appreciated that. The one question I do have about this is, wasn't just remind me from the prior presentation, the 2040 number was predicated on some funding or something? Would you remind me of that, please?
Yes, the 2040 year tied with our current transportation system master plan. So it was in a way tied to our existing planning document and potential set of projects. With that said, we are underway with an update to our transportation system master plan, which may disalign with these dates because those plans are typically 20 years. So understanding that there is some variability to that plan coming forward, we thought when we discussed it with our consultant that it was a good idea to bring forward both alternatives.
Okay, thank you so much for the reminder. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other lights. So, yeah, again, both options are very good, and I will say hopefully one of these days we could have all stop signs with the flashing lights, because there's quite a lot in Pasco where you come up sometimes to the stop sign and you don't see it until the last second. So, but yeah, I'd love to see serious injuries reduced by 50% or 100%, but I will let Mayor Pro Tem Grimm decide on which one he would like to push forward first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve Motion B, Resolution Number 4641, adopting a commitment goal to reduce fatal and serious injuries on city roads by 50% by 2035.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Again, this one passes unanimously. Appreciate that. We're going to jump to number 12, which is unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything, which should move us on to number 13, which is council appointment process for council position number 4, voting district number 4, and we are going to have a report by Assistant City Manager Angela Pashon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you this evening is a report regarding the appointment process for the council vacancy in District Number 4. The vacancy was created by the recent resignation of Councilmember Pete Serrano on August 10th of 2025. In accordance with Pasco Municipal Code and Washington State law, the responsibility of filling this position is now with you. And the qualifications to be appointed to fill the vacancy are the same as those required to be elected for the position. So one is residency within Pasco and within District 4, and then be a registered voter. As former Councilmember Serrano is the sole candidate on the ballot, and if elected, will need to resign again following the certification process. So this initial process would be for filling his current vacancy until the end of this year. Staff is ready to publish the application and begin marketing the vacancy process, but staff is seeking some council direction on procedural elements, including how long you would like to hold the application process open for. Based on that, we could staff can provide some recommendations, but would like to know if you would like to hold the scheduled interviews during a council meeting, and if so, would you like to start early? And then the timing of the appointment, would you expect the selected incumbent to begin the night of the interview or the following week? So look forward to discussion.
Well, I have my druthers, but I'd love to hear from the dais. So let's start with Councilman Harpster first.
Sir, can you repeat the second thing you wanted to know was if they should start that night or the subsequent meeting? What was the first point?
So the first point is how long do you want to hold the applications open for? Mm-hmm. And then it was the date and time for public interviews. So would you like to hold it during a regularly scheduled council meeting? And if so, do you want to start early? been through a couple of these, I think, in the recent years. So I think a couple on council might recognize that opportunity. And then, yes, the timing of the appointment, when you would actually have them start.
Okay. Yeah, my recommendation would be start the application, open the application now, and do it for 2 weeks, and at the next regular council meeting 2 weeks from now, have the interviews at that meeting, and that person start that evening. I believe that's what council did with Ms. Blaisdell about 2 years ago, and that seemed to work well. I think the sooner that we can get it done, which is that process I just outlined, the sooner District 4 can have representation once again. And I apologize, my mic wasn't on for any of that, but I think you all heard me because I saw heads nodding, so thanks.
All right. And I know Councilman Perales was second, so let's go with him.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you have any historical, record of how long the application was previously open for the other appointments?
Typically, I believe we've held it open for 30 days.
Okay.
And then give staff a little bit of time, and we need to make sure, one, they qualify. They live in the district. And then do you all want to review the applications to select top candidates, or do you want to ask everyone to come in? So if you get 20 applicants, would you like to interview all 20 applicants?
Okay. For the recruitment time frame, I would say 2 weeks. I say we review all the applicants and we narrow it down to 3 or what have you, and then we can interview them in open session like everyone else has, and then we can appoint them at a future meeting. They would start that night before, we would swear them in.
Basically, that was my same talking point. Yeah, I agree with Harpster, but however, I would extend 2 to 3 weeks just to make sure that we give enough people the opportunity, making sure that there's an intentional outreach to make sure everyone in District 4 knows that there's an opportunity. And I do have a question. This is to serve until December and not until the next general election?
Correct.
So if I can add a few points of clarification. So essentially, this is a precarious or an unusual situation, I should say. So essentially what will happen is there are 2 things going on. There is the end of Councilmember Serrano's previous term, which ends December 31st of this year. So that is essentially what you're hiring for, that position, and that position will expire then. It is not clear what will actually take place. Well, we do know a couple things. We do know that, well, it depends on what happens with the election. We know that Councilmember Serrano is the only person who is going to be on the ballot. A write-in candidate could prevail, and unusual, could prevail, and that person would then assume the seat on after the first of the year. So they would go through the normal seating process. If Councilmember Serrano wins essentially in absentia, because he's still on the ballot, he will not take the oath, and therefore by default the seat will remain vacant as of January 1, 2026. At that point, the council would need to go through the process, the same process that is in your council rules, and you'll need to go through that process for another 30 days and decide if that person, who you select for that position. That position would then be held for another 2 years until 2027, and then that person could either decide to run or someone else could run. If they decide to run, that person will hold the position for another 2 years, and then the seat would come up again. So it is a weird kind of series of processes, but there would be 2 appointment processes, completely separate processes. You wouldn't be able to roll them into one because of the fill-in, the writing candidate, which thanks to Mr. Harpster pointed that out to us. So which was fascinating. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation.
Mr. Ferguson, question to follow. Does council have the opportunity to wait until elections?
That's a great question. So we looked at that, and yes, you do. Yes and no. So the state law says that you have 90 days from the date of vacancy to fill the position. If you don't fill the position, then the county commissioners fill the position for you. If the county commissioners don't fill it for, I think, another 120 days, or if it is included, I'd have to refresh my recollection there, then essentially it goes to the governor, and the governor fills the position. So none of that's going to happen because the clock is going to run out. As much fun as that does sound, I'm kidding, but my point is that the clock is going to expire November, was it, when did Mr. Serrano? Last Monday, so 10th, but essentially November 10th. And the county commissioners could potentially be able to appoint someone as a council member for you for the remaining meetings of the year. Not sure how many of those you're going to have, but obviously that's something that would be up to the council to decide whether they want to move forward with or not. But yeah, there's no mandatory. It's not like you're going to get fined if you don't appoint somebody. It just would go to the commissioners.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, and I guess just one more follow-up on that. So, and because of the timelines given, I think I saw 180 days in there. Technically, if we didn't appoint and they didn't appoint, it would just be one appointment come January, correct? Because that would be within the scope of the time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But you would not have any authority to prevent the commissioners from appointing somebody.
Of course. Just maybe the word please, but no, anyways, I would probably agree with what Councilman Harpster said about, 2 weeks. And I think they should be seated immediately too. I think that's what, when I was in the audience, I think what I saw for Councilwoman Blaisdell is she was seated that night. And so I think that would really be the way to go. So yeah, I think we need to get rolling on it sooner than later, as Councilman Harpster said, so District 4 can have representation up here at the dais, and that's what I think.
Well, thank you for that. We got Councilman Harpster again.
Yeah, I was just in response to Mr. Prowlis' suggestion that we narrow it down to 3 or so out of however many applicants we get. I would support that as well, just so we're not spending hours here interviewing everybody, and then especially if we decide they're going to take the seat that night, that's taking up a lot of people's time. Instead, we can just take up 3, and I think that respects their time, allows us a chance to review applications ahead of time and be better prepared. So I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, and now we go into Councilman Perales.
I'll be brief, Mayor. Yeah, I was just gonna also say, yeah, I'd be okay with like starting early, and we can do the interviews like before the actual meeting, and then if we appoint them, then we can kind of start fresh, appoint them, and then go from there. Yeah, I'm looking at the timeline. I think 2 weeks would be sufficient if we start advertising it tomorrow. Then Labor Day we won't be there that Monday, right? Council will be the next Tuesday, right?
Correct.
So I mean that'd be 2 weeks, and I think that's more than enough time. There's no reason to really wait on this, and so I think that we already were talking about this last week to an extent. Just come on, let's go ahead. We know this whole song and dance. I mean, we've had a couple of appointments in the past couple of years, so it's not that difficult to understand.
Well, I think we're all on the same page, and I agree with my other council members. So if you kind of maybe give like a quick rundown. So if we did it like 2 weeks from today, then would we like have to have a special meeting where we actually went over the applications, or would it just be like the Mayor Pro Tem or myself come in, or would we need like a group to actually go over that and then give them time to come in to interview? Or
I believe how it's been done before is through an executive session.
Okay.
And so reviewing candidates that way. If you do the 2 weeks, with the second being where they're due, you would need to wait until the following meeting basically to have your executive session. We'd want to at least run through and make sure that those applicants are eligible for you all.
Okay.
And so we would be looking probably at the 8th for you all to review those applications. And then the 15th to have interviews come in.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're all in agreement. I don't know if Councilman Harpster has something else to say.
Hey, I just had one more question I remembered. Sorry. The questions that will eventually be asked of the applicants by council in open session, those, I remember a couple years ago, I think those are written by staff or by legal. In referring my question there, we can't just ask random questions like, what do you think about PBS losing funding? Or
We prefer not, but I would say usually there is a standard list, and each council member has a specific question so that all candidates are being asked the same.
And those questions are?
Generally, I believe they are provided by staff, but with legal support as well.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
And if I can just add real quick to what you just said, Angela, generally questions are provided by staff, approved or run over by Mr. Ferguson. But if you have a question in particular, and just to make sure that you continue to ask that question to all the candidates, I would suggest submitting it. That way it's in writing.
All right, well, Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, just to clarify, I want to make sure, because we've had some changes in the law recently down in Walla Walla with regard to executive sessions and voting and those types of things. So we will nail down we understand that what the preference is, but we'll do our best to understand whether that is something that can actually take place in terms of winnowing down any potential applicants. It may be a decision of you take applications, you look at applications and discuss those in executive session, and then come out and make a vote. Somebody makes a vote, or you come out and you interview all the candidates. So it may be one or the other. So I'm not sure we can go into executive session. Narrow it down in executive session, because that would be looked at, I think, as a final decision in executive session. So we'll have to figure out what the dance needs to be, but there has been a little change there, so we'll figure it out though.
Okay. Well, sounds good. That's why you get the big bucks. So, all right. I guess we got.
I will be real quick. I mean, we haven't really. I mean, we've done this quite frequently. So, what was the process last time? Did the council come out and nominate 3 people?
Nope. Everybody got interviewed.
Oh, everyone did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever been.
Okay.
That's what I'm aware of.
All right. Not everyone. With that, well, let's go on to number 14. We got miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything from our city manager?
Well, they go first.
Yeah, city manager or staff?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Obviously, today being the first day on the job, I don't have a whole lot to report to you this evening, other than it's been a great first day. I enjoyed attending the ribbon cutting at Sageview today and seeing the great turnout there, and getting to know staff, and just kind of getting set up with computer and technology and all those kinds of things. So I promise a more comprehensive update at the next council meeting. But it's great to be here. I'm excited. I've been impressed with the council, the staff, and the citizens that I've met, whether through the interview process or house hunting or even just here on the first day. And so I'm very optimistic about the future, and I look forward to working beside all of you, and would invite any of the citizens that have an open door policy, and would love to meet with any citizens that just want to know their government better and the role of city manager and those kinds of things. And también hablo español, entonces les invito a visitar conmigo. So, thank you.
All right. So thank you for that, City Manager Stewart. Looks like that's all we have as far as your light's still on. So I assume you're done. Okay. Councilman Bras.
Thank you. I basically, as we were talking, we checked off several things on my list. But 2 reminders. Orion ribbon cutting is happening tomorrow, 1901 East Salt Lake. And completely removing my hat off of the city council person, you're going to encounter a lot of social groups. Kiwanis and Rotary are out there selling duck race tickets. Please remember to buy a ticket. A lot of the proceeds, or the majority of the proceeds, go to nonprofits that help the community. So you're investing back into the community. By the way, I am selling tickets, so you can find me at Yokes one of these days. But thank you. Just wanted to share that.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm selling duck tickets as well. If I don't sell them, I have to buy them all myself, so that part's kind of bad. But anyway, I appreciate you that little plug. Got Councilman Harpster.
I did already buy my duck race tickets from Councilman Bras. So. I don't know how that bodes for me now that we have a new mayor. I did just want to welcome Mr. Stewart, and was thrilled to learn that he was going to be starting early, and so we go straight from 1 interim into now having a permanent city manager instead of 2 interims, and just really looking forward to the future. Glad to have you here. And we got 1 heavy lift out of the way, now another, and then another coming end of year. So it just keeps coming, but we can do it. Thanks.
Well, thank you for that, Councilman Harpster. And yeah, so I did want to say a few words for our former city manager and interim, Dave Zabel. He's in the back. He's, again, an amazing individual, a guy that you could always count on. I'm going to be sad to see him go. It was kind of like going back to high school in a way. You meet somebody and then you go back and there he is again. So it was quite the surprise to see you again, but I really appreciate your leadership. I appreciate everything you've done for us, and can't say enough about what a good friend you are, and your work ethic and how you handle yourself is very, very awe-inspiring, put it that way, to put it mildly. So again, thank you for everything you've done. I don't know if anybody else would like to go with Councilwoman Barajas, since she's been on here just as long as I have, for 8 years, so.
Dave, I already sent you an email. I'm not going to read the email because then we'll cry. But thank you so much, and we're going to be in touch, so you're not getting rid of me anytime soon. And I forgot, bienvenido a Ciudad de Pasco.
All right. Thank you for that. So again, thank you for your service. So we're going to move on to 15, and I think the executive session is no longer there, correct? All right. So with that, we'll jump to number 16, which is beautiful words. We are adjourned. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco's workshop meeting. It is Monday, August 25th, 2025. The council thanks you for being part of our city government at workshop meetings. The council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Harpster.
Mr. Harpster is excused for tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
And Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank you.
So we have 6 present. And with that, let's get the Pledge of Allegiance. 5. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, yes, with that, my math was off a little second. There's 5 presents. I keep thinking that we're going to get that replacement, but that is in the works. So with that, we are going to jump to number 4, which is verbal reports from council members. Do I have any members of the council that would like to report on what they did this last week? So we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like several others up here, I was at the barbecue for the employee appreciation last week that Mr. Rice, don't see him here, obviously maybe wiped him out after doing it, but he did an excellent job just putting that all together, and not only the cooking, but that is a lot to cook for that many people, and it looked like just the employees and the team members really appreciate it. So good on him. It was good barbecue, and the weather was pretty good, and just really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of that. And then also I was invited to go, we had a legislative tour in town, and I had the opportunity to try to advocate for our needs here in Pasco of various transportation projects, including the Road 76 overpass and other projects. And we really need 3. We could sure use one at Foster Wells, where we had some fatalities, a couple of fatalities just in the last 2 weeks, and out at, of course, A Street and US 12, and of course the Road 76, and even north of here at Crestlock at the Country Mercantile over the weekend, there was another fatality. And I know that's just outside of the Pasco city limits, but I think all the more it just speaks to the need of these safety improvements within our transportation infrastructure. and just hoping we can get some help with that. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that report, and thank you for your time and dedication. Hopefully, yes, we could get some money and get some of these vital projects done. So with that, Councilwoman Rojas.
Thank you. I won't add too much on top of what Mayor Pro Tem Grimm said. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a little bit. It's going to take a little bit. Regarding the appreciation lunch, I don't want to add too much, like I said, but one thing I do want to highlight, it was great barbecue, and it was great to see all the staff that were out there, all the staff that make sure that City of Pasco runs. Thank you, everyone here. Thank you, everyone, if you're watching. I don't know that you're all watching, but hopefully the word gets out, and thank you, everyone, for making sure Pasco runs safely, effectively, and efficiently. Thank you, staff.
Well, thank you for that, Bletch. And not seeing anything else. This last week I did, as my first duty as an elected mayor, I did do the ribbon cutting for Orion High School, and had a good time. And it was good to meet all the community members that were out there. It was quite a crowd. So again, it's great that we talked about one high school and we're actually able to have two new ones. So very proud of our city. And with that, we will move on in the agenda. And we're going to jump to item 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comments. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion, up to 2 minutes per person with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak up with 4 minutes for each side. So with that, we're going to jump to 4A, which is or 5A, I'm sorry. Resolution project acceptance of the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant, Phase 2. And this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you the work performed by Apollo Inc. in the second phase of expansion of West Pasco Water Treatment Plant. We have some general pictures of the location of the plant and some of the renderings from the design phase. This project had a mix of funding through ARPA, Department of Health Drinking Water low interest loans, and also rates. It is a $11 million contract with our contractor, and all the work was performed in consistently with standards and specifications that were prepared for this project. You're seeing some before pictures and then some of the work while it was occurring. The Phase 2 project was focused on pumping capacity and some power improvements to that facility to ensure that we were able to distribute the water production that was already increased in the Phase 1. So this plant originally was built for 6 million gallons per day, and Phase 2 expanded to 12 million gallons per day. And there are plans for the next phase of expansion that will take us to 18. So you're seeing some of the construction pictures and then some of the completed work, and again, mostly focused on that pumping system and the new building that hosts those pumps and some electrical improvements to make those pumps function at all times. And finally, a summary on the cost. You're seeing the bid award for $10,400,000 and rounding. And then change orders. There were several change orders. Many of those accommodated for some transfer of work from Phase 1 into Phase 2 to avoid overlap between those two and not damaging things that were just built. And also changes in tax and some adjustments to electrical components. So final construction cost came up at $11,100,000. And as I mentioned, the 3 funding sources that made this possible. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for the good reports. Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations, Director Sarah. I'm looking at these pictures, and just when you had me out there a year or so ago, it's amazing to see just the progress and just, it coming to completion here. And congratulations on getting so many grants for funding this. Just one question, just still kind of me, just having a learning curve, just being in this first term here. Just at the bottom, I think it would be good for the public to understand this too. So where those funds come from in the project funding, since it came in under the engineer's estimate and the awarded budget, are we allowed to use some of those other funds first and then the utility fund just kind of makes up the difference? Or do we have to kick it out first and then make up the difference with them?
Yes, in this case, there was no match requirement, so we're able to use external funds first and then local funds. What I must say is that this total cost for the project was focused on the construction contract. And so there are other costs that are not quite included here, such as the design cost and construction management cost that may have taken up some of that delta, but likely not all of it. So there will be some dollars that will be returned back to the end balance for water.
Love that. Great answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Just a clarification, these are low interest loans for the amount. There was no actually like just grants where they're giving us the money, correct?
Yes, the ARPA funding was a grant, but the low interest loan from the Department of Health is truly just a low interest loan with a repayment period of 20 years.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm 100% clear on that. I'm not seeing any other lights, so let's move on to 5B, which is a resolution amended. Oh, I'm sorry, we got to get public comments. So do we have anybody in the audience that would love to talk about this? Going once, going twice. All right, well, now we'll move on to 5B, which is a resolution amended and related restate interlocal cooperative agreement, Tri-Cities Home Consortium 2026, 2027, and 2028. And this is going to be by Deputy Director Craig Raymond.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Good evening. And I am filling in for Director Miller, who is out of town this week. So I'm happy to be here this evening. This agenda item is a brief update and discussion on an agreement renewal between the cities of Pasco, Richland, and Kennewick, known as the Consortium, Big C, for the cooperation and administration of the HUD Home Program locally. Just for a reminder, HUD stands for United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and HOME is short for Home Investment Partnerships Program, which aims to create affordable housing for low-income households through grants for states and localities. Since its formation in 1996, the Tri-Cities Home Consortium has facilitated the coordinated use of federal home funds to support housing programs in Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco. The purpose of creating a consortium is to maximize dollar amounts that can be allocated to our communities while spreading certain administrative burdens across the organization. The agreement stipulates who the lead agency is, and in this case, it will remain with the City of Richland for the foreseeable period. It also lays out roles and responsibilities for the lead as well as member communities. Naturally, much of the language of the agreement is driven by strict HUD guidelines and regulations, which are subject to periodic changes. The proposed agreement that is attached to your staff report is largely the same as previous agreements, but you will notice some very intentional changes that highlight areas of special emphasis that provide for greater clarity of roles and much greater transparency for each other as well as the interested community. Staff looks forward to the City Council taking final action on the agreement, but is here this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deputy Director Raymond. Looks like we're going to start off with Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What are we currently using the funds for? I think I read in there, typically it's just for the home assistance, home ownership program.
Yeah, it can be rehab, it can be down payment assistance. There's a few different areas where we're typically using the funds, but it's all primarily geared towards low-income housing assistance.
So we get $165,000. The city of Pasco gets $165K a year, so that's about $500,000 over the 3 years.
It can vary from year to year depending on what, how Congress acts.
Okay.
And the different formulas, but it pretty close to relatively consistent from year to year.
What have we been using for our previous years? What has the money been used for?
Again, down payment assistance and home rehab are the primary areas.
It's like going in and putting like new windows in, carpet,
Yes.
things like that.
Yeah, new sewer lines, water lines,
Okay.
things of that nature.
So the city uses a good bulk of that? I mean, the city will obviously use it, but
Well, we're allocated a certain amount, but all the communities share in those funds. Roughly 15% is set aside for the Chodo, which in this case is Habitat for Humanity. So they get a 15% set aside every year. And the city of Richland, being the lead entity, gets 10% for admin, and then the rest gets split up amongst the member communities.
okay. Yeah, I just didn't really get a lot of information by reading the stat packet, because I kind of feel like we really don't have a good relationship. I don't want to use the word good. We don't have an active relationship with the Pasco and Franklin County Housing Authority. They're looking to buy more development, and so I'm just kind of looking at ways. That's what I was trying to figure out, if we've, I guess, procured any money for them for development, and what that would kind of look like. I know you haven't been there that long. What could that look like in assistance to them?
It would probably depend on what type of activities they're looking to apply for specific funds. We do have one Chodo right now that's, as I mentioned, Habitat for Humanity. I don't know if in the foreseeable future there would be necessarily any move to replace the Chodo, because I think they have a long history of a successful program with that. But certainly, if they have projects in mind, they're welcome to apply for the funds.
So it's an active application, and just all year round, and
yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Perales, I can add to that just a little bit. The Chodo Fund that Deputy Director Raymond is speaking of, which Habitat for Humanity has applied, the Housing Authority is also eligible, and they have applied for it in the past. And so maybe in the recent years they've not, but this is definitely something that is funding set aside for entities like the Housing Authority and the Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, because I know when I was on the Housing Authority in Kennewick, we applied for this money all the time, so I didn't really see anything in there, and I couldn't really find anything. What does Chodo mean? I guess, what's the acronym stand for?
Community Housing Development Organization, I believe.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, that's what the Housing Authority is. Okay. Thank you much. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for those questions. I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so anybody in the audience, more than welcome to, again, not seeing anybody jump up or raise their hand. Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, well, let's move on to 5C, which is the process improvements for recruitment and appointment of city boards and commissions. We are going to go with Assistant City Manager Angela Fischon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as part of the city's ongoing process improvement efforts, staff reviewed the recruitment and appointment process for the city boards and commissions. These citizen advisory groups are essential for delivering municipal services and supporting city council policy decisions. The Pasco Municipal Code requires the mayor to appoint qualified individuals to boards and commission, subject to council confirmation. The last process amendment was done in 2022 through resolution number 4262. And so tonight, here to propose a couple of changes after going through the process. These are meant to support efficiency as well as bring for applicants a little bit more standard process. So the first proposed change is to move from a continuous application process, which we currently do, to a semi-annual. And we've seen the other communities do this and be successful. With this, it provides an opportunity to focus in on specific boards and commissions that are up, so you can develop marketing plans and you can focus your marketing efforts in those areas. It also provides predictable timelines when we'll open our applications every year for applicants. And then for staff and council looking to actually schedule time ahead of these recruitment processes so that it's easier for you all. The second proposed change is to evaluate eligible reappointments before advertising vacancies. So currently we have all incumbents who reapply when they're eligible and interested in continuing. So we put out for a vacancy that might already be filled with someone who, oftentimes, if they're filling a spot that is not a full term, so someone could get on planning commission and only be on there for a year, and then you're looking to fill the vacancy for that next 6 years. So the proposed change here would be that the subcommittee actually determines if an interview is needed for these eligible incumbents before posting that vacancy. And then if they are eligible and are interested, they would go directly to an appointment. So you wouldn't have to go through that process. Benefits: eliminates unnecessary postings and meetings and reduces time for staff, council, and the incumbents themselves. And then the third proposed change is actually to align start dates with a January 1 and a July 1. Based on when these advisory groups were codified, depends on when their terms actually start. So the recommendation would be that we have either the January 1 or the July 1. So that way we can focus efforts again on the marketing efforts and recruitment efforts. So based on staff's experience of who usually applies for specific boards and commissions. So we see a lot of individuals who apply for arts and culture and historic preservation together, and parks and recreation. So what we're recommending or proposing is to align those so that they're a little more predictable. And here's an example schedule. So if we were going to do that every 6 month recruitment process, we'd be looking at identifying vacancies that are going to start January 1 of 2026, determine the reappointment eligibility, confirm with the subcommittee on interview dates. We'd advertise for those vacancies that are going to be left if they're not being filled by the incumbents, and then conduct interviews and make appointments November. And this would actually give us an opportunity to build an onboarding process. So right now with the continuous advertising or continuous recruitment, you may get one person coming in, and then it's a little bit challenging to make that an efficient process. So this would actually allow us to, when we put out for those vacancies, determine some dates that we're going to hold onboarding. It supports the Open Public Meetings Act training, supports being able to get the staff liaisons connected ahead of time. So that's what we're kind of looking to do with some of these process changes. And again, benefits for the recommendations: efficiency, consistency, preparedness, and continuous improvement. With going to more focused recruitment efforts, we can look at what is working to capture these different boards and commissions and change those as we go. So we'll have some more metrics and more information behind those. So request is council direction on the proposed changes, and they're listed on the screen with what would be needed. So for proposed change number 1 and number 2, we would need to bring back a resolution to clarify the process that's currently in place. And then if the alignment of the term start dates is of interest, we would bring back an ordinance to change those start dates. And that is everything, but I will go back a slide.
Well, thank you. Again, I appreciate this report. I know all of us on the dais have seen that a lot of times we go to these meetings and there's very few people there, or they get basically elected, appointed, and then they never show up. So anything we could do to make it more streamlined, better, I'm all for it. So again, I just want to see Pasco be represented and be a better place. So with that, we are going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be for all 3 of these changes, some of which for the reasons you gave already. If we can streamline the process, save staff time, and, let's give it a try. I think it's a great idea. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is a great idea as well. So, Councilman Perales.
Thank you. I guess my first question, that the mayor creates the subcommittee, correct? So who's currently the subcommittee?
We have a new mayor, so.
Oh, okay. Thank you much. Again, my next question would be, who reviews the applications when they get put in? initially?
Applications would be reviewed by the city clerk. So city clerk has a list of elements that they look at, eligibility, looking to see, so like for the Arts and Culture Commission and the staff liaison, there's different positions. So making sure that one that they applied for a position that's open, or they may be eligible for multiple positions. So whether that's the art professional and an artist. So looking at those requirements that are in the code as well. So that would be the first. To my knowledge, if they're eligible and they pass forward to that subcommittee without any staff weeding or looking into if they should or shouldn't pass forward.
So it's strictly cursory to make sure that they're eligible.
Correct.
Okay. So for instance, for planning commission, what do you look at? When the application were to come across your desk, what exactly do you look at? Do you make sure they're registered in the city of Pasco, or do they live there? Like, do you actually look at the background?
I don't look at their background.
Okay.
That's for the subcommittee. I just make sure that they're eligible, and if I think the planning commission, you have to be a resident of the city of Pasco, so I make sure that they're a resident of the city of Pasco. There are a few boards and commissions, they can be outside of city limits, but that's usually far and few between, so.
In regards to, I just asked because, I'll say it, when I first moved here, I applied like 5 times and never got an interview, and I felt like you guys probably felt sad for me after a while, so I was kind of like, I don't get it. Then other people kind of told me the same thing, that they applied and never got an interview, so I was just kind of figure out what exactly is the review process, but if that's just it, then I guess it probably was just the council at the time. So I guess when it comes to an incumbent, how many times can they be reappointed? Is it just forever, as long as they want?
It's 2 times.
Just 2 times.
Yes. That they wouldn't have to go through the interview process if that was what was selected. I do want to go back to your last one. With that continuous application process, that's part of that inefficiency. I think we saw as well. We have applicants that will apply, but unfortunately, we don't get to that process. And so then we have 3 positions open, and we continue with that process. So I think that was part of, you apply, and 6 months later, it's, well, we need to get through this process. So that's where we're really trying to focus in to make sure that we can put this out and applicants aren't just into some kind of cycle of what's going on. So that's one of the reasons why we're bringing this forward.
Okay, so they would be reappointed 2 times, and essentially, do they term out, or would essentially they'd have to go for another interview?
They'd have to go for another interview.
Okay.
So, yeah, if they get through and they want to continue on, the subcommittee has the choice to bring them in to interview them or allow them to go forward without an interview. After that second time, they would then have to come in for the interview. At this point in time, that's how the resolution is.
Okay. I know I don't think this was part of the scope here. What's your guys' thoughts on some of these committees or boards just being like, we don't participate in them anymore? Would that be a city council decision? Or I'm speaking for myself with the Franklin County Law and Justice Committee. They don't meet. They haven't met since like the 90s. So I was like, well, then why do we even have this? Why? I kind of, there's like no point to even really appoint a council member to it, I think.
Outside our scope, of course, but definitely something to bring forward as council to probably work with city manager. Start with.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Councilman Browse. So we're going to go to Councilman Bross.
Thank you. Just a question for clarification in regards to slide regarding proposed changes on the dates. Proposed change number 3. So just clarification. You have here arts and culture from January 2nd to July 1st. Civil service, February 18th. You're moving that back to January 1st or moving it forward to the following January 1st?
Correct. We'd have to work with legal to make sure that we don't step on any toes on, the Arts and Culture Commission was created by you all. But for civil service, I want to make sure that we have the legal parameters. So whether that has to be, I believe the RCW says it's a 6-year term. I don't know that we can go backwards, so it might have to go forwards.
Okay, so that was just a clarification, not in regards to any of the commissions in particular. It's the dates. I see some are going back into January 1st from the dates that they have the current term start. So I'm assuming it'll be moving forward to January 1st or July 1st instead of going back.
If that's council's preference and there's no legal requirements behind it, that's what we would be looking to do.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. With that, I'm not seeing any other lights. So do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Well, with that, let's move on to 5D, which is the introduction to water conservation efforts. And again, we are going to go with Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
All right, so good evening again, Mayor and Council. So tonight's presentation's purpose is to provide an introduction to to Pasco's water conservation efforts. Water conservation is not defined by a single program or initiative. It's a multifaceted strategy. So tonight we'll provide a quick snapshot of where we're at, what initiatives are underway, and highlight opportunities for council discussion. So as Pasco continues to grow, we are placed under great pressure with our water supply, as I know all of you know. Water is a shared resource, so our residents, our businesses, institutions, and the city must work together. Conservation depends on awareness and education. So for example, many may not realize the role of curb and gutters, which conserve water indirectly by preventing waste and protecting landscapes, or that a silent toilet leak can waste up to 300 gallons a day. So if you do that over a course of a year, it can fill up a backyard pool. So if you just think about that, and if you have 3 toilets in your home, how impactful that is. Additionally, tools and incentives, which we'll discuss some tonight, policies, and then intentional behavior change. So simply shutting off the faucet when you brush your teeth, or having an automatic shut-off nozzle on your lawn hose, all make a big difference. So over the past several years, Pasco's potable and irrigation water use has remained very stable, even with population growth. This reflects the success of current programs and community awareness. Looking ahead, sustaining this balance will require proactive investment and policy updates. So some current efforts underway. We've got Boulevard Standards, which we are looking to update. This is a collaborative effort between Community and Economic Development, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and the City Manager's Office to talk about the standards for boulevards, gateways, and corridors. Currently, the city maintains approximately 26 lineal miles, which require about $780,000 annually to maintain. So a lot of grass, a lot of cutting, weeding, and edging. This effort will be brought to council this fall to support current issues with standards and long-term maintenance, including the safety and costs, as well as discuss opportunities to reduce water consumption necessary to maintain current standards. So we're currently under contract with McCabe Spacito, and as I said, this is planned to come to council this fall for an introduction. The comprehensive water system plan. The city takes a comprehensive approach to the water use efficiency by combining water system design, engineering, operations, and community outreach and education. An update to this plan is underway and is anticipated to come to council for action in 2026. Within this plan, there's a 6-year water use efficiency program, and the program will provide updates for establishing water saving goals through a public process. So that'll be part of that update through Public Works. So boulevard median conversion to xeriscaping. We are in the process of creating a bid to go out for certain areas of the city. And it's Burden Boulevard, Oregon Avenue, Convention, and Rodeo. These are those landscaping strips in the middle of the roadway. I have not seen our staff have to do this, but they have to ride the lawnmowers up there and then right in the middle of traffic, make sure that they edge and mow. So big safety concern, but also water. It takes a lot of water to maintain those. And then additionally, Parks and Recreation is working on the smart irrigation clock installation. So these are clocks that are controlled through like a central command. These clocks provide the ability to adjust the water percentage based on seasonal scheduling. So can program that in. With remaining funding after these are installed, we're looking to also add some flow sensors where they're applicable. So it'll be dependent on each place, but that would recognize different zones and be able to either do an auto shut off or give some kind of alert when something isn't quite right. And then additionally, the city is really focused on new facilities that we're working on being xeriscapes. So I'm showing our 3 new fire stations here, and instead of having grass, making sure that we have that hardscaping has really been supportive of water conservation. Additionally, showing off some public works stuff here, our roundabouts have been hardscaped as well. So opportunities for expansion. We've all seen programs in other cities, and some of those include community watering scheduling. So Moses Lake has seen a lot of support for implementing a watering schedule. They started off with a voluntary, and then they kind of rolled out education as well. So they bring on a seasonal staff to be able to provide that education where people may be watering on days that they're not supposed to. Spokane has a residential efficiency checkup program, so they have staff who will come to your home, and whether that's check your irrigation and see if it's on the correct timers or they're set correctly. They can also check your interior home to see if and identify if there's leaks happening. But again, that is staff supported, so it's funded through city funds. We've talked about lawn conversion incentives before. And then one of the areas that we see repeatedly that makes a very large difference in water conservation efforts is irrigation metering. And so we have approximately 10,000 customers in our irrigation, and those are not currently metered. I put up the approximate dollar amount. We believe that with staff time and installing of the meter itself, it's about $2,000 per account, which would equate to $20 million to retrofit. Very a big price tag there. But when it comes to changing behavior, knowledge is power. And right now, we know how much we're outputting for irrigation, but we don't know who's using what. And there's no incentive for them necessarily to change what they're currently doing. We can expand current efforts. So in our city facilities and infrastructure, we can do more water use audits and retrofitting. We can continue the boulevard conversion to xeriscaping beyond those center medians. That will take funding as well. And then continuation of the smart water solutions in our parks. And sorry, going back to that irrigation metering, we need to first meter, we need to, if council wants to consider this, it would be an opportunity to change current standards so that as new homes are put in, that we can be caught up and not have to retrofit those. So a phased approach is what's recommended there.
Okay.
Summary, Pasco has a strong foundation for water conservation. Continued growth requires intentional action and investment. Council input is critical to shaping the policies, programs, and funding strategies. So staff seeks council discussion and direction on near-term and long-term strategies, guidance on new policies you would like us to consider, and an appetite for a phased irrigation metering investment. And this is multifaceted, so if you ask a question, I may have to pitch it to Deputy City Manager or Public Works Director, and then if it's Parks and Recreation, I may have to come back to you if I don't have that information tonight.
All right. Well, thank you for that good presentation. Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Pashon. That was, I guess, yeah, thank you. And I'd like to thank Councilman Perales, too, because his relentless advocacy of xeriscaping and water conservation, and for you and the rest of the staff for really bringing this back to us. And I know sometimes we feel once in a while that, some of our goals and objectives aren't being prioritized in the way we necessarily would like, but I think this is a really good example of something that, and it's worth noting, being brought back to us, something we've requested. So I'm really grateful for this. And, and it's easy for us to think, being in the Pacific Northwest and having the Columbia River just flow right on by, that water's not an issue, but oh boy, especially with our conversation we had last year as far as water rights and just how much, more this is becoming a precious resource all the time. And so there is a lot to digest there and a lot to comprehend. I guess some of the things right off the bat that stuck out to me or stood out to me were the residential efficiency checkups. And would those be by their request, or are we just gonna mosey our way onto their property and tell them it's time to audit? What was the dream there?
Definitely not to mosey onto their property. No, how Spokane does it is you actually schedule time. So you go to their website and you can schedule a time that works for you as well as staff. And generally, I think it's like a 30-minute check. But no, we would not be just knocking on doors.
It's good to clarify. Thank you. And I think that would be a really good way, because I think there are some people who would be interested in, especially if we were to go to some kind of irrigation metering, to make sure that they aren't just dumping water down the drain or their money down the drain, for, please pardon the pun. But, and I think just the irrigation metering, a couple of my early thoughts would be, how many other jurisdictions do this? Being metered for not only just the potable water, but the irrigation and just the flow rate. And obviously it's a huge upfront investment, but what's our return on the investment for the community? How long is it going to take us to make that back? Is it, I imagine it would. People get socked with a big bill. People are going to react to that in one way or the other, but, I think at some point people do have to pay for what they use rather than a flat rate. So I totally understand this kind of idea coming up, and just kind of curious to see as we flesh this out where all this goes. But thank you again for bringing this back to us.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's head on over to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, it was a great presentation. It was great. It was a great read. I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. I think if you're looking for direction, for me, my suggestion would be finalize and present the Boulevard landscaping standards, which is kind of on its way. Then I would say bring forward a proposal for new irrigation accounts to require meters. I think that would be more of a short-term goal. And then perhaps look into developing draft incentives for lawn conversions. I know a lot of people, especially in my district, are already doing it. I see a lot of lawns that just have a little strip in the middle and then just all kind of drop resistant stuff. So, we have a lot of individuals who are being considerate of our environments. I did see lots of people watering their lawns yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 100 degrees, and then I don't get it. So I think education should obviously be a really big piece of this. I can send an email, kind of my thoughts. I don't know how much more in depth you want us to give you, if you guys want us to give you direct direction with everything you talked about tonight, or just kind of do it in piecemeal. But since I am talking, I'll go ahead and just say, maybe in 2026, start looking at the costs and funding options for irrigation metering in regards to the retrofits, to kind of space out your guys' focus and stuff. And maybe talk about education and community watering, and schedule outreach kind of campaign to talk about something like I just talked about. And then looking at and then lastly, looking at the conservation upgrades for our current facilities, and then that would kind of segue into the water conservation elements and our CWSP update that we're looking to do. So those would be my suggestions. I'll kind of follow up with the email, but this is a big topic. It's only going to become bigger, and I'm glad you looked at places like Moses Lake. Moses Lake they have a lot of water issues down there, so I'm glad you're kind of looking at different places who are needing to implement stuff because the water is becoming really scarce. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. We're going to go to Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. Couple questions. I know former Mayor Matt Watkins had talked about xeriscaping for a couple years. Then Ruben Alvarado, former Councilman Ruben Alvarado, also brought up the situation about xeriscaping and gave examples about how when he lived in LA and how water was timed when it was best to water your yard and stuff like that. And then former Councilman Craig Maloney also talked about xeriscaping, and we discussed potential incentives. I'm curious to hear or see what incentive programs are out there or can be created for the new development to have metered water or some type of incentive for xeriscaping for the new development, and for those individuals that wish to implement some type of xeriscaping within their older homes. My house is a 1956 house. I would love to find out what we can do. And as far as leak detection support, Miss Sarah, your department was very good in helping me detect and figure out where there was a leak in my house. The only way I found out there was a leak was because I got an $800 water bill, when I usually get $100, $120, $150 max. But $800 is a huge leak that your department helped me figure out where it was. So I know there's already some type of support within the department, and I would encourage monitoring these accounts or some type of support for the residents. So again, I'm curious to figure out how we can create incentives or develop a program from the previous council's conversations. I mean, I've only been here about 8 years, almost 8 years, but I know it's been a conversation in councils past. So let's figure out what we can do, because water, I wouldn't say waste of water, but I would say the use of water is a little too free. I know myself, I have a huge tree that I wish was smaller, but it provides beautiful shade. So we need to figure out what we can do, especially for those individuals that do wish to develop some type of xeriscaping for their homes. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Bras. I will say I had an issue where also saw like a large water bill for one of my renters, and he asked me to look into it, and I called, and the city of Pasco had actually gone out and did an audit on it because they were shocked when it was like $200 every month, and all of a sudden, boom, $800. So I will say I was glad that when I called, they had already done a follow-up, and then I went out there, and sure enough, the guy's his water hose was leaking, and it was just crazy that in a month could have caused that humongous of a difference, but it was leaking all day long because he just had the faucet on and then a nozzle on the water, so it was just non-stop running, and it's like, well, you are wasting a ton of water. So anyway, glad to see your department is doing a great job. My question was, like citywide, and I actually hate the faucets where you like have your hand and turn it on, but how much, I realize that is saving water, how much of our city actually is on that kind of thing where it's motion censored, so if nothing is in front, the water actually turns off versus somebody turning the nozzle on and then leaving thinking it's funny?
You're looking at me, you think I would have an answer? I don't. That's a great question. So I can check in with facilities to see if we have that information. But I can say that as we're going through and doing retrofitting, those are the kind of components that are going into place. But I can check in with our cartograph system to see if that's something we can pull.
Okay, I'd just be curious because it seems like that would be the number one thing, having all faucets that are city owned. Just because, you know, when I was coaching, you go into the bathroom at the park at Highland Park, and some kid thought it was funny just to have the water full blast when he left, and then you go and turn it off. So it does make sense, even though it's frustrating when you can't get things to turn on. But anyway, I'm not seeing any other lights. My thoughts also were in line with Councilman Morales as far as direction to city. I'm sure if anybody else has any other ideas, please contact city staff and go from there. And anybody in the audience, anybody have a question? Oh, we got somebody, so thank you. Yeah, please come up to the podium and say your name and where you're from.
My name is Kara Kalber. I am from Pasco. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Welcome to the City of Pasco, our new city manager. My name is Kara Kalber. I am the district manager of the Franklin Conservation District. So this excited me when I saw this on the agenda today, and I thought I would come and share a few words with you. We are a local government agency overseen by a 5-member board of supervisors. I presented to the council back in February. Not sure if you remember my presentation. I just wanted to remind the council of the things that the Conservation District provides, and this presentation was really great to see. As you know, Pasco is growing rapidly, and with the growth comes increased pressure on our most critical resource, water, also known as blue gold, right? The city's water conservation efforts are admirable and timely and would benefit even more so by a collaboration and partnership with the Franklin Conservation District. For over 70 years, we've provided technical assistance, education, and financial resources for across Franklin County, including the city of Pasco residents up until 2001. Our Drain Ranger and Wheat Week education program bring hands-on water conservation education into the classroom. We educate kids K through 5. We have in the city of Pasco for the last 20 years. Without a dime. We used to hand out water conservation kits, whole house water conservation kits with the help of the city of Pasco's Public Works to all the students that we taught, and so they would go home and so they'd have those tools to gauge how much water they were potentially wasting in their homes. These programs directly help the city address outreach that are required as part of their Quad City Water Right and through their NPDES permits for stormwater runoff. Through the Franklin County Water Conservancy Board, of which the Franklin Conservation District oversees, we help process water rights, transfers, and changes, something Pasco has relied on many times. And our Heritage Garden program, it helps homeowners create water-wise native plant landscapes. It's xeriscaping, but just a little twist on it. It includes some heritage components, some cultural relevant things to the Columbia Basin. In fact, there's already a waiting list of our Heritage Garden program in the city of Pasco. We cannot provide services right now because you guys are not part of our service area. I've seen the long conversion incentives in the city of Spokane. It got me excited about 7 years ago. Might not have been that long, maybe 5 years ago. I remember emailing our past mayor, Serrano, and saying, hey, we need to do something like that in the city of Pasco, because just like Councilman Morales was saying, there are people that want to do this, and they want to do it now. They see that we're like Arizona, we're like New Mexico. We need to start conserving our water and not be living with lush lawns everywhere. I've also had to notify recently the teachers and students in the city of Pasco that we're not going to be providing our Salmon in the Classroom program this year. We don't have funding for it. We had a funding cut, and I was here back in February to ask you guys to annex back into the Conservation District so that we could receive the rates and charges from the city of Pasco. It's very minor rates and charges, but for every $1 of local funding, we can match that with about $20 in grant funding. We're almost totally grant funded. So by becoming part of our district, Pasco residents would unlock full access to these services and more. And because the district leverages every local dollar, it makes your dollars go farther. Annexation would allow us to bring significant outside investment back into Pasco neighborhoods, schools, and landscapes. This truly is a win-win. The city gains a strong partner with decades of conservation expertise, and the district gains the opportunity to expand services where they're needed most right here in Pasco. Together we can ensure a sustainable water future for generations to come. Thank you for considering this important partnership.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right, let's move on to 5E, which is ordinance amending PMC section 5.05.170, exemptions related to business license. And we're going to move on to the Regis Sidell show for the next three items. So let's see what you got here.
Yes, quite a few exciting things, I hope. The first topic is a little bit of a revision to our business license program, and this one is mandated by the state of Washington. As a way of history, we run our business license program through the state of Washington through their BLS program, Business Licensing Services. This has been a huge help for the business community within the city of Pasco and the businesses that do business in the city of Pasco if they're outside from outside the city. And the reason for that is in the past they used to have to, number one, know that we have a business license program that they need to comply with. Number two, need to come to the city hall and sign up and pay for it, which really meant that there was a lot of businesses doing business within the city but not actually had a business license. This adoption with BLS program made it much easier for them to select the city of Pasco as one of the places that they're doing business. They're making payments in one place if they're doing businesses in multiple different cities. And with that, we've significantly increased our the number of businesses that are actually licensed with the city because we've made it easier. But with that, there's some requirements, surprisingly, actually a lot fewer than I would have expected, requirements from the state of Washington. And one of them is essentially that for businesses that are making less than $2,000 in revenue and are from outside of your city, that they're exempt from business licensing requirement. They've now increased that threshold to 4,000, which the city has to comply with, so we need to change our ordinance. But we're also recommending to council that we extend that same exemption to the businesses that have the brick and mortar within the city as well. However, the exception would be that if the brick and mortar meets the threshold of our fire safety as being moderate or high, that we still have that requirement for the fire inspection. So that's the only change. Council can choose to exclude that if you want to, but that's the recommendation from staff, that we make it easier for the businesses that reside within the city of Pasco as well. However, there is a risk if they're doing some things that are higher risk that need to be inspected, that we still require for them to be inspected and ensure safety of not just them, but everybody else around them as well. And with that, I'm open to any more questions that you might have.
All right, well, thank you for that. Those are words from heaven to hear that trying to make things easier for the brick and mortar businesses in the city of Pasco. I know Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and myself love to hear those sweet words. So with that, is anybody on any of the council members have any comments or questions? I'm not seeing anything. Anybody from the audience like to make a comment? Once, twice, three times a charm. All right, so let's move on to number F, revision of special events permits program. Take it away.
I think you're going to like this even more. I do have my partner from Framework, Hope Freehy, online as well. And one of the things that we've been hearing, and if council has been talking about this and asking staff to address this issue, we've also heard from community quite a bit, and this is something that comes up in almost every community listening sessions that we do on a biennial basis, is how do we make city more vibrant? How do we take the red tape out, especially when we're trying to celebrate something? And so we have been working with Framework to audit our program overall. We're utilizing the funds left from ARPA program, and they helped do our downtown master plan, and we've had a contract with them to work on the implementation of some of those programs, which is very exciting because many times you have a master plan and then nothing happens with it. Just looks nice in a shelf. So we're working on the implementation program. Some of the work that they've done is mobile vending. They helped us with getting grant for lights, so that's something that Assistant City Manager Pashan and Parks and Recs Director Rice are working on, and you should be seeing that sometime in fall. Some lights in downtown, which I know some of you in council have been wanting that for a very long time. I remember specifically a trip to Denver with Mayor and imagining similar scenario or environment here in Pasco. Today's topic is very specific to special events permit, and our goal essentially is to remove barriers and also at the same time improve city processes. We've talked about lean processes as a part of our budget process, and the idea is there's a lot of work, and how do we reduce less value-added work and spend that time doing things that are more value-added for our residents. We would like to see more events happening in downtown and in Pasco in general, highlight our local arts and culture and economic development. So those are the goals of this audit overall. What Framework has done is look at all of the code that relates to special events permit, and then they've gone out and done interviews with many departments within the city and also some of our partners. And we've also fed them some of the feedback from our residents and our business owners, and what were the issues that they went through while they were going through our special events permit as well. We're here today to get your feedback. This is really we're essentially interviewing you at this point to ask you what you would like for us to consider. And then at the end of it, or the next step would be to work on those code updates based on the feedback, and then bring it back an ordinance for council approval.
All right, well, thank you for that.
I still have a lot more to go.
Okay,
I
well, keep
apologize.
on going. I had that long pause.
I will move fast.
There was Mayor Pro Tem Grimm hitting the button.
I know this is a very exciting topic, and you all have been waiting very patiently for it. Some of the things that we've been talking about is really what's the threshold, as in how many people are going to be there. Really, what is your risk driver? What is the type of event? Because that really matters too on whether you want a special event permit or not. And what is the feasibility? And so there's a lot of things that we're kind of looking at overall and saying, is this really important to do? Is there a specific risk that we're trying to mitigate here? And also being clear to the applicants on what the requirements are. There's some examples here that we liked. Kennewick, it's all, how many people, what kind of things are you doing? Are you wanting exclusive use of the park or a public space? And then there's Seattle, that is dividing it between private property and public property. And within private property, it's focusing on specific things like amplified sound after hours, let's say, and any impact to the neighborhood. Also, for public property, they're looking at use of alcohol, need for public resources, things like that. What we're recommending is that we divide something with public and private property. I think that provides a lot more clarity to people of, okay, it's my house, and I would like to do something different than what I usually do in my house. What does that mean? Or maybe it's my business. And essentially, if you're doing an event that is outside of your scope of occupancy. So for example, if your number of people that you can have within your business is 150 people, but you will be inviting 250. And so maybe that is when we require a special events permit. Again, sound is always an impact to neighbors. So is that something, if you're doing something after late into the night and it's loud noise, how do we want to have special events process into that, and figure out how we can mitigate it, be it just notification. If somebody's just doing one thing that one night a year, then maybe we require them to notify the neighbors so that they're aware. Those kinds of things of what can be mitigation of amplified sound. For public property, I think anytime you're expecting 100+ people, but they're asking for exclusive use of space, there's alcohol, or somebody is selling tickets to an event that is happening in a public space, those kinds of things we require a special events permit. These are all many different event types that we have, and the ones highlighted in blue are sale events, and so this does create a lot of confusion among applicants. And so what we would like to do is actually, if council is open to it, remove yard sale permit overall. The reason currently we only allow 2 yard sale permits a year, and part of that is to ensure that nobody's making their driveway a 24/7, 365 store. But that can be managed via code enforcement if there's a code enforcement complaint. So we don't really see a value in issuing a permit at this time. But there's also auction sales and sidewalk sales, temporary sales events that feel very similar. So we would like to see how they can fit into a more streamlined category of events. And so maybe we do have, instead of Hope's example or idea was, instead of sidewalk sale, maybe we move that to mobile vending. And so that makes more sense. People can understand that concept. So we're recommending that we rummage sale. What does that exactly mean versus a yard sale? So there's a lot of things within our code that just requires a little bit more cleanup, not to confuse people. Same with some of our events as well, concerts and
If I could interrupt you for a second.
Yes,
I guess,
absolutely.
Just a quick question for clarification, thank
Yeah.
you. You have yard sales on here. Yes, there's 2 yard sales per year per household, ideally, but we know that there's a lot of people that don't go through the process. Now, say I want to do a yard sale or rummage sale in a church parking lot. That's a public venue, that's not my property, but I still be required to provide a permit.
The church itself would be a business, which would be a private entity. So when we say public versus private, public would be the city's property essentially, the right-of-ways, the parks, things like that. But the church, we would not require a special events permit unless there are, we can get into that with mobile vending and what kind of requirements come within mobile vending. If you're trying to do it for one Saturday afternoon, that becomes one issue, versus if you're doing it for a week or 2 weeks, those kinds of things.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I know since we're on the yard sale, I'll chime in. My wife and myself used to go to yard sales years ago. After a while, you get enough stuff, you don't want to go to yard sales anymore. But I will say that, the 2, I always thought it was kind of dumb, because usually if they do it more than that, if you've gone to a yard sale once, you're not, if you see them have another yard sale, you drive on by, you're like, I've already been there, done that. So it kind of seems kind of dumb, and eventually the people give up because they're not selling us and they're wasting their day. So I would be definitely for getting rid of it, because it just, again, it seems kind of, people are smart. If you have a yard sale week after week and nobody's ever showing up, or very few people, you are wasting your time. So I'd love to see that gone. And then again, if code enforcement has a problem with somebody doing it all the time, go from there. I just chiming in my 2 little cents on that, but please go on.
And I think Councilwoman Blaisdell has a question.
We have I guess it's going to be a topic now. So yeah.
I just have
Councilwoman
one
Blaze,
question
go.
regarding the flea market because I recently went out to the flea market. I was pretty impressed by the amount of vendors out there and the amount of food vendors that were out there. But you don't hear too many, I guess, the regulations, or do they have regulations? And I'm assuming that the fire department goes out to make sure that everyone's in line with code. So I guess, can you elaborate a little bit on why the flea market would be eliminated from that and what, I guess, our regulations on that are?
We would not eliminate flea market because they are essentially a store. They have a storefront, they have a structure, they're an events venue, for lack of better words. So we do have two very specific facilities that kind of comes to mind, flea market and Hapo Center. And with flea market, we do require special events permit, but what we do is an umbrella permit with them. And so for their regular business, regular standard business, they have a umbrella permit and they're able to do their business during their season every year. And anything outside of that permit, if they want to do an event that is not included within that, they do get another special events permit that is specific for that event. So they do have the rules and regulations, and we would continue with that in this scenario as well if we change it. However, overall, you're kind of looking at, I'm just going to go to the end of it, but our recommendation is that we really look at, I guess I do not have that, I apologize. Our recommendation is that we truly look at what are the risk factors. So if you have a flea market and you have traffic control, and you have exits, and you have all of the safety, I'm assuming fire extinguishers and things like that. If that exists, do we require them to get a special events permit for every business that is there? And we do not do that right now. We have an umbrella permit, but we're trying to use that good example and apply that in some other places as well, like the Hapo Center, where essentially most of their events require a special events permit at this time.
Okay, I have one more question. Not changing the subject, but so in the last week or two, I noticed that in Peanuts Park they've been having church service pretty late at night, and I'm assuming that they need to get a permit for that, or I'm assuming that they've required permits for that. But out of curiosity, my questions would be, where would the church services fall under if it's in a public venue like Peanuts Park, or also like the homeless, when we do, or Clean Sweep comes to mind, but they will set up in Peanuts Park and feed the homeless, or I believe they do Christmas Eve, they do a big event during that. Where would that fall under these?
That would be any regular, I'm just looking through here on where they might fall.
I think so. When we looked at the different examples, a lot of cities will have thresholds, and so if it's under a certain number of people, you don't need a permit. So I don't know how large the church services are, but it's possible that you could, if you want, you could set a threshold. And so if there were, say, under 30 people or under 50, Kennewick, I think it's under 100, you don't need a permit to do that. So the goal being that there could be more regular use of Peanuts Park to keep it safer and, more active.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move. Oh, we got a question. Okay, I guess we're going to wait, so please carry on.
So as Hope mentioned, there's a lot of cleanup that is needed here. And so if we try to correlate, the reason that we didn't go into history is if we try to correlate to what we do to what we're recommending, it gets really messy. And so what we're saying is let's look at the risk drivers of when there's a lot of people, when there's alcohol involved, or people are trying to use a public space and sell tickets, let's say, and do an event, then that becomes a high risk activity, or maybe even an illegal activity because
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV. Channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and it is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And before we go any further, I just want to make a reference here. This gavel I chose to use tonight was actually my grandfather's. He was given as he was the international director of the Lions from 67-69, and it is made from the first apple tree in all of Wenatchee. So with that, let's do a roll call if we can.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas? I believe she was going to be remote. Okay. Blaisdell? Here. Cotta?
Present.
Oh, thank you. Cotta?
Here.
Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne, I understand, is excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, moving right along in this workshop, we are on number 4. It is verbal reports from council members, if we have any. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak or up to 4 minutes each side. The first one is 5A. It is the ambulance utility rate study. And Ms. Garcia?
Good evening.
Thank you.
So yes, we have, so this study is actually in partnership with the fire department and FCS Consulting, who is online. So I will actually hand it off to Chief Crowley.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it. So we're just going to go into the ambulance utility rate study, and I'm just here to kick it off and give a little history, quick history, and a little introduction. So the city of Pasco established the ambulance utility in 2003. The reason for the utility is pretty much just to help recover costs for delivering EMS or emergency services, emergency medical services to our community. The big thing about this too, it also allows for a very efficient and effective way of delivering EMS, and that's through what we call a fire-based EMS system. In a nutshell, it means the fire department delivering EMS. The importance of that is because it's pretty much dual role. All our firefighters are EMTs, and about a third of our line staff are paramedics. And so critical calls usually take more than just an ambulance. So if you had a private ambulance service, they usually rely on the fire department to help out. So this is just a joint venture. It just kind of reduces the redundancies, and it's a very efficient model having fire provide all the EMS. With the ambulance utility, it's broken down into 2 different categories. The availability and demand. The availability is pretty much just the reliability of our service, making sure we have the right stations, the right equipment, right staff to respond to a call when the call comes out in a reasonable time. And then the demand is the cost associated with the call itself. And so that's just showing any of the medical supplies, the medic unit, and the ongoing cost for that. So the reason for the ambulance utility study. So there's a few. But the main reason is to actually assess the actual cost of delivery of the service. So as here, we show that with when we get a rate coming in, it does decrease some of the stress on the general fund to supply the funds to maintain the fire department itself. Also, it's a legislative requirement for council. So as far as before you make a vote or decide, we want to make sure you have the right information so you can make a decision. And as you'll see through this presentation, you'll have a few options, and then you'll see a staff recommendation with that. And also, lastly, probably the most important too, is it provides transparency to our community. It shows exactly where we're going, the cost of our EMS service, and we try to not hide anything and be very open with the public and also with council so you guys can make the right decision. So with that, we'll go into the agenda, and I'll be passing this over to Savani. She's online. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And can somebody confirm that you guys are able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, we could hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, council members, mayor. Thank you this evening. We had the great pleasure of working with the city team with this study. We have a comprehensive technical analysis. So we have a packed agenda. We'll start with looking at our study approach. FCS has done prior studies for the city as well as pretty much all Washington state. We look at ambulance utility overview, background, offer the technical analysis, existing level of services with their current forecast. We're exploring 4 different scenarios presented to you this evening. With that, one scenario is identified as a staff recommendation. While keeping all this information up front, we also want to look at what the comparable jurisdictions rates look like, so you're making an informed decision, and then what the next steps would be after this study is completed. Next slide, please. So looking at the study approach, the ambulance utility study is a comprehensive study. We look at 3 to 4 years worth of call history. So we start with data collection on the far left. We look at city's financial data, billings data, and incident data. Chief mentioned demand and availability. All calls are looked at individual calls. We've identified the number of times staff are available, EMS staff are available, they're actually in action and providing the services to build up our model. And then we also look at and develop the financial forecast. We'll look at the baseline of current cost. We look at cost in detail. We allocate cost between fire and EMS based on the city's actual incident data. And then we look at forecasting ambulance utility rates. So one of the components is looking at the customer base. So we look at the utility customer that the city currently has and divide the cost with that customer base. And looking on the technical side, we have a 5-step approach. First 3-step is really deep dive into technical analysis. Again, this study has been almost a year in making. So we really want to thank the city staff and team for getting us the data, validating the data, and moving this and making sure we're making a right and informed decision and the findings for our technical analysis. And then we're here today on step 4 of informing the council and public of what our findings are, what the scenarios are presented to you. And then step 5 would give you some information, and then a decision can be made, informed decision can be made in the future. Next slide, please. So looking at ambulance utility by Revised Code of Washington 35.31.766, it allows cities to form ambulance utility. So one thing to point out is providing guidance on establishing the rate. The rate that we're discussing today only looks at the operating cost. Does not include capital costs. So capital costs are excluded from today's discussion, and the rate does not cover for that. With Pasco Municipal Code, Code 3.85.020, city has established a utility, so it's authorized to set rate and to provide the service. So that's our general overview. Looking on the graph on the right, this is a graph that is very important and is critical with our analysis. Look at the total cost. The total cost of utility is funded through general fund expenses and then the EMS funds. And then from there, we separate our costs between fire and EMS. So the discussion we'll be focusing would be the EMS cost. Next slide, please. And I'm looking at kind of giving ourselves of orienting where the last study was done in 2019 and how the city has sort of changed in the last, say, 6 years or so. So the population has grown about 6.5%. Billable units, so this is new construction, developments, about 15.6%. Population per 1,000 has gone about 43%. And a big outlier we're seeing, and we're seeing this regionally, is EMS calls. So calls per service has grown up 61.5%. So tracking that, the cost has gone up, and looking at where the city was in 2019 and what currently is the data for the city. And then looking at the EMS call, I think the next slide will share more about potential increases in the call. So like I said, we're seeing this post-pandemic of 2019, more calls are being placed. We're also seeing a increase in behavioral health calls. So the call volumes are increased, more resources are needed. And then with the city here, we're also seeing a community growth. So there is a proportional increase in population that's impacting the call increases as well. Next slide, please. So now looking at all overarching, we will look into the technical analysis, looking at the city's financial health, looking at the calls, the incidents, and then mapping out what the 4 scenarios are that it will be presented in front of you. Chase?
All right, and I'll just validate that everybody can hear me as well.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so here we want to look at some of our assumptions and key definitions. And so there's a lot of data that went into this analysis. Just kind of give you the highlights here. For our forecast basis, we looked at the city's 2025 budget, as well as the 2026 budget and the collective bargaining agreement budget increase for both the firefighter and EMS costs. We've also been looking at various inflation factors. So beyond the 2026 timeframe, we're wanting to forecast costs through 2030. Based on the work that FCS has been doing for the long-range planning effort, we align these with our general costs increasing at about 3.5% per year, labor and benefits at 5%, and then our customer growth at just over 1.1%. When we're talking through this presentation, we have some definitions that we'll just want to bring back. We have billable units that Shivani mentioned, and so this is a standardized unit where one single-family household equals one billable unit. Your commercial and non-residential customers are kind of scaled based on the number of occupancy and various other factors, but we'll be looking to kind of standardize that for today's discussion. We also have a percentage of rate recovery, and so this is the percentage of the rate charged compared to the maximum allowable rate that we calculate under the EMS analysis tonight. And then we have a total EMS cost recovery. And so this is a percentage of all EMS revenues compared to the total cost to provide all of the EMS services. Next slide. Bringing back this graphic that Shivani mentioned, we have our 2 different types of costs. And so we have our general fund budget for 2025, that's $11.3 million. And then we have our EMS fund budget that's just under $14 million, which looks at a total fire and EMS service cost in 2025 for about $25.2 million. We then go ahead and look at that using various allocation factors line by line within those 2 budgets to come up with the fire costs and the EMS costs. And some of the allocation factors we use allocate them completely to fire based on if it's a fire-specific cost, completely to EMS, or something like dispatch services would be allocated based on the number of fire calls versus the number of EMS calls. And then your labor and kind of cost timing there is based on the amount of time spent on your fire and EMS calls. And those are based on 21 through 24 city incident data. At the end of all of this, we have about 30% of our cost, about $7.6 million related to fire. And the remaining $17.6 million are about 70% related to EMS costs. And we'll be looking at recovering that EMS costs through various means through the next couple slides. Next slide, please. Taking that $17.6 million in 2025 that we had from the last slide, we're doing the same allocation in 2026 using the 2026 budget, plus that collective bargaining agreement adjustment. And then in 2027 through 2030, we're looking at allocating those or inflating those costs at about 4.7% annually based on our various escalation factors. So from 2025 to 2030, we have EMS costs of $17.6 million up to $22.5 million forecasted. Next slide. When we're looking at our operating revenues, we're looking at ways that we can offset those expenses for the EMS utility. And we have two different ongoing revenue sources. We have our transport revenues, which is denoted in kind of that black box of the stacked bar chart here. That's about $4 million in 2025, and that increases with your customer growth. And we also have a very small amount of miscellaneous revenue. It's about $80,000. I'm not sure if you can actually see it. It's so small. But we do have those forecasted ongoing through the forecast period. We also, as part of 2025, have an assumption of grants at just about $1 million. And then our ground emergency medical transport revenue that we also have forecasted in 2025. These two revenue sources we are not forecasting moving forward due to the uncertainty of these revenues. So for 2026 through 2030, they have fallen off the forecast. Looking at the remaining costs, kind of in that icy blue, that's the cost to be recovered through rates. And so in 2025, that's about $10.2 million, and by 2030 increases to just under $18 million. Next slide. When we're looking at allocating those costs to our customer base, we have our equivalent billable units. And so based on 2025 customer billing stats, we're at about 31,000 billable units. Applying our 1.1% growth rate by 2030, that increases to about 32,800 billable units. Next slide. Taking our total cost and dividing it by our billable units, we come up with a calculated full cost recovery basis. And for 2025, we calculate that at $27.44. Because of the removal of the ground emergency medical transport revenues, as well as the grant revenues, in 2026, that's calculated to be $38.11, increasing to $45.55 by 2030. One thing to note is that the 2025 rate for the city currently is $18.61. So the city is assessing approximately 68% of the maximum allowable rate. And then looking at your other revenues to cover your EMS costs, we're looking at about 81% cost recovery for 2025. Meaning that currently in 2025, we're forecasting that about 19% of the EMS costs are covered through general fund support. Next slide, please. As we look at some scenarios and how we could look at different rates and different general fund subsidies, we're going to look at 4 different scenarios tonight. The first one is to continue that rate recovery metric of 68% that we saw in 2025, and assuming that the general fund supports the remaining 32% of the rate. Scenario 2, we're going to look at the current budget operating practice, and so looking at that general fund budget portion to cover the fire costs as well as a portion of the EMS costs. Scenario 3, we're looking at an 80% overall EMS cost recovery metric, and then scenario 4 is looking at that 100%, so the maximum allowable with no general fund support for EMS services. Go to the next slide, please. So we have a series of graphics here for each of these scenarios, and so we'll kind of walk through this first one in detail. Over on the left here, we have our monthly rate in kind of that green color, and this represents your 68% of the maximum allowable rate, which is scenario 1. In 2026, that new rate would be $25.85, an increase at $30.90 by 2030. The gray bar on top represents the amount that would be subsidized to the customers through the general fund at $12.26 in 2026, up to $14.66 in 2030. What this means for a general fund subsidy to the EMS fund in 2026 would be about $4.6 million, up to about $5.8 million in 2030. This does include a one-time large rate increase to the customers due to the removal of those GEMT and grant revenues from the forecast. So your customers would essentially be making up that lost revenue source. Scenario 2, next slide, please. This scenario looks at your current operating practice, and so we brought back our graphic from before, looking at that 2026 allocation. And this is where we have our general fund budget of just about $12 million in the upper left in that blue, and then our fire costs of about $8.1 million in that orange. And that difference there between the budget and the fire costs would be the amount subsidized through the general fund. It's about $3.9 million in 2026 and would increase to $4.7 in 2030. Looking back at the graphic on the left, that would be about $10.33 subsidized for each customer on their monthly bill in 2026, up to $12 in 2030, resulting in a rate of $27.78 in 2026, up to $33.55 in 2030. Next slide, please. Scenario 3 looks at setting the monthly rate to recover 80% of the overall EMS costs, either through your transport rates, your miscellaneous revenues, or your monthly rates. And that rate would be $28.17 in 2026, up to $34.12 in 2030, and ranging from that general fund subsidy of those rates from $9.94 up to $11.43 in 2030. That annual general fund subsidy that would be required for the EMS fund would be $3.75 million up to $4.1 million by 2030. And this would once again recover 80% of the total EMS costs, either through your transport rates, your miscellaneous fees, or your monthly rates from customers. And next slide, please. The final scenario would be charging the maximum allowable rate under the RCW, and so this would get to 100% EMS cost recovery. And this would be what we saw in kind of that baseline forecast of the $38.11 in 2026, up to $45.55 in 2030. Under this scenario, there would be no general fund subsidy in any of the years, and so the general fund would just be paying for the fire allocation of those costs, but nothing to subsidize the EMS fund. This represents the maximum allowable that could be charged under the RCW. Next slide, please. Every jurisdiction that we work with likes to see kind of how they compare to their peers, and so this is a 2025 monthly comparison of ambulance utilities within the area. A lot of assumptions and a lot of things go into building all of these rates, and so this is always an apples to orange comparison. There's a lot of different unique things going on with each jurisdiction, but everybody does like to see this comparison. And so this is a 2025. Many of these other jurisdictions may have an increase in 2026 planned or even adopted at this point. Next slide, please. So just in summary, we have our cost recovery options. All of these scenarios address additional costs in 2026 due to that collective bargaining agreement budget increase, and also assume no grant or GEMT revenue. 2027 through 2030 rate increases under these 4 scenarios are assumed to address inflationary pressures and kind of be in that inflationary ballpark level. We have a table that looks at the 2026 rate, the rate recovery, so the percent of the maximum allowable rate that is billed, as well as the total EMS cost recovery, so the total amount of the EMS cost that is recovered through your various revenue sources. We've also highlighted scenario 3 as the staff recommendation. And with that, I think it's next slide and we can pass it back to the city.
I believe there might be a question.
Thank you for the presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, so yes, we as staff recommend scenario 3, which is the most balanced approach to reduce the impact into the general fund over time, and with the goal of having the ambulance utility be self-sustaining. So we're here to answer any questions and incorporate any feedback into the scenarios, and come back at the next meeting with a formal proposal.
Councilmember Cotter?
The calls for service going way up, 61.5%. And then there were some justifications supplied there, mental health. Is there anything left to peel back there? I mean, is there a potential to reduce that number of calls? It just seems like, the population's going up 6%, but the calls are going up 60%. What's happening?
Like we were saying, and great question, by the way. Since the pandemic, we've seen a big shift in the types of calls we go on. A lot of it is we see with the opioid issues, we see some of the pandemic issues, and are kind of falling into, they're still moving forward in today. But they use 911 as a system to really get their medical needs met. So it's almost like their primary care physician. One of the things we're doing as we see a lot of success is our Pasco Resource Navigator program. So that's a contract service that we do. We have 2 individuals. And so when we go to patients or see people out in the field that might not need to go to the hospital, we contact our resource navigators who go out and make contact. That's one of the ways we look at reducing the impact or the burden on the 911 system and the hospital system as well. So that is one of the things we're looking at and trying to maybe even expand with that and even regionalize with the other cities.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't know, maybe not.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any questions or anything. I just had a comment. I guess I came here with the intention of proposing that we do the full 100% cost recovery. I just don't understand why we would go with 80% if we're subsidizing to the tunes of millions of dollars every year. I think we need to align our services with our charges. So, I mean, we're facing a budget deficit. That money can be used for other things than our budget. Sure, it's going to be a sharp increase, but I think it should be self-sustaining. And we're not going to get 100% cost recovery. I know that, but at least it'll be higher than than if we go ahead and choose 80%. So that's going to be my motion would be, I would like for us to approve the 100% cost recovery scenario. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas, do you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, actually I do. Can you please explain how much is getting reimbursed from Medicaid or Medicare?
Yeah, so it's a little over 2 million that's being reimbursed, and on the GMT side, it's about 2.3.
Okay, and that still won't help with the 80% recovery.
Right, and we are taking out the GMT for now just to be very conservative. So if it doesn't, at the federal level, if that doesn't change and we end up continuing to have that revenue source, then we would likely come back and adjust if needed. But at this time, we're just being conservative with the information we have at this time and excluding that revenue source.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Councilwoman Barajas, is there some direction you were hoping to give staff or a way you think we should go with this?
Sure. I'm going with the recommended scenario 3.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cotta.
Leo's suggestion, I understand the logic behind it. Are there criticisms behind scenario 4 with the exception of a large rate increase?
Criticism? Not that I know of, except it is a large rate increase. And so looking at the what our community can tolerate, and with such a drastic increase, we see most of it's because we're removing that GEMT funding, which is a pretty big source. So we just wanted to look at if there's a phased-in approach, or if we can go in all at once, that'd be very good. But again, we want to be very cognizant of the impact it has on our community.
Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I guess.
Can I add to that, please?
Oh, what was that?
I'd like to add a little comment.
Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
So this is in support of, again, what Chief Crowley just said. If we were to raise 100% the rates, again, we need to take into consideration the high users. The majority of the calls are individuals that are on a fixed income. You give them 100% of the cost, we're putting people out. They're going to have to decide whether they're paying for their low income housing, food, or medication. We're talking senior citizens most of the time. So hopefully people take that into consideration.
And just to clarify, if I can clarify, this is just the monthly rate, not the actual cost for service though, correct?
Right, that's the rate that residents would receive on their monthly utility bill, and it comes along with their water, sewer, and irrigation. It's all.
Oh, so yeah, it's spread across
Right.
what everybody's paying, not somebody that uses the service more often isn't necessarily paying more like that unless they're actually taking rides in the ambulance.
Right, and that's
like.
in the transport fees.
Okay. And I guess maybe my question's best for, Ms. Shivani. I appreciate some of the comparisons and everything that were added to the scenarios, especially to our neighboring jurisdictions. The number that stood out to me, besides the 61.5% increase for calls of service that Councilmember Cotta brought up, and to me, that just came across as another unfunded mandate from the state, the way they are doing business there in Olympia, and, those costs being passed on to us here in the city of Pasco. But I was wondering, the 68% recoverable rate that we are doing, does anybody have any information? How does that compare to neighboring municipalities? How much, I see the different rates in dollar amount, but as far as that 68% recoverable rate, I'm curious how that compares to our neighboring jurisdictions.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I'm going to have Chase help us because we are doing a couple of studies, and Sunnyside is another city that we're supporting. And I think Chase on Sunnyside, where we are in cost recovery for them.
Yeah, I'd say it's very rare to see 100% cost recovery. There's always some level of subsidy. It very much depends. Some of these utilities also have an EMS levy. I would say 100% is very rare. I would say somewhere in that 55 to 85% range is probably fairly typical, but we could get back to you with some better numbers on that.
Okay, appreciate that. Councilwoman Blaisdell, anything to add? I guess, go ahead, Councilmember Cotta.
Is there any accountability on the person making the call? Do they pay anything at all when they call for an ambulance or for an EMT or for the fire department to come help them out in some way?
So if I'm hearing you right, if someone picks up the phone and calls 911 and we respond and we make contact with them, do we bill them directly from that aspect?
Yeah.
Or just by services rendered? Usually if it's a transport.
Mm-hmm.
So we, if we go and provide a service and we take them to the hospital, then we would charge them.
Mm-hmm. So this is just funding you to get to them and then provide a service there.
Right. So part of that, when we talked about that rate, the reliability and availability, that's part of that. And so make sure we have the staff. And then the other part is actually providing the service. So the medications and the supplies.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think that's really helpful, the way you put it there, Councilman Cotta, that it is kind of the cost to get there and render the service, not to take them away if needed. And so I guess just if you would help clarify, just for myself a little and for the public too, Ms. Garcia, as far as these different funds, if really it's either the general fund supporting this through property taxes and sales tax or this utility fee, correct? And so we're just kind of choosing which one we're doing, correct?
Yeah, and we do get, we do have some Medicare and Medicaid payments that come in, but typically it's discounted, right? We bill the full amount and then it gets discounted quite a bit, so we don't always get the full amount that we bill when it's a Medicaid.
Awesome, yeah, and I see those write-offs every month. Well, I agree with Councilmember Perales that, we are in a budget crisis and everything, but at the same time, I know a lot of our constituents are also struggling with their budgets right now, so I would probably be more prone to go towards the 80% recovery rate is kind of where I'd be on it. And
I don't need to think about it. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's a huge increase when you go, you're already getting a $10 increase, and a $20 increase on top of that is difficult. But I like the transparency of people knowing exactly what their dollars are going to when it comes from a general fund. Yeah, it just gets pulled in from some other tax revenue. And this is very direct, and people know what they're paying for when they do it. So I don't know. I'll be considering one of those two options.
Ms. Sigdell?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can add few things just from
Yes, please.
my history with this fund. There's really three sources of revenue. One is when you transport someone, so somebody calls, you transport them to the hospital. One is the utility fee that goes in, which is essentially called an availability cost. So you're paying for the fire station, for the ambulance to be there when you call. And so it gets charged on your bill, on your utility bill every month. The other thing that we try to do is really connect the demand for the system. So for example, with some of the high foot traffic businesses, we charge ambulance fee based on the number of employees that they have within that business, because so if they have 6 or 7 employees within the business, that's equal to about 2 households. So we try to spread the cost in a way that feels equal. But the other part that is a little bit difficult is this is essentially a medical service. And so you have patients who we bill Medicare and Medicaid for, and what might cost around $3,800, $4,200 per visit, that is what it costs for us to go to a call. You might get $350 from Medicaid and $550 from Medicare. And so when you see those bills that you approve on a every other week basis, and you see the write-off and there's large amounts there, majority of that is from the ambulance fund as a write-off for those Medicare and Medicaid. And so there's some components there that essentially we have to subsidize or allocate overall. So those are the challenges that you're dealing with as well. Just want to add that in.
And that's probably the biggest thing that you see that jump, like we talk about that GMT. So if you're not familiar, that's that bridge. So as we talk about with Medicaid, if you're only getting $300 and some dollars per billable that you can bill out, we know no system can sustain this billing that service. And so that's where GMT came and made that offset and made that bridge. As we're being very conservative, is we're pulling that out because that's federally funded, and that really through the state is only supposed to last a couple of years. We're on year, I forget what it is, 5 or 6, and with the current climate with our government, we will want to make sure that we're not relying on that as a means of being sustainable, and so that's why we're pulling that out. So it's almost like worst case scenario, just to ensure that we can provide the service to our community.
All right, thank you. Anybody have anything else before we invite the public? Oh, sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, I was
Councilmember Perales.
just to make a note, if we would have implemented perhaps 100% operating cost recovery, we're not going to pay $3.75 million in 2026, 3.9, it goes up. We're burning $6 million this past year. $3 million, we cut that in half. So it's just I think we need to be a little bit fiscally responsible. Like Mr. Cotta said, people need to understand when they call for service, what they're going to pay. Obviously, we're not going to get the full 100%, but we need to stop the bleeding. So that would be my only. Obviously, it's only going to be between the 80%, 100%. So whatever the council decides, I'll go with that. But I think the 100% operating cost scenario is the best one.
There was a graph about how much the citizens, the households are paying for this service compared to other cities. What about the cost of the service compared to other cities as opposed to what we're paying? I mean, are they fielding much less calls? Is there anything going on there that justifies paying less in these other cities compared to what we're paying here?
I can speak to, so for the city of Kennewick, they run more calls than us, and we're real close to Richland with those calls. So I can do some research and see what their cost per call is and what they do with that, if that's what you're asking. But the city of Kennewick runs quite a few more calls than we do.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. This time, members of the public are invited to come up if they would like to speak on this issue for 2 minutes. Anybody like to speak on ambulance utility rates? Thank you.
I have a question that I probably can't answer right now, but I get charged for an ambulance fee through my mobile home park of
Oh, your microphone.
Oh, thank you. So I get charged an ambulance fee of $16.79 a month, along with billing fees of $6 and then $1 for mailing fees. How do I verify that the money that I'm giving my landlord and mobile home park going to these fees? Because when I pay for my ambulance, it comes out of Medicare because I'm on state assistance. So are we regulating what is happening on billing in our community with charges like ambulance fees and so forth, where why is my mobile home park charging me that? Is that money going towards the city and the community for those charges? And we have the billings all over the place, but I don't understand why we're getting the ambulance fee along with. I would like to see if the city holds the mobile home parks or whatever accountable if they are charging us for that. Where is that money going? And is it really going to Pasco City? That's kind of my comment or concern on the situation of what we're just talking about with the ambulance fees, because it's being charged to us. So I'm wondering if the city has a way to see if you guys are getting that money that we're getting charged for.
I appreciate that. No, and that is a good question. Just I would invite you to if you think there is a discrepancy between what you're paying and the services you receive and what might be passed on to the city, I just encourage you to talk to staff and work through that, and they would have the information to do that. Anybody else like to speak on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we are going to move on. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Stewart, Ms. Sigdell, do you guys have enough to go forward with this information?
What I'm hearing from at least most of the council is moving forward with option 3, the 80%. Or do you want us to prepare both the 80% and the 100% and bring that, and the council can decide then?
That would probably be best, especially since Mayor Milne isn't here tonight, and let him have an opportunity to have that option, I think would be really good.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, number B, adjustment of utility tax rate, letter B, that is, adjustment of utility tax rate for city-owned utilities, and this is Ms. Sigdell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Cities can apply taxes on utilities like electric, water, sewer, telephone, cable, solid waste, currently our rate for the city of Pasco for all of these services is 8.5%. The maximum tax rate for some of these very particular services like electric, gas, steam, and telephone capped at 6% unless the voters vote for it. So there was a time when City of Pasco voters voted an additional 2.5% in utility taxes. However, any of the other services or utilities that I did not specifically mention there, the council has the authority to apply as much of the utility tax as you see fit, the need of the city. The city relies on these revenues to essentially it goes to the general fund, and it is the third major revenue after property taxes and sales taxes. So it's a pretty critical revenue source for the city. And it funds critical government services like public safety, parks, street overlay programs, long-term city planning, many, many things alongside property tax and sales taxes. The cities have been relying on these revenues. Some, like telephone and cable services, like we discussed last time, have been declining because of advent of cellular phones, which do not get utility taxes, as well as streaming services. So you'll kind of see those areas decline on a pretty steady clip in the last decade. To maintain the level of service for our government services, like I mentioned before, we're recommending that we increase our utility taxes by about 1.5% for city-provided utilities like water, sewer, stormwater, irrigation, and processed water reuse facility. And this 1.5% increase will provide about $900,000 increase in revenue to general fund in an annual basis. I will show you some, these are some options. Every 1% provides you with about $600,000 more in revenue. And there's cities across the state. We picked some equivalent ones. And what you'll see here is that Kennewick and Pasco, for example, have 8.5% all across the board. But you'll see in Richland, water and irrigation is at a little bit more than 12%. Solid waste is at 10.5%. So there's variation. Similarly, in Vancouver, you're looking at rates almost as high as 20% there. And West Richland is also 13.5%, 8%, 6%. So you'll see a lot of varying tax rates for varying services or utilities. And this is because council has the authority to apply the rate as it fits the need of the city. What we're recommending at this time is an increase from 8.5% to 10% for city-owned utilities only. So it would exclude utilities like electric, solid waste, gas, and cable television and telephone. And there might be a few others. It's not an exhaustive list, but that is the proposal in front of you today. Council can direct staff to bring this back for action in the next regular meeting. You can recommend that we revise the percentage, and we can come back with that if we have a council direction on that. Or you can decline to implement this increase and direct staff to present reduction in services in the future budget years. So those are the choices that we would have to make at this time.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Sorry, Mr. Prowlis, please go ahead.
I guess I would say I'm a soft no on this right now because my only issue with increasing it and only getting a little under $1 million is what exactly this money is going to be used for. If we're going to do this, I would like to there to be a stipulation where we dictate where the money is going to be used for, whether it's police and fire, parks and rec, and we direct it in the next budget cycle. But other than that, I don't see the reason to even bring this up. It's honestly a very small amount of money. Thank you.
Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
I'm still processing, but from what I'm reading, this would be a 1.5 increase. Yeah, no, I'm processing. No comment just yet.
Okay, thank you. Staff is looking for direction. Councilmember Cotta.
Comprehensively, I mean, we're talking about some of these recommendations that we're making, even back to the ambulance fee and other things that we're doing just to try to get to solvency and get back to a balanced budget. If we say yes to all the recommended options, that's what's going to get us, that's what puts us on track for that?
That would be the goal, yes. You're not going to make one sweep that will balance the budget magically. So there has to be a reduction in cost, there has to be increases in revenue. And where we find those areas of opportunity is going to be the challenge that we have to look for every time.
Thank you.
No, and yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, it's hard. I mean, like just kind of the last discussion, I see we're not done talking about these things. I mean, it is, it affects ratepayers, it affects taxpayers, but as Councilmember Cotta was saying, I think we do have a fiduciary responsibility to obviously bring us back to solvency and not live on our reserves over a long period of time for the city. Do you remember by chance, Ms. Sigdell, what was going on, why the voters voted to raise it at 2.5%? Was there some circumstances, or were there some circumstances going on that led people that way?
I will have to confirm this, but if my memory serves me right, it was for street overlay. And so we moved those funds to the street overlay fund to maintain our city streets.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Stewart. Thank you.
No, that's right. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Cotta's statement as well as what Rich has said. So, and to some degree to what Councilmember Prowse was talking about on the last agenda item with ambulance fees and whether we should go to 100% or 80%. You're balancing your budget right now with $6.5 million, and that's assuming that stays flat, which it won't. You have to close that gap, but that gap's actually getting bigger year after year. A couple council meetings ago, we approved a $1.2 million increase in wages for the fire department, which we addressed a little bit here in our presentation with regards to ambulance fees. We're limited by state statute that we can't be reliant on property tax. That isn't an option to go to raise to bring in revenue because we're capped at 1%. So the only other alternative we have is these other fees, or like Ms. Sigdell said, is we have to begin reducing services and cutting back costs because you cannot continue to sustain using reserves at a clip of $6 to $7 million a year. Eventually you're going to run out of reserves. You're going to hit minimum levels and you're not going to be able to rely on it anymore. And so I think the council is correct in deliberating. This isn't fun conversations to have. I don't think anyone in this room wants to increase fees on taxpayers. We understand the financial pressures everyone's going through, including those on fixed incomes. But at the end of the day, there's a cost to us providing these services. And, a lot of these are things that we're talking about that are critical services. And so, but we have to be able to balance that financially and sustainably going forward in the future. And our cost of operation and everything is going up for everybody. So, even as simple as purchasing, water pumps or a new fire truck for the fire department or squad cars for the police department, those costs are all up significantly and our revenues just aren't keeping up. So these aren't popular conversations, but they are necessary, and I appreciate the council's due diligence on considering these.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I guess I would, reluctantly, I go in the direction of, I think our responsibility as a council, though, is that fiduciary responsibility to balance our budget. And with a $6 million shortfall, we aren't going to get it all from one bucket of money, whether it be, the big ones like sales tax or property tax that I'm pretty fundamentally opposed to in most situations. So, with that reason, I know that we've had lots of discussions with staff in the past about, one thing that wasn't mentioned was efficiency changes. And I know our police and fire specifically have done their best to cut back on overtime and other expenses that add that. But I would be reluctantly in favor of the 1.5% increase.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Councilmember Barajas.
Sorry, I've had my hand raised. I do have a question in regards to the alternative. That 1%, how much closer does it bring us to meeting or closing that gap if we did a 1%?
That would be $600,000 per year.
Right. So we wouldn't gain anything really, right? I listening and reading the agenda, listening to the conversation, I'm in support of the recommended 1.5, but again, it's to me, it's the bringing it back to the taxpayers, where I feel it's a burden, but I also understand that we need to keep up the services that we're offering, and the only way we're going to be able to keep up with the demand is by distributing the cost. So I'm reluctant, but I'm in support of the 1.5 increase.
Thank you, Councilwoman Blaisdell. Or sorry, I was looking at you. That's my problem. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, I don't want no more taxes at all, period, but I'm kind of in the same boat with you guys, so.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the public if you would like to speak in this. If our clerk would restart the counter, would anybody like to speak on the subject as a member of the public? Yes, sir. Come right on up. Just state your name and city of residence, if you would, please.
John Clayton, Pasco, Washington. I'm just curious, I'm looking at these numbers, you're talking about a 1.5% increase across the board, so that's going to put everything at 10%? Am I hearing that right?
No, what staff had recommended was just the city-owned services. So that wouldn't include gas, that wouldn't include electric.
Just water, sewer, storm drains?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to make a comment on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Thank you, members of the public. Mr. Seward, Ms. Sigdell, do you have what you need?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're going to go forward. This is letter C, adjustment to utility rate and connection fee, water and sewer. And this again is Ms. Sigdell.
Mayor Pro Tem, Director Sarah will be leading this conversation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. We have seen this presentation speaking about rates and connection fees related to water and sewer utilities. This item was discussed on October 6th, and for that reason, I will not go through the presentation again, although we have it available if you would want to review any of the components. Generally speaking, what the discussion is tonight is to review the discussion on October 6th related to the need to increase water rates and sewer rates, and the consideration of connection fees to be increased as well for those utilities. Connection fees are a one-time fee that new users pay when they connect to the system. rates are the continuous payments that are made by those connected to the utility. The rates, generally speaking, pay for the operation and maintenance of our systems, as well as the replacement of aging infrastructure, while connection fees pay a buy-in cost into the existing infrastructure they're utilizing at the time they connect, plus all improvements that are needed to serve that additional capacity that is needed. And again, this revenue requirement analysis, which is the rate study, is done such that our utilities continue to be solvent and we can continue to provide the services. With that, I will advance to the scenarios where for water, and you've seen this presentation before, so I'm again not stopping here. We've talked about what the systems look like and the assumptions on our revenue needs. And then here, when we get to the scenarios, there were 2 scenarios presented to you all on the water utility. A scenario 1, where there was an accelerated delivery of the Butterfield water treatment plant replacement. And that scenario is presented with 2 options. One that would be based on bonding for those improvements, and that renders an increase, as shown at the very top of the screen, of 20.75% in the first 4 years, so each year. If that same scenario were to be conducted through low interest loans for a total of $80 million of low interest loans, that rate increase is reduced. And so the number you're seeing there is 17.5% per year in the first 3 years, and a third year that is smaller. Then the second scenario, similarly, is a 3-phase replacement of Butterfield, which actually results in a proposed rate increase of 25.25% each year for the first 2 years, and then 10% the 2 next years. But again, if that same scenario 2 were to be accomplished with low interest loans, that rate would be slightly lower. These rate scenarios are accounting for a maximum connection charge being paid for new users, meaning connection charge for new users come to pay for that expansion cost of the system. And if the maximum calculated connection fee were to, it's a policy decision whether the maximum connection charge calculated is applied or not. So if it were to be applied maximum, this is what the rate for water would look like, either one of these scenarios, whatever scenario you choose. If the connection fee were to be anything lower than that, this rate would have to be adjusted. So I'll try to recap that because it was very wordy. So you have these rates, which are the monthly rates for different scenarios, and this corresponds to a maximum connection charge if you were to choose to do so. Now, if you choose to not have a connection charge, these rates could increase to make up that difference in revenue, because overall there is a certain amount of revenue the utility needs to continue to operate and to be prepared to serve the new users. All right, so this is water. Sewer is a little bit simpler, and we'll go there. We only have one scenario, and that scenario shows us with an 8% rate increase in the first 4 years, which is what the rate would be set for. And this again corresponds to a full connection charge applied. If the connection charge were to be chosen at a lower level, these rates could increase to make up the difference. Your packet included a scenario where rates would be increased 1.5% from any of these presented scenarios for a connection charge that was half the maximum calculated. And quickly, to go over the maximum calculated connection fee, it would be for water, and it would change based on, yes, it's further along, I'm so sorry. Got ahead of myself. Yep, little more. Yes, right there. Okay, so the connection charges as maximum allowable calculated. Changes for water based on the size of the meter. So for a single family residential home, typically the meter is a 3/4 inch, and that connection fee, the maximum allowable is $6,148. And for sewer, the same residential unit is $4,354 as proposed. Again, you have the ability to choose lower connection fees. And with that, tonight is just a discussion, and we would be bringing back the options that you prefer for action. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Sarah. Do any members of council have anything to add to, or any questions to ask or comments? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Prowse. Lost my spot there.
I was looking at something, but did you go over the last page with the rate forecast comparison with half the connection charges? On our packet, there's a page with.
Yes, it is in the packet. It's not in my screen, but I'm happy to read that out loud. So, should half the connection charges were to be applied, the single family residential standard meter, the 3/4 inch, would be $3,074. And again, all the other ones would be half the number you're seeing in the screen. And then the rates, instead of the scenarios presented, each scenario would be increased by 1.5% in that case, which effectively for scenario 1, it would put the 20.75% increase to 22.25% increase. So it's 1.5% more than what was in the slide where I have all the scenarios for water. And similarly for sewer, the connection fee for a single residential unit would be $2,177, which is half of what is shown in the screen in green at the bottom. And the rate increase would be 9.5% for the first 4 years as proposed for the rate setting.
Does that suffice for you, Councilmember Prowse?
Yeah, and then just my comments would just be that I know we're trying to be more affordable in regards to housing. I just don't see where this helps out that endeavor. Not to mention, I wanted to know if we did get a memo from someone today, if that could be into the record. He brought up a lot of good points, but one of them was tied to the LID 152, and I mean, that's essentially going to be developed, and I don't know if they penciled out these costs when they went into that LID. So I'm wondering if that's just going to pause housing in that area. I mean, these are substantial. I mean, you're talking $10,000 to $15,000 more on each lot, essentially. I remember a year ago we did a presentation where we showed all our fees and stuff. I would love to see that table now with some of the things that are coming across our dais in regards to how much it costs to build a single family home. I think by now we have to be the highest in the Tri-Cities. There's a couple of things I have to think about with this, but I'm not a hard no, but I think I'll ask some questions offline in regards to that memo and then some of the calculations for how we got to those connection charges. But I don't know if this is the best time to do this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Okay. I guess I just have one question, Director Sarah, and perhaps this is even better for Ms. Garcia, but just for the sake of the public, what would, because those are, significant connection fees. And if you could just give a summary, where would that money be going?
I'm happy to begin that answer, and if others want to add, I will pass it on. So the connection charges specifically pay for infrastructure that is increasing capacity. For example, the West Pasco plant that is being expanded and will allow to serve new users. There is a component there where there's also paying for existing infrastructure that is in the ground now and is allowing for that new user to be served, and that is mains and pump stations and so on. So it's a combination of the buy-in plus the new infrastructure that is being built in order to be ready to serve new users. So expansion of capacity is really the trigger for considering what can be legally charged for connection charges.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just ask a follow-up question, how does this relate to the low interest loan we just, voted for the replacement of Butterfield? Is that mixed into the batter here somehow, or?
It does not mix with the Butterfield one, since Butterfield is a replacement of infrastructure. And so in that case, it has no bearing in the connection charges, but it does help in the rate, which actually is working towards achieving that $80 million of low interest loans that will allow for those rates to be lower. It's effectively the A version of each of those scenarios that you saw. There was S1 and S1A. So that helps with that. I think where you can correlate connection fee to other infrastructure and low interest loans is West Pasco. West Pasco has also received low interest loans from DOH, and that is helping with the repayment. Now, anything that is a grant is not accounted for in that connection charge, so it's discounted from the charge, meaning the dollar amount included in the connection charge calculation is lower because a portion of that cost is not being borne by the developers or the ratepayers. It's money being given to the city. So we did take into account anything that would be forgivable and reduce that connection charge accordingly.
Okay, thank you. If no one has anybody else, we'll turn it over to the public and invite members of the public to come up and comment on this. Thank you, Mr. Padvork. And we did receive your email, and just so you know, yes, or at least I read through it, this afternoon, the time that allowed. Most of my research for these meetings is over the weekend, but yes, I did take the time to at least skim real quick, but thank you. If you'd state your name and city of residence for the record, sir.
Yeah, John Padvork, Kennewick, Washington. I'll probably start this off just by saying if people had read the memo that I sent and had any questions, I can field those. If people also want me to do just a high-level overview, I can do that, but you've got about 2 minutes to get from me what you need to make.
It's up to you, sir. What would you like us to know?
So a couple things. There's a question of why am I here, and I represent developers, which there's sometimes developers' interests and city interests are at odds, but in this case they're fairly aligned. If you look at page 4, page 9, you'll see that, at least according to the numbers I ran, which the city didn't publish a full rate study, so I had to kind of do my own research and try to piece it together. Had to make some assumptions that might not be the same assumptions staff made. But if you look at the green and yellow, that's the money that would be coming in from new construction over the next 2024 to or 2025 to 2044. And so what you'll see there is that existing residents, the income that can come from them will pay for O&M, and it will pay for some of the new CIP projects that you have in your budget, but it won't pay for anywhere near all of it. There's a blessing and a curse to growth. You really need to have growth to be able to pay for those projects, and you need to balance it. And so right now it doesn't feel very balanced. A couple things, there was discussion of including the existing infrastructure. The logic busts with that. If you look at page 4, it's a concept of an old junky car that's got almost nothing left on it. And if someone said, hey, I'll charge you the original price plus interest, and it'll die really soon, then you have to pay to replace it, that wouldn't seem fair. And that's basically how this connection fee is structured. The law allows for charging existing infrastructure for things like when there's a fresh loan with interest, the city still has a burden. But it's questionable if it's legal to go back and charge for a plant built in the 1940s that's already paid for and it's about to be replaced.
Very good.
I had a lot of other notes, but
I'm sure you do. No, thank you for those, and I can speak for myself. I will go back and read that a little more thoroughly as time allows in the days to come. And I do believe that the city is in a partnership with developers to develop the city. I mean, yeah, we provide infrastructure. You guys want to develop the city, and so as much as we can work together on everything, I'm
and
always
developers
for.
are also definitely interested in avoiding the expensive cost of an appeal. Because that ultimately gets paid by the prevailing party probably. So if the city makes a decision that's incorrect, not only would there be damages that would possibly be recoverable, but also the cost of that whole mess would also be something that would be best avoided.
Okay, appreciate your thoughts, sir. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on the issue? Any other members of the public? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Thank you. So is this something you guys were gonna bring back again as staff, with Mr. Milne here? Or were you looking for more detailed direction this evening?
I think what I'm summarizing from your discussion is very likely bringing those 2 options that are included in your packet. We're hearing a lot of do the project all at once with the lower interest rate. Maybe we can do a little bit more of a creative rate structure where if we receive the low interest rates, then we have the lower rates, and if not, then we have the higher level of rates. We can kind of work with that. The other part would be just half of the connection fee than what is the maximum allowed.
I appreciate that. I definitely love options. Mr. Stewart?
Yes, if I can just make a few comments, and first I want to clarify maybe a question to Councilmember Perales on wanting to see the comparison of total connection fees to the other communities. Does this slide not provide you the information that you're asking for?
No, I was talking about, there's just the cost in general to develop. We did
Talk about
a
all
study,
permit fees?
All the fees together.
Okay.
So,
Because on this slide, what we see is at the far right is our existing, we're the lowest of all comparables, right? And while I agree that we don't want to impede growth, at the same time, it doesn't behoove us to do it at the cheapest, because ultimately someone has to pay for it. So the balance we're trying to reach is kind of like was just stated here in the public comment was, how much does growth pay for growth versus how much of that cost is spread out amongst not only the new people, but all the existing residents of Pasco, right? And that's the balance we're trying to hit. And so I think this is important. And I do just want to clarify that as Maria stated earlier, the cost of the Butterfield replacement is not calculated into the connection fees. We're only calculating in new expansion of capacity. Replacing Butterfield is replacement of existing infrastructure. That's built into your water and sewer rates that everybody pays, that already benefits from that. These connection fees are based off of assumptions of what infrastructure has to be built in, whether it's expanding facilities at the wastewater treatment plant to add more capacity, purchasing more water rights, adding in more sewer mains, water mains, manholes, all those other kinds of things that the new development is driving the cost of. And then one final point here, coming in as the new city manager, one of the things that I'm concerned about is that none of these include any assumptions of converting to radio read meters. Okay, we're doing this in an archaic way where we physically send somebody to every meter to read it, versus a system that automatically reads instantaneously across the community. And that one, there's going to be a significant cost to installing those meters, but it'll result in some cost savings over time in manpower and those kinds of things of reading that, and it also increase your accuracy. So in communities that I've been in that we've been able to implement this type of technology is we can find out probably within 24 hours whether or not you have a water leak on your toilet. And we can call you and say your meter is out of norm. You might want to go check and see because we think you have a leak somewhere, which saves the resident hundreds of dollars a month if we can catch that sooner instead of getting slapped with an $800, $900 water bill because they didn't find out that their toilet was leaking, right? And so there's some advantages, but none of these radio reads are calculated into the system. Now, we are installing meters in new homes and those kinds of things that can be upgraded to that. But at some point, I think we as a community need to look at making that transition because there's a lot of positive benefits to going to that point.
No, thank you. And if I can just add a little patch, Councilmember Perales, are you talking about, because I see that as the combined for water and sewer, but were you speaking more of a graph that has just all of the impact fees and really what it costs, kind of more all encompassing even beyond just utilities? Is that where you're?
Yeah, it was in June of last year. Former Director Gonzalez came up here and he did a presentation on all the fees, essentially a single family dwelling home pays. I mean, this just needs to be added to that. That's what I'm saying. We're adding costs onto development, and someone's going to pay the costs. It could be the developers, but I can see this impacting developers not wanting to develop, in Pasco. So that's my only biggest.
And that's kind of where I was following you, because I think I remember that, just more of an all-encompassing graph of what it costs to build a house, kind of almost in the entirety, at least just from, obviously not paying for the lumber and everything, but just what it costs from the municipalities, correct? Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you. Let's go on then. Letter D, resolution award bid number 23465 for process water reuse facility phase 4 irrigation systems farm upgrades project to Rochchi Incorporated. Sorry if I butchered that. I apologize. Of Pasco, Washington. And I think we're going to hear from Director Sarah for a while.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This is, as you said, PWRF had an expansion plan, which the treatment facility we talked repeatedly about, but recently we discussed the expansion of the land treatment system, and that is the field irrigation system where we dispose of the pre-treated wastewater. This project will accomplish exactly that. We will be adding 2 new areas to that land treatment system, and the project will actually build pipelines that will reach those 2 new locations and prepare for the installation of circle pivots for the irrigation itself, which is an item that is coming next in the agenda. So the 2 areas added are shown in orange in the map, and they are adjacent to existing land treatment system for the city of Pasco. For this project, which complies with our facility plan for that facility, we requested bids. We received 10 bids, which was incredibly competitive, probably one of the biggest bid openings since the last decade I've been here. And the lowest one was from Rochchi, and it was in the amount of $5,423,613.74. This is below the engineer's estimate by quite a bit, actually. Our engineer's estimate was at $7.2 million, but as you can see, actually in your packet, all the bids were tabulated, and you can see that there was quite a spread between all of them. This project will allow for compliance with ecology permitting of that facility for the land disposal system, so the waste discharge permit into those fields. And the project is currently planned to be funded through a bond that is already issued and some additional funds that would require a budget amendment for this project to allow for full cost to be paid. Originally, the project was planned to be paid with bond revenue plus a low-interest loan from the Department of Ecology, but the award of that loan award fell through. So once we knew we didn't have that funding, we rescoped the project to make the minimum improvements that would allow us to include these 2 new locations in our system and continue moving forward so that we can have full compliance in 2026 with our permit. And that is in coordination with the facility now being able to handle more flow. We need more area to land apply. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Any questions from council? Councilmember Cotta?
Just a comment. This seems pretty straightforward. This is good.
Awesome, thank you. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the public, would anybody like to speak on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. Let's move on to letter E. This is a resolution, sole source purchase of 3 Valley pivots for design services for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system, farm grade upgrades project. And again, this is Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I realized that our title had a mistake in it. So this is a sole source for the purchase of this farm pivot. So we will get that corrected for next week. This item actually ties to the previous item we just discussed. You are seeing on the screen the orange rectangles that will host the new land treatment system, the expanded land treatment system. Those 2 locations will be served with 3 circles, and that is because the square in the bottom of the screen is actually divided by an easement from BPA, which does not allow us to have a single circle there. We need to have that split into 2 half circles, allowing for that easement to remain untouched. This sole source is to be able to continue to have the same type of circles that we have in the rest of the circles the city operates. We currently manage another 16 circles in adjacent to the ones proposed. And in 2020, there was a request for proposals when the selected one from that competitive process was the Valley type. And so we want to continue to have that same type of equipment so that it's easy for our crews to repair and replace components and have things on the shelf to be able to do that expeditiously. The total cost for these 3 pieces of equipment pre-tax is $466,206.44. That is not to exceed that amount. And with your approval, we would move forward with the purchase. And this is part accounted for budgetarily within the cost of the project that you saw in the prior item. So it's included in that overall $7 million project cost. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Barajas?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Members of the public, anybody like to speak on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Let's move on to letter F, resolution, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers easement sewer main upsizing professional services agreement acceptance. Director Sarah.
Good evening again. There's just a lot of items for me tonight. This item actually pertains to a sewer project that will replace and upsize existing trunk line along the river. And there are 3 segments to this project proposed to be designed all at once to gain some efficiencies. There was a request for qualifications. We had 1 consultant submit qualifications for it. It was RH2 Engineering. The committee review their submittal and deem them qualified to do this work. And a scope for work for these 3 sets of improvements, which are all the same type of improvement, was negotiated. And a total cost of $942,491 was negotiated as a not to exceed cost for the design of these 3 phases. The 3 projects combined are estimated to cost just under $9 million. So this cost for design seems reasonable. The professional services agreement or this contract with RH2 would include services for the design, the permitting, and support during bidding process.
And this project is actually fully funded in the design phase at this point through a low interest loan from the Department of Ecology in a total amount of almost $3 million. So 1.3, just under that. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Councilwoman Barajas?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public, would you like to comment on this? Here's your opportunity. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you, Director Sarah. Moving on to letter G, resolution, professional services agreement with Transpo Group USA Incorporated for the Santa Fe Parkway and Road 76 intersection and pedestrian safety enhancements project. Director Sarah.
Good evening again. This is another professional services agreement. In this case, it is with Transpo Group USA, and this is for the design of improvements at the Road 76 and Santa Fe intersection, which the title is slightly misleading because it also includes some interconnect activities along Road 68 and some improvements fulfilling the gaps in sidewalk along Road 76. Just south of that intersection. So this project is funded through a Highway Safety Improvement Program grant with a local match. And at this point, our request is to be able to enter the agreement with Transpo Group for them to begin design. The design should be completed by the end of 2026, allowing us to begin construction in 2027. And this total amount for this contract, I will find it. Oh, here. This design contract is for a total of $369,116.05. And again, it's not to exceed, which means that the consultant will perform the activities and they'll be charging us monthly for the activities performed, but only those hours that have been used. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions. There's lots of explanation here on the funding sources for the match and so on, but the important part is that 86.5% is being paid by the grant, and the 13.5% remaining is the local match. So that's the ratio at which the city pays for these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Questions, comments from council? Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nope. Thank you. Well, actually, yes, I lied. Please correct me with the amount. You said 369 million?
Yes, the dollar amount is $369,116.
And 13% is local match, and the rest is
Federal grant. Yes.
Federal grants. Okay. Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. You know you're not going to get out of this without a comment from me, though. It takes them a whole year to put up a plan for this. I mean, I want to get going. I'm just got ants in my pants over here. It's going to take them through the end of next year to really complete just the plan for this.
Yes, the contract supports the design plus the permitting to be able to do it. And then the project goes through a review through DOT, through local programs that ensures that the design is being done in compliance with the regulations of the grant, and that our specifications in the project are compliant with DOT standards, which is important for the use of those dollars to be valid, right? So FHWA has some rules on how we spend their dollars, and that process can take several months. And then what occurs afterwards is once we have approval from DOT for implementing the design, we go through the process of contracting the funds to be able to have that construction phase readily available for us to be reimbursed. And that process occurs through the TAC at BFCOG, and then it goes to the board, and then it goes to DOT at the local level, and then at headquarters. So the overall process takes some time. It's not just the design, it's the design plus getting all the other things lined up so that when we put it out to bid and we award the bid, those dollars are readily available for us to start reimbursing our expenses.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you are a whiz at finding sources of funding outside of city revenue, so I really appreciate that. And I know with some of those other funding sources comes oversight, and that is a good thing. You know, and again, it does help reduce the cost for local taxpayers. But at the same time, man, there are just so many intersections, so many infrastructure projects around the city, really just that are in desperate need of funding. I have driven up on a accident there where EMS hadn't even responded yet. And it's just right around the corner of the fire station. I called 911, and it was funny, kind of right when they pulled the fire truck around, they just kind of looked over, and I waved at them. So yes, like so many others, that one is just in desperate need, and I just appreciate you working on this, and I know myself and so many other people will be excited to get this done, so thank you. Okay, moving on, letter H, Capital Improvement Plan 2026 to 2031, and this is back to Ms. Garcia. Oh, thank you, real quick, would anybody like to speak on this? Sorry. Thank you, members of the public. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you, Councilwoman Blaisdell. Now to the Capital Improvement Plan, letter H, 2026 to 2031. And again, we're back to you, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening again. Yeah, so we will be going over the 6-year capital improvement plan, and we are going to focus today on transportation and what we're calling general government. So that's buildings and facilities and parks and rec. And on the following meeting, we will focus on the utilities. So we're just kind of splitting those up for you today. So overall, the plan is developed using council goals and various plans and studies, as well as assessment of the systems and any critical needs. So here we have just the general categories of the different funding sources. So as Director Sarah mentioned, she is very successful, the city is very successful at securing some grants, and that is usually the internal funds are the match for those grants, and as well as there's various types of low interest loans and then external bonding that takes place for these projects. And then there is a category that is for unsecured, and usually that's in the outer years, which is typical since grants are usually not secured that far in advance. Okay, so here we have a trend of the past CIPs. So you can see it's kind of slowly decreasing. So the current plan is at $498 million. Okay, and overall for all project types, it's a total of 133 projects, and that's in all the different categories that we'll go over in the next slides. And as I mentioned, $498 million over the 6 years, and 29% of that is currently secured. And for the coming year, 91% of it is secured. So here we have a chart showing all the different categories of the project types. Transportation, it makes up 34%, which is one of the categories that we will be focusing on today. So we have a few just updates from the prior CIP, some projects that have been either completed or are at near completion, which the majority of these have come to council with project acceptance. So just a highlight, a kind of recapping of the progress from the last CIPs. Okay, so here we have just as a whole, big picture, the different categories and totals by year. Again, the ones that are grayed out are the ones that we will be focusing on the next meeting. So today we will be going over building facilities, parks and recreation, and transportation. So for that focus group, I guess, for those projects, it's total of 85 projects and totaling $268 million over the next 6 years, with 78% of that being secured within the next year. So this is a lot of kind of the same information, just specific to the projects that or the project types that we'll be going over. So for these three categories, this graph shows how much is unsecured by year. And as you can see, starting in year 3 of the plan is where there's quite a bit that's unfunded. And again, that's mainly due to timing of grant awards and the amount of time that it takes for bonding. Okay, so we will be kind of highlighting some of the internal funding sources and just going over what the total impact is for each fund. And on the slide here, we have just a list of the projects that are being funded by this, and most of them are most of them are matched to grants or have a bigger impact. And your packets did have a little more detail on each project. This is more high level by fund. Oops, sorry. Okay. So same idea on the majority of them are transportation, as these are funded through, for example, this is one of the ones that we were discussing earlier with the utility tax rate. That 1% that was voted for in the past, 80% of that goes to this fund. So for the economic development, the first 2 years are in the plan are budgeted, or 26 is budgeted for, and then the outer years there's not a lot of impact there. So for the REIT fund, again, this is mainly used for to fund capital projects. So that is pretty much the sole source for this funding source. Okay, and this is existing bonding that was secured in the past couple years, and we are kind of at that point where we are spending down the remaining amounts of the bonds. So just a couple projects that are being highlighted today are just the ones for Parks and Recreation, a couple that are going into 2026 and are either fully secured or partially secured. And we have here the amounts that are the total cost and the year that they are starting. And same idea for transportation, just highlighting a few of the upcoming projects and the funding source or the phase that it's in. Okay. And we have a map here that has the different projects, which kind of ties into what we were just discussing. And as I mentioned, the city has been very successful in securing grants. So this table here shows all the different projects and the different funding sources that have been secured. Okay. Actually, do you want to touch on this?
And this is Maria again. But in this slide, really, we want to highlight the dependency of both types of projects, transportation and parks and recreation or facilities projects, really reliant on grant funding and external funding and support from external sources, where we anticipate that the landscape for grants is somewhat drying up, and we've talked about this several times already. We anticipate that while we've been very successful until now, likely we will be less successful in the future because the dollar amount available and the number of programs available to us will be reduced. Just understanding where our state government and budget is, and then the federal prospect of grant funding just being reduced as well. So we want to call attention to the prioritization and ensuring that the plan as proposed aligns with the priorities the council has, because prioritization will be even more critical than ever to ensure that our grants are coming to fund, and our own dollars, all resources are coming to fund those things that are the priority for the council and the community.
Yeah, so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but overall, this plan is, it's not a budget, it's more of a plan, a roadmap for the next 6 years, and to focus our priorities on infrastructure and investment into the community.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Questions, comments from council? $500 million capital improvement?
I'll go ahead. I like a lot of the projects on there. I saw a couple that are going to be in my district, and some of those high crash site areas. So no, just very appreciative and glad some of those projects are going to be kicking off here soon. Thank you.
Thank you. My sentiments exactly. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nope, great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree. Both you ladies, Miss Sarah and Miss Garcia. It's difficult. We are a growing city, and I wish we had money, and I know staff does, just to build the Burns Road extension, or to improve intersections, or to add some of these overpasses, but yet we have a $6 million budget shortfall. Here we do have constraints, and we are very reliant upon these outside funding sources. And I appreciate the good job you guys have done, not only now but in the past. And as it's been well said, we just have to understand with those shekels come shackles sometimes, and that's just kind of our way, but appreciate it. Members of the public, would you like to comment on the capital improvement plan for 2026 to 2031? Going once, going twice, 3 times, thank you. All right, letter I, a letter of support, City of West Richland's consideration of aerial fireworks ban, and we're gonna go to Mr. Stewart.
Yes, so I attended a meeting last week actually, where the mayor of West Richland requested that the city council consider a letter of support of West Richland potentially banning aerial fireworks in their community. My understanding is that they're the only ones, I don't know if I want to call it the Tri-Cities, that's what it's traditionally called, but if you could count in West Richland, it's the Quad Cities now. They're the only ones that allow it, which has created some consistency issues throughout the Tri-Cities. And the mayor is currently making efforts. He's on his way out. New mayor's been elected, and one of the things that he wants to wrap up is potentially getting this ban in place. And so he did request council consideration of a letter of support from the city of Pasco with regards to that. This city council in Kennewick approved this exact letter of support at their meeting last week. And so the only way for me to have a conversation with council about it was to put it on an agenda. So I figured I'd put it on a work session. I understand this has gotten some media coverage here over the weekend. I want to be clear, this is not us trying to meddle in West Richland and their rules and regulations. We were requested by their mayor to consider this, and this is why it's on the agenda this evening. And that's the only reason. And I didn't speak for the council about whether or not you'd be supportive of this or not. I just said I would talk about it with you guys. And so this is on the agenda tonight for your discussion and to provide me direction if you want to consider a letter going forward or not, or whether you don't. If you don't, then this is the end of the conversation. If you do, then I can prepare that letter for official action for council at next week's meeting.
Thank you, City Manager Stewart. Questions, comments from council?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Barajas.
Harold or City Manager, can you please clarify, this evening around 6 p.m. on the Keeper News, they were already announcing that Mayor Melny had already signed the letter in support. So I'm not sure if there was a conversation already, but that's what Keeper was announcing, that this was already signed in support.
In response, I don't know the truth of the accuracy of that statement. I have not received a signed copy from Mayor Milne, and I hadn't even discussed it with him. It was put on the agenda at the last minute late last week. So as far as I know, no, the mayor has not signed this. He's not even in town right now.
It's in the packet signed here. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's what they're going off of. So that's what I thought too. I texted him, well, you already signed this? Okay. I guess we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I don't know how that signed copy got in there because I did not ask the mayor to sign it.
He said it was his auto pen. Not to make a joke about that, but yeah. Either way, I think I'll go ahead and make my comments. I'll support this, but I think at the end of the day, we need to figure out a way to really enforce what we have on the books, which is not possible from my understanding of talking with the Washington State Patrol. There's like a board that overlooks firework safety and policies and laws, and they pretty much said that it really comes down to that misdemeanor and how the investigation goes. And so I don't know. I almost think I was going to throw this on Brianna's plate to see what she could figure out at the state level to go into how police officers can essentially use some type of other evidence, video and stuff like that to enforce it. On these nights, the calls are just through the roof, but it's not really stopping anything. They're just going from fire to fire, and no one's really. It's not decreasing, and I can understand why West Richland is going towards this because that kid fell through the roof and all that stuff on that one property. It was kind of West Richland, and a lot of properties were just lost. So that is something over there, especially over there with the high winds, something they have to really maintain and change something over there. So I'd be in support of this, but I don't know. I think really it comes down to getting law enforcement, getting our state together to figure out ways to combat this with the wildfires, fireworks, and all that stuff.
Thank you, Councilman Cotta.
Has there been any quantifiable data presented, amount of damage done to properties, houses, injuries, assessments? I mean, what is the primary justification?
I would have to work with staff to see if we have any actual data of what is actually attributed to fireworks during these times of the season. But in my career in multiple states, what I would say is the common arguments against this is, aside from the potential injury or damage to property, the predominant arguments have to do with any member of your public that suffers from PTSD, that this is very triggering for them. And then we're becoming more and more of an animal supportive culture and society. And a lot of people's animals this is very traumatic for them during this period. And so most of the arguments usually revolve around those two things. You also have the issue of the trash that's left behind after that needs to be cleaned up. Because a lot of times people don't clean up this mess after they're done. And so those are the primary arguments I hear about, but the biggest ones are triggering of PTSD for veterans and those kinds of things, as well as the impact on people's pets and animals. Those are the main arguments that I hear on it. A little bit to the enforcement issue, yes, it's extremely difficult to enforce, but if you don't have the laws on the books, there is nothing to enforce, even if you want to try. So the first step is having it on the books that it's not allowed, and then you can enforce it although this is difficult, I also hesitate to put our law enforcement officers in the middle of this. I mean, the last thing you want to do is show up to a neighborhood and tell them they have to not shoot these fireworks after they spent a lot of money on it. That's not a popular scenario to be in. But this is a balance between those that want to celebrate the history of America. I mean, we've been talking about with this upcoming 4th of July being the semi-quintennial celebration, and so a lot of people are going to want to celebrate that. One of the ways we do that in America on 4th of July is through fireworks, but that's becoming more and more unappreciated in our society. So anyway, that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Stewart. And I appreciate the couple clarifications you made, because when I did read through this over the weekend, meddling was one of the exact words and phrases that came to my mind, and something I absolutely did not want to do. But that means a lot that they actually reached out and welcomed that input and everything, and that does make a big difference in my mind. And of course, I respect Mayor Crawford and her letter of strong support given to her by her fellow council members also. I think is important, but at the same time, I agree with Councilmember Perales. It is, kind of frustrating that, our law enforcement, they don't have the manpower to go out there. And then, as they've told us before, they prioritize, these life and safety issues. And by the time there's just so much going on that night that it is hard to get tied up on, what is a misdemeanor at that point. So, yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Perales, that, some other solutions are also in need. Councilwoman Blaisdell?
I just have a really quick question. Walla Walla County, do they allow aerials in Burbank? Because I guess if people want to shoot off aerials, like, it's restricted here, but they still do it. So whether they're buying them from West Richland, whether they're buying them from Burbank or Toppenish, or they're still accessible. So
Yeah, and the challenge you also have is just the state of Oregon as well. I mean, you go 30 minutes south and buy them, and then you have your tribal nations. I understand that you can buy some pretty major fireworks on the tribal nation's property, which they're a sovereign nation, so
Right.
the rules don't apply. So yes, it's easily accessible, which adds to the complexity of trying to enforce. But again, if it's not on the books, there is no enforcement at all.
Well, okay, so I guess my point is we don't allow it here. We kind of have to police our own backyard type thing, but doing a ride along on 4th of July, they just can't keep up. There's just, people don't respect the ordinances that we put in place. So, I mean, it's a challenge no matter if we support West Richland or not. People just don't respect the speed limits. They don't respect the ordinances for fireworks. They don't, and I think when it comes down to it, that's the issue.
Right. I would agree. We don't have the resources or the manpower to fully enforce this. And typically ordinances like this or typically it gives the law enforcement or the enforcing agency the ability to come and remind people that, hey, this is not allowed within our city limits, you need to quit. And if you know that you've had that conversation and they continue to do it, now you have recourse to be able to proceed further with enforcement. But typically, in a lot of these, in a lot of communities I've been in, is we're usually just trying to educate and minimize that way. And it's only kind of in your worst case scenarios that you actually see enforcement or ticket writing or anything like that comes to fruition through enforcement of those ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Just one more question before we turn it over to the public for a comment. Did you get an idea of why they are seeking these letters? I mean, why don't they just pass it? What are they hoping to gain from our support?
My understanding is that this is one of the matters that is a regional issue. and they understand that they're contributing to a regional issue. It's a divisive issue within their community, and I think that support from the other communities within the Tri-Cities, Quad Cities area may provide the support they need to make that difficult political decision.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Members of the public, should we send a letter to West Richland about aerial fireworks? Comment period. If anybody would like to speak on this issue, let it now be heard. Going once, going, you're good, step right on up. We opened this up. Previous councils did not, have an opportunity for public comment in times like this. We want more transparency, more feedback. Please go right ahead.
No, I just have a lot to say always. But I think it's a good idea to support other cities within, so that we're all on the same page. Yeah, it is about not respecting other people's properties. There was a fire that started at the mobile home park because kids were playing. What do? We call the cops, but we need to be supportive of what Pasco's doing. Pasco needs to be supportive of Kennewick. We're all jointed. So I think it would, I guess my point would be like, what would be the harm in not supporting the letter where we all, I think most of us agree that fireworks are a big issue, and definitely my dogs work with anybody with a PTSD problem and shoot these fireworks off. I just think veterans and fireworks are just an oxymoron. But I don't see how that would be a negative impact on supporting another community and trying to get what they're trying to do. If this works, then maybe we could do it. Or I think speaking to each other's cities is very valuable on these kind of decisions. So I think supporting, and your comments, I don't see anything negative or wanting something positive happening with fireworks. So I think I like this idea where we're talking with different cities and what their works might not work for us, but I think backing each other would definitely be positive way to go through the next transition.
Awesome. Thank you for your comments. And yeah, I think the more we can communicate with the neighboring municipalities, we can accomplish more together. Okay. So what do we think?
I'm in favor.
I'm not in favor. I think they should, make the decision without our influence.
Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas?
No.
Okay, and I hear Eric Ferguson in the back of my mind saying we're not actually voting. I guess we're just recommending, yes. Councilman Perales?
I mean, I would bring it back for a vote. That's what I would do.
I'm thinking we're pretty split up here at this point. I mean, my gut is to kind of just play in our own backyard and not I guess be a part of the decisions made on other sides of the city. But I do understand at the same time this is one of those kind of regional issues, and it would be good to be on the same page in a lot of ways. But I guess I'm going to side with Councilmember Cotta, and I'd rather stay out of this.
I guess that's 3-2, right?
Yeah, we're missing. Yeah, we are missing Mayor Milne. So I guess I would recommend just bringing it back when he's here.
Okay, we'll do that. I do want to clarify the question with regards to the mayor's signature being on the letter. So typically when we prepare like a proclamation or those kinds of things, we would put the mayor's electronic signature on there. That's what happened here. It very clearly states that this is a draft. It's not a finalized format. So that was prepared as a draft in anticipation that the council wanted to move forward. The mayor's electronic signature is already there. I will talk with staff to make sure that maybe that electronic signature is not added until council is actually approved and we're moving forward. So.
Perfect. Thank you. I think, yeah, there's some wisdom in that. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. Staff have anything before we?
Yeah, a couple of things real quick. First and foremost, the long-awaited dome over the memorial pool has begun to be installed, going to be inflated today. The staff will work on some other finishing touches on it here over the next 7 to 10 days, but we're trying to get that open in time for swim meet season coming up in the coming weeks. Also look for an announcement for a ribbon cutting for that facility coming up in early December. And then just a reminder too that tomorrow's Veterans Day, so City Hall will be closed as well as all other city facilities, but we will have a public event at the Volunteer Park tomorrow at 3. So we invite all of the public to come join us and show our appreciation to the veterans within our community at that event tomorrow.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
I was just going to make, I just wanted to make an announcement that I was wondering if we could look into allowing us to name streets after people or parks. I know that's something that a couple of council members have, previous council members have talked about, and seeing that we're going to be funding Road 80, that Road 80 neighborhood park. There's a lot of people that I think we could pay, tribute to, and so just kind of wanted to bring it up to the council. Not looking for, I'm not making a motion or anything, but I'll probably send some emails out, but I just wanted to kind of make it public that that's something I'm going to be supporting, whether it's Cesar Chavez Park or something, or, honestly, I wasn't joking when I said Dave Zabel Way. I mean, he's been an integral individual here in the city of Pasco, and so especially in regards to the Broadmoor, or at least honorary or something. So I think there's a lot of people that we could honor with a lot of their hard work and dedication. So I think that'd be kind of cool and add a little bit more flavor and culture to the city. So
Awesome. Thank you. Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I have to comment on the Memorial Pool Dome because I drove by it and I was like, whoa. It almost looks like a spaceship that's taking over Memorial Park. So it looks really good. I'm so excited to go inside of it. I almost got out of my car to go inside, but I didn't know anybody that was outside. They'd be like, who are you? But kudos to whoever's working on that project because there's a lot of moving and shaking going on in Memorial Park. So I'm excited to see the inside of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Anything else from council? Number 7 is executive session. I am not seeing any. So number 8, with the gavel of the first tree, apple tree in Wenatchee, we are adjourned.
Oh, perfect. I gave her this full party line, man. I wanted to say,
we'll move forward on that. And then developer forum, I touched on that. That's in October, and I'm hoping to establish a more routine check-in with the HBA if they are up for it. I did meet with the HBA in the last city I was at quarterly, just over Zoom. So people, if they had issues, they just log into that meeting and share them. And so we were able to communicate with them. So we'll start with the first developer forum and then go from there. We have a development map online that hasn't been updated in a few years, but my idea is to get it linked on the front page of the community development site so that anybody in the city can, or anybody anywhere, can log on to our website and see where the current projects are around town, and there'll be details on number of units, square footage, and then eventually I'd love to link it to the project documents so people can just click on the map and go straight to the publicly available submittal materials so that they can cruise through it and then ask staff if they have questions. I've seen that done before and it's very helpful, and working on that. So the first phase of the map, which will just show the project location and details, will be in the next month or two. And then when we figure out what we're doing with our file system and how we can make some of the files public, we'll link it to the map. So that'll happen, I would say, next year sometime, but we'll have the first version out here in the next few months on our page so you can see what is being developed around town all in one location. And then we'd like to establish a customer service survey that's linked on all of staff's emails. So when they're interacting with customers, we can see our progress with customer service over time. Right now I'm expecting, not 100% customer service feedback, not necessarily based on the staff, it's just their systems in place are a bit clunky. So I would imagine we'd get better feedback over time as we can fix the systems in the department, and that's just one way to measure our customer service numbers and share back with as a measurement. And then I have a fee study on here where we would be looking at fees to cover the cost of staff. I just have it on here as a place item for when we're ready to discuss that, but a fee study, I've just noticed the fees we're charging are very low and not covering a fraction of the staff cost at this point for development. And a fee study can be used to cover full cost or a portion of the cost depending on the policy direction there on that. And then creating process sheets for all steps in the permit process. And this is extremely helpful for staff turnover or training and consistency. And if you have a step-by-step procedure that's created for all steps, then everyone's working off the same system and not doing it slightly different. So it's just a way to provide consistency throughout the department. And we have started this process, and this will likely take 2 or 3 years to get completely finalized as we go through and build the process sheets. We're not just writing down the steps, we're writing down the steps and then analyzing it. Like, do we really need to send everything to Haley for final review before the permit's issued? Or, this person, what are some logical steps that we can cut out? Or why are 2 people looking at the exact same thing? So you can start seeing themes when you write down the process, and then you can go through and start cutting out steps, which is the fun part, and then it starts becoming more efficient. And then you can put the process sheets on a quarterly review time frame, so you're not changing them too much and fatiguing staff with too much change after you establish these. Then you look at them quarterly and update as needed, and it goes through a committee so that myself or just any one staff member can't walk up to the process sheet and rewrite it and do something different. It just needs to go through a little mini process internally to change it. So I've done that in the past. It's worked really great. That's on the list. And then just updating our permit system to become current with the times and allow for applicants to log in online, apply for their permits online, pay for their permits online, receive their permits online. So we still would love to see customers come in and say hello to us in person, but when we did a similar fix in a similar size city that I worked at before, the customers just stopped coming in altogether, and it sort of freaked us out, but they were really happy with the change and they were able to apply online, and it went really well. So still would love to see people in person, but also allow for an option online to be ideally as easy as shopping on Amazon or, fun things that you like to do online. We want permits to be fun, or at least, just easy to do and follow. And we do have a staff person hired to help with this and fix the system, and we're moving forward on that. I have a kickoff meeting with the company that owns Trackit this week, and we're going to make a plan to start moving into the portal and make the forms easy online. So instead of filling out a PDF and submitting it to us via email, there's no PDFs. You just go online and fill out an interactive form. So the information's going in one time and then it goes into the system, so it reduces error for staff and for applicants throughout the process. And then permit turnaround information, I've cited that already earlier in the presentation. We want to post our actual review times and target timelines online, and those get adjusted frequently if we are short-staffed. Let's say maybe the timelines go like up by 2 weeks, but at least people know when they come in, like, hey, here's our current timelines. So that will be online. Working on that currently. And let's see here. Temporary occupancy and final occupancy procedures, like to look into that. It's usually a bit of a panic at the end when a business is looking to move in by a certain date and maybe hasn't finished all of their items. It's usually the paperwork or the as-built or backup documentation that seems to sneak up on applicants the most, and they're eager to move into the building, and we're eager to get the rest of our items that we need, because once you issue occupancy, you really don't have a way to get it, unless you do compliance or code enforcement. So I'd like to work on that process to make it smoother for staff and applicants. Website updates, training program. This was mainly just for staff, like if they would like more training on certain items. Okay.
Quick question.
I want to interrupt real quick, real quick. Taking it back to the Track It, making sure that individuals make use of Track It. So what happens then if there's not enough information in there, or they just put wrong information? Is there a potential for the Track It to not go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's designed to, so before a permit application is routed to the reviewers, it needs to be deemed complete. So the system, you can build it to force good submittals, and just say you can't hit submit until you have at least 10 items uploaded under site plan, archaeological report, and all these items. They could just upload a piece of paper with a big smiley face on it and, get through that step, but then the permit techs will review the documents, and if it's not deemed complete, we would give them a notice. We're required to within 28 days, but we do that much sooner, and say it's not complete, please resubmit. So it doesn't really move until it's complete. And the system, once we update it, can automatically notify people over time. Right now it's done by hand, but it should be something where we can just send an automatic notice, and then the system can also update people through the process. That's one of the biggest feedback I've received since I've been here, is people submit their permits and they're not sure where it is in the process until they get a bill or until it's done. So the system can update them. It's been routed to planning, it's been routed here, and give them timelines so you can follow it more in a live sense. Then just a couple more items and I'll be done talking and let you ask questions. We have other initiatives on here to organize the business license process and make that more streamlined. It's working good now. We've switched to the state system, but we're trying to figure out a way to process these quicker, and currently working on process sheets for that. And then I have one-stop permit center signage. That's a pretty minor detail, but I did want to emphasize that we do have a one-stop permit center now down on the first floor. That happened before I got here, but we have most of our staff, and it's worked great so far for customers. And we've added a sign at the bottom of the stairs, so people don't need to go upstairs anymore. They just need to go to one spot in the permit center. So those are the items on the list. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I plan to fine-tune this a little bit, maybe tighten up the vision and mission statement to be a little more concise, and my plan is to roll this out to the development community and get their input. And I've told the development community, since we do get a lot of requests, that when they do ask for a code change, I will be putting it on the list and then working with my managers basically to prioritize it, because there's so many things to do at once. But we will at least add it on here and identify if it's an applicant request. That way everything's in one spot, and whether or not we act on it, that's a different thing. But I'd like to keep this list, pretty comprehensive of what our department's doing.
All right, well, thank you for that great CED work plan presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I appreciate you setting goals. It keeps challenging your team and gives transparency to the public and the development community. Your goals of streamlining and process changes are many of the same goals that I had when I ran for office. You are a complete breath of fresh air. I want you to know that. And I'm excited to continue to see your work as it benefits ratepayers and those who do business with the city. I do have a couple of questions, or at least comments, regarding just kind of the philosophy behind all this, though. You mentioned, I think quite well, not everyone is crazy about growth, especially if they're long-term residents, and growth causes ratepayers higher rates and sometimes fees. You use that word, the state requiring us to add density, and I think there's a lot of public, at least that I interact with, who think density is a pretty dirty word over here. And I was just wondering, for the sake of the public, if you would flesh that out a little further for several reasons. Because I know, some people hear density and the first thing that goes to their mind are these 15-minute cities, which is very concerning for those with families who are alarmed about the loss of open spaces that can be injurious to a child's development. And also, not to mention that if the rat race ever happens, you'll have lots of people in small places. So I'm wondering, just to restate that a little bit, just for the sake of the public, if you would, just flesh that out a little bit more, because I think there's a lot of concerns that we hear about growth and density.
Thank you. And we will be sharing that message, as long as everyone's okay with that message, with the community during the comp plan outreach, and just explain that it is a requirement, because we do hear that a lot. And I don't want to speak for council, but when we do present about growth, we always add in, this is a state mandate, because people say, well, can't you just slow down if you wanted to? And we can't. So if it's just not, it's out of our hands, and the state is not slowing down on these statewide mandates related to zoning for cities, so I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. But yes.
Can I ask just a little follow-up on that? Are we unique in that way, or is this other states? Do you know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, are we at like one end of the spectrum where we have, like extreme growth?
We are all the way, we are on one side of the spectrum, and probably the most progressive state with land use regulations that I've seen. I would say close second would be California, maybe third is Oregon.
Okay,
but
and
Washington's
I really
very progressive, like the middle housing stipulation, that middle housing is required on all residential lots in the state. Basically, that's a very forward progressive requirement, and I believe there are other states looking at Washington to sort of mirror that are also in housing crisis. The state has said, we have a housing shortage of 300,000 units, so their solution to it was mandating that all cities allow middle housing everywhere. So yeah, Washington is definitely ahead of the pack, the leader of these initiatives that I've seen.
Thank you so much for expressing that, because really one of my guiding principles of government is, that of subsidiarity, which is government at the most local level possible. I think we are going to make the best decisions for Pasco, and I think it's really beneficial for the public to know, the kind of the only way of fixing this is for our voter turnout to be higher than 30% in statewide elections, and really just change Olympia is kind of what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, based on your question, the growth, the mandates here are at the state, and it's definitely unique compared to other states. So,
Okay.
yes.
And I think it's worth, just mentioning again for the sake of the public, and I know it was in your notes there or whatever, but just some of the wins that we've already had that you brought up as far as some of the deregulation of permits and fees of common home improvement projects like re-roofing, re-siding, fences shorter than 7 feet, and the retaining walls shorter than 4 feet, I believe. And that's just a huge win for the city of Pasco. And I know Deputy City Manager Sigdell kind of started a lot of this in the interim, but I really appreciate you taking it and running with it. And again, I'm excited to see where you go with all this. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you for the presentation. It's similar to Mr. Grimm's comments. Appreciate in the 4 or 5, 6 months you've been here, you've come up with this work plan, which tells me, and I hope the rest of us, that you understand the work that needs to be done. And one thing I definitely appreciate is the switch to track it and developer forums and things like that. One part I wanted to mention that, again, Mr. Grimm brought up was, in the work plan was divided into 2 parts. In part 1, I like that you put, requested by those applicant or council or whatever, there's 37 total changes or requests or mandates from the state compared to 4 from council. And so those lead to, as you mentioned, wait times. And so what I hope folks listening or watching understand is there may be extended waiting periods for permits to be processed, and a lot of that would be, our state and all their magnificent wisdom creating 37 different regulations or laws or things that we need to implement. Not to mention then staff's own initiatives, council's initiatives. And so that's just, I think sometimes the sentiment is they're just so slow because, for whatever reason, but to some extent there's a good reason because the department's so busy with other things. And then one thing that I would maybe recommend adding to the work plan, not to totally shoot all my last argument, but in 2023, that council passed residential design standards update, which allowed a lot of the housing that we're now seeing going in north of Burns Road and smaller lots, more opportunities for more folks to be able to purchase a home. Some of those updates, though, that have been in place for two and a half years now, have presented some issues. One example that I know of is in 21-20-010, there's a sentence that states that streets, alleys, and bikeways shall be designed to provide continuous, efficient, economical travel ways, including pedestrian and bicycle travel, and create a safe and pleasant environment. So continuous and safe. And in some instances, that's been interpreted to mean that every single road in Pasco from its existing terminus will be continued in a straight manner to the urban growth boundary. And the council at the time, staff at the time, wanted a grid system. I think what some folks would rather see is that language has been interpreted to basically prohibit T intersections. And so what I think some developers have done in the past all over the city and would still like to do is allow those T intersections, and once you're in a plat, then have the continuous streets. And I had so many examples I looked at in our city right now that they're not even worth mentioning because they're everywhere, but essentially you come off a collector road like Sandifer, make a right or left turn into a neighborhood, and then from there you make a left or right, and then in that neighborhood you've got your grid system. And that in some instances could be safer, in other instances maybe it is safer for the continuous roads. But some kind of a hey, let's go back and look at this update that took place 2.5 years ago and see how it's working. Are there any other updates we need to make? Do we need to peel back portions of the code that maybe were implemented? Just sort of a how is it going? Check-in. And then 2 more comments. I think this plan could be helpful to have on the department's website. May prohibit people from calling and complaining about something if they see, it's on the work plan, they're working on it. I'm sure people will still call and complain, but could be helpful. And then lastly, we keep talking about the state, and go figure, I love growth. But at the prosecutor's promotion ceremony today, one thing that all the attorneys kept bringing up was we can't control what the state does, but we can control how we work together in response. And so I think it's important that we recognize that, realize that, and just remember that, not to say Olympia is our collective enemy, but we are all not each other's enemy. Staff, council, developers, we can all work together to continue to make this a great place to live and develop. So thanks.
All right, thank you with that. I'm not seeing any other council questions or comments, so do we have a public comment? Anybody from the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Well, thank you, Director Mattson, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, let's move on to number 5B, which is the adjustment of utility tax rate for city-owned utilities. And we are going to go with our Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening council. Today, what you have in front of you is a discussion on utility tax rates for city-owned utilities. Overall, for within state of Washington, next slide. Oh, thank you. Right. Within state of Washington, a maximum tax rate for utility services like electric, gas, steam, telephone services, and water, sewer, solid waste can be at 6%, unless additional amount is voted in by taxpayers or the residents of the city. And I apologize, I made a mistake. Only for electric, gas, steam, and telephone services, it can be up to 6%. And anything additional to that needs to be voted in by people. There are other utilities beside those categories like water, sewer, and solid waste that have no limit, and they can be councilmanic in nature. So for example, the city provides utilities like water and sewer, reuse facility, irrigation, and all of those can be taxed at any rate that the council finds feasible. At this time, all of our, I'm going to go right here, all of our tax rates, the utility tax rates for the utilities are 8.5%, and you will see that some of the utilities that I mentioned who are capped to 6%, you'll see 8.5% here, like telephone and electric, and that is because the city of Pasco residents at one point voted in to increase that tax by 2.5%, making it an 8.5% tax rate. The city of Pasco, as I mentioned, has the water and sewer, irrigation, and stormwater. Additionally, we contract with basin disposal for our solid waste. Today, we're here to talk about the utility tax overall in context of need for more revenues as we are looking at a budget deficit for our general fund and also inflation and all of the impacts that we've experienced in the last 5 years and how we provide services while we're facing some of those challenges. And with that, what we have in front of you is a grid of how much of a 1% increase in utility tax would result for some of the city-owned utilities. So you're looking at about $600,000 per year if you increase the utility tax for just the city-owned utilities by 1%. At 1.5, you're looking at $900,000, and at 3%, you're looking at 1.8. Overall impact of these increases to the utility rates is not one-on-one, as in 1% increase in utility tax rate does not mean that it will increase the rate by about 1%. The ratio for some of our major utilities like water and sewer is about an increase of 0.25% on the utility rates. So this time, what we're asking council is if you'd like for us to come back to you with any increases to the utility tax and a discussion from council so we can understand what your policy choices are and at what rate you would like for us to come back with if the answer is yes.
All right, do we have any, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for the presentation. I guess just if not today, maybe if you do come back at some point, I think the citizens, and I know everybody's kind of feeling the pinch of inflation and some of those other pressures you were talking about, but could you be a little bit more specific as far as what the need is? I think that would be, perhaps easier for the public to digest rather than just saying that the general fund, could use the money. Is there, because I think we all, it's kind of like when we give to a fundraiser, we like to know what it's specifically going for. And I think just having that as part of the discussion would help the public a lot.
Absolutely. You're looking at about $5.5–6 million per year annually for this biennium. Deficit, so essentially expenses over revenues in operational cost. And general fund is a fund that usually is used for what people view local government, the services that local government provides, like police and fire, permitting, even though permitting has its own revenues, Parks and Recreation, City Manager's Office, things like that. So that's what it funds, and you're looking at about $5.5–6 million in deficit. And part of that, we have fairly healthy savings, for the lack of better words, and but at this point, as you're using your savings for your operational expenses, you have to be extremely careful about when that is going to run out, when your savings is going to run out. So we're trying to mitigate using up all of our savings and ensuring that we have a sustainable budget and sustainable services that we can provide to the community.
Thank you. Two more questions. One, do these funds have to be used, are they utility specific, or can we put more cops on the road with them, for instance?
There is no restrictions to these funds. It can be used for any general fund purposes, which would be police, fire, anything that council chooses to use it for.
Okay, last question. I noticed somewhere on here it said, I think it was up here at the very top, it said, oh yeah, alternatives. Council could choose not to increase the utility tax rate and direct staff to find other revenue sources or reduce expenses to reduce the current general fund deficit. What would those be? What are those other options?
There's plenty of options. I don't think any of them are easy. So one is increasing property taxes, so that would require levy lid lift, which would need to be voted in by people. Increasing fees for, like Director Mattson just mentioned. Once we do a full fee review, if you choose that 100% of the permitting activity needs to be supported by the permit ratepayers, then that lessens the burden just a little bit, not a huge amount. You can increase utility tax, you can decrease services overall. So some of the things that our fire department looks at is service time or call times. There's a specific word for it. Response time, thank you. There's a certain service level that you are promising to the community that would need to be reduced. And what that means is essentially maybe instead of 7-minute response time, you're looking at 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. There's many ways of reducing expenses by reducing services. And in terms of revenues, there's just as many, but not as palatable as well.
Okay, and I guess it's also worth mentioning, I think we have several unfilled positions of public safety already, don't we, on police and fire, that just are really kind of that way mostly because of budget constraints, is that correct?
That is correct. We have about 8 positions in public safety and another 19 positions from general fund overall that are vacant for this biennium. And so that, to be frank, is another service level reduction in a sense, because those people would be able to serve the community if those positions were filled.
Thank you, and I know, yes, that eyes have also been on overtime and other things like that. So anyways, thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions for now.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, did you have druthers on this? Did you just, council's asking for, or the staff's looking for feedback? What is your opinion on this, since you went first?
I would actually, I'm not known to be a man of few words, but I would like to digest this a little more myself first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, granted on that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'd be in favor of the 1.5% increase for all the reasons that were stated previously and in the staff report. This, would bring in nearly, if we go to 1.5%, bring in nearly $1 million in additional revenue, and going with the 1.5 versus 3, as mentioned in the staff report, doesn't overburden ratepayers. And then the fact that there's a legitimate need, it's not like we'd be doing this to, do cosmetic updates in this room. I don't even, it would just be closing the gap, a little bit, not all the way, but getting us there a little bit more. knowing that we've been having and will continue to have lengthy discussions over increasing revenue and also decreasing expenses. That's another key part that we need to keep talking about. I'd be in favor of that. If we were looking at not decreasing any expenses, this would be harder to swallow, but since we're looking for options on both sides, it's a little easier to for me to tell my constituents, yeah, it's going up 1.5%, and here's things we're cutting from the budget to help on that side as well. So I get that tax increases are never fun and they're not popular, but the reality is I think it's very necessary in this situation. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. I do appreciate it, Councilman Harpster. Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would just like to know what exactly, I know you said this money would go towards general fund stuff, but I've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last few days, and almost every phone call I got from residents in my district were telling me, don't vote for this. Don't vote for the Transportation Benefit District as well. We want to see this money go towards something of value. You always talk about value added services, projects. What exactly is this money going to go? I mean, they want to know the specifics. And I'm like, those are very, very good questions. And I would just like to know, what are we looking at to do with this additional revenue? I mean, obviously, this wouldn't, a year from now, if we were to implement this, then we would see roughly that amount, right? So it'd be like next year we get this money. So, just more specifics and what we're cutting and really looking at some of those other options that you talked about. Have we looked at everything? Whether we've talked about the Mid-Columbia Library annexation, a levy lid lift, Transportation Benefit District. What are all the things? And it makes sense because when you get to the next general fund monthly report, it looks like we're going to look to get an additional $1.5 million because we're that much in the red and we're seeing that. So it makes sense, but I just have a hard time. I want to be able to look at people in the eye and tell them this money went towards this that I know. So as of right now, I would be a no for this. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump on over to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I'd like to add that, I agree with Councilman Harpster's points. We have been discussing this, and if we're supposed to give some sort of guidance to our staff, from discussions we've had, meetings that we've all attended, based on what we've been informed and the need for the city, I think a 1.5 rate increase is our best route. And one question that I do recall asking a couple of weeks ago was that if council in the future wanted to change their mind, you could change it, reduce it back to, maybe remove it. We've heard about alternatives, and I'm pretty sure staff has been looking into those alternatives already. And we're at the point that the alternatives are possibly not working out or not enough. And so we are at the point that an increase is needed. I would rather see a 1.5 increase on utilities than an increase on my property taxes. That is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I do appreciate it. I guess since nobody else is, I'll chime in as well. I don't think anybody likes tax increases. Nobody likes inflation either. I mean, this is all definitely difficult choices, but that's why we are voted in, is to make difficult choices. I don't want to see obviously $6 million, or even you look at the next report, we're talking about $1 million now, or an additional $1 million down, and it needs to come from somewhere. And again, if you were in an accident or had a heart attack, you don't want the fire department taking 7 minutes. You want them, or 9 minutes. You want them in 7, 6, or hopefully a lot less than that. So when your life is on the line, you're thinking, okay, I'd rather the city pay a little bit more on utility taxes if it's going to mean saving the life of my brother, husband, daughter, wife. Again, I do not like taxes. I really actually hate taxes because it seems like that's all I ever do is pay taxes. But on the other hand, I'm willing to throw this out there. I'm willing to make sacrifice. I do believe the city staff has our best interest at heart. I don't think you guys come with us just to line people's pockets. You are actually wanting us to break even and not pull into our reserves. You don't know what's going to happen down the line. So at this particular moment, I am for a utility tax increase of 1.5%. I would vote on that if it was put up for a vote. So I don't think it's staff enough. Looks like we have 3, and then we have 1 no and 2 of them that were, I think, going to think about it. So I don't know if that gives you enough direction, or if you're asking for anything more.
It does, thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, let me. Oh, Harold, and then I will then go to public comment.
Yeah, just a couple of points here, kind of coming in a little bit as an outsider. So maybe a little bit of different perspective here. Maybe if you can go back a slide that shows the rates for, that one. So the last 2 columns there, cable television and telephone. As you can imagine, as our technology changes, those are becoming less and less in demand. We're actually seeing decreases in revenues on that. So, for example, how many people listening to me right now still have a landline in their home? I would say it's in the minority, where it used to be common in every home, right? And so there used to be a revenue stream that came from that. The premise being that a lot of times their infrastructure goes through public right-of-way. It's land owned by the citizens, the public, so they need to, quote-unquote, pay their rent for access to that right-of-way for their infrastructure. But we're seeing that, particularly on the telephone side, as everyone converts to cell phones, those revenues are disappearing. When it comes to cable television, how many people have cut their cable bills to go to streaming services, Disney Plus, YouTube, Netflix, those kinds of things? By federal law, as I understand it, we are not allowed to tax internet service. So that's a revenue stream that local governments have relied on for decades that is drying up and going away. So while it's easy, if you advance to your slide after this on the revenue projections, while it's easy to look at this as a revenue increase, what we're really trying to do is, one, increase revenues because the status quo is becoming more and more expensive year by year, right? Trust me, I've been shopping for houses for the last few months. The house prices today are not the same as what I was paying 10, 15, or even 5 years ago. It has increased significantly. We as a city organization see that as well, whether it's through construction projects, buying equipment, vehicles. The price on all of that is going up. And so we have to have revenues that either match that, or we have to begin cutting expenses, which means we begin to cannibalize ourselves of decreasing staff, personnel, vehicles. Not saying that there isn't room to do that, but having done this in several communities over almost 2 decades, I continue to hear we want to pay less taxes and those kinds of things, but anytime I propose any cuts anywhere, there's a strong defense to come out and say, no, we need that and we need to keep paying that. And in some cases, we need to pay more for that because you're not doing enough in that area of service that meets our expectations. And so we just need to balance. We need to balance those needs in our community, and that's what makes this difficult, right? Going forward, is that our cost of operation continues to go up, and if we're going to hold the line on taxes and fees, that means we have to begin cutting services, which comes with a decrease in expectation of local government service. Which, if that's where the community wants us to go, we can do that. But you can't hold us to continue to offer a certain level of services to the community because we just can't afford to do it, right? And anyway, I just did want to make a point here too that not all of this is just a revenue grab and an increase, because we're trying to counterbalance the decrease in revenues in other areas that as technology and the habits of our citizenry change, these old models don't work anymore.
Couldn't agree with you more. All right. So with that, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So with that, we are done with 5B, and I think it would be best, I don't know if there's any other questions. So with that, I think it would be best to take a 5-minute recess. I think the council probably could use that. So right now it's 9:02, so let's come back at 9:07. Thanks. All right, it is 9:07. Are we ready to resume this meeting? All right, okay, well, let's resume. So we're going to jump to 5C, the General Fund Monthly Report for July 2025, and we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So tonight we have the budget to actual for general fund through the end of July. Because we have a 2-year budget, essentially July represents about 29% of the biennium. So 29% is essentially like the target for the actuals. And overall expenses are around 26% of budget, which is below the target, which really demonstrates the mindful management of expenses, which I know we were just discussing that of overall expenses are being managed, and that message and goal of only as needed type of expenses. For example, supplies are at 11% of the total biennium, so there is really that mindful approach that is being taken by staff. On the revenue side, we are seeing a shortfall of on the revenues. So overall, if the revenues keep on that same pace where we're at now, even though we already budgeted for usage of the reserves, it seems like if we stay on this pace, as of now, the projection is that we would use an additional 1.5 million of reserves. So just for this time frame, expenses were more than revenues by 3.8 million, which means that that's the amount of reserve funds that we use for this time frame. And just to kind of build off of the previous conversation of the utility tax, just to kind of put that into perspective, so the estimated amount of 900,000, if with that increase, the overtime for just public safety through the end of July was 920,000. So that, it's not a one-for-one of if we increase that tax, it would cover this, but that's just to put it in perspective. That's about the same amount of overtime for this time frame. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right. Does we have any questions? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Garcia, Interim Director Garcia, for the presentation there. I just have a lot of thoughts, actually, just even going back to our previous discussion. And, man, we in part of it, we are in a tough spot here in Pasco. We have, I believe it's about 30 or 40% more land than Kennewick. We have about 30 or 40% more population than the city of Richland. And yet, our property tax levy rate, for example, and not that I'm opposed to raising it, has been held down for so long. Every year, those municipalities start with about a $10 million advantage. And yet, it costs the same to do all of our public utility work over here. If we don't pay our officers and our firemen and women a competitive rate, I mean, they just go across the river. And so these are really, really hard decisions we have to make, not only for the retention of employees, but just for the vitality of our city and for the future of our city. And so these, whether it be a rate increase or a tax increase or a fee, I mean, I know there are a lot of people living on fixed incomes where, it's easy just to think, well, man, it's just $10 and we all have to tighten our belt. And I know there are people making hard decisions about medication or meals or other things like that. And so, and I know none of us are being flippant about that. And I know we all take it seriously. And on the other hand, we shouldn't be just raising rates just so we can match our neighbors across the creek. By no means should we be doing that, but I agree, as staff has said so many times, that Pasco has prided themselves on doing more with less, but we can only do that for so long before we just really have to look around. I noticed that just looking through all this data that overtime was, I think I saw 28% year to date, but here we are. We're for public safety, we're in September, going to be October really soon. So here we are, almost 3/4 of the way through the year, and yet thank you, both of you chiefs in the audience, for just holding that down and helping these hard decisions to be made a lot easier. And so I think we really have some difficult decisions in days ahead as a council.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I'm not seeing any other lights come on, so do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, 3 times. Well, okay, Interim Director Garcia, I guess you're off the hook. Thank you for that report. Let's jump to 5D, which is resolution change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo, and we are going to go with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are presenting to you a change order. It's change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant improvements phase 2A. This phase of improvements focuses on the solids treatment train for the facility, which deals with sludge and dewatering and thickening of those solids that then can be hauled off-site. The project is mostly complete. We've accomplished a lot of the bigger items in it, and portions of that facility are being turned over to operations team to be able to operate them and do the startup of those different components. As we've been doing this work, we had found a compilation of small items that need to be addressed, which all add up into what is this change order that has been presented to you. And you are seeing in the screen that our anticipated completion for the project is in the first quarter of 2026, and that is because there is integration of the different components and work within the system so that each system talks to each other, and that process is a bit of a long process, although it's not a huge dollar amount left to be spent. With that, just an overview of what the project looked like. This is a big project in our wastewater treatment facility. That's where the sewer discharges are treated before that cleaner water gets put back into the water. And again, the solids, which is what this project focuses on, we remove all the liquid component, or as much as we can, off of it, and the solids are then hauled off-site. So the project was awarded to bid for just under $14 million. We had 3 change orders that added up to about $350,000, and the current change order proposed is for just over $314,000. Those components, they're here. These components are a combination of site improvements that were identified as work was being done, some mechanical needs that were, again, identified as we uncover issues with how pumps are functioning or how a system is talking to each other, or replacement of an outdated equipment to identify how dense that sludge is becoming. So there is a list of items in your packet that shows what all those components were and how much each of those could cost. Some of the work associated with this had to do with identifying where the problems were as we were doing work, and then some extended areas of work where we had to then come and resurface, for example, areas that had been kind of crumbled through the construction of the work. So this is, again, a series of items, $314,000. We do not have any other change orders in sight, although I know better than saying that there will be no change orders as a firm statement. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Well, thank you for that update and the report. It's always good to see that there's still $4.5 million difference from what the engineer thought it was going to cost. So that's always good news. Does anybody on the council like to make a comment on this? All right. Not see anything. Does anybody in the public like to make a comment or once, twice, 3 times? All right. Well, let's keep moving along here. So let's jump to 5E, Resolution Professional Services Agreement amending number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design service for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system farm upgrades project. And again, it's Maria Sarah, Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members again. In this case, we are bringing to you a proposed amendment to a professional services agreement with our design engineer, RH2 Engineering. This is for the project that will expand our land treatment system. As you know, our PWRF utility serves industrial processors. The way the system works is there is conveyance systems that come from each of our service areas into a treatment area. It's a plant where treatment occurs to a certain level, but final treatment and disposal actually happens as we land apply that pre-treated wastewater into farm fields that have engineered crop rotation. So that means the crops uptake nitrogen and other constituents. And as you've heard a lot from me, that facility has been expanded. So now this last phase of expansion involves that last component of treatment, which is the land itself. So allowing to incorporate 2 new locations for land application is critical to have compliance with Department of Ecology limits in our permit and be compliant with our engineering report, which shows how much land we need to not contaminate groundwater as we are land applying that pre-treated wastewater. So you're seeing in the screen 2 new parcels that we have already acquired as part of the Phase 2 project, and we are proposing an extension of our irrigation system to be able to get to those and land apply that wastewater. Okay, so this project has gone through a couple of iterations in the design needs. We had various engineering reports that have happened throughout the design process of the treatment plant itself. And so our design engineer has been working with us to try to fit the project within the budget. So the budget has also had some changes along the way where we had bonded for the project for a certain amount, and then we were counting on some ecology low interest loans to come forward. That low interest loan from ecology has not been received, and so we had to tailor our scope to fit closer within our existing budget and look for other funding revenues to be able to make the project whole, as we absolutely need this land operational by the beginning of 2026. So this is a big overview of what we're doing. So the amendment itself with RH2 is to allow them to finalize those plans. We're shooting for a open bid advertisement date in October. So this is coming because work needs to happen this winter. And then the vast majority of this amendment really addresses their support throughout construction. So again, we are having the same company help us through the finishing the design, support us during the bidding, and then provide technical support during construction, which will happen within the next 6 to 8 months. And this amendment is for $306,744. Overall, we believe this project will be in the order of $13 million. So when you look at industry standard for cost of design and construction support, this is a very low estimate, which is a good sign. We are counting on their knowledge and expertise in this area. So with that, we recommend approval of this amendment, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right. Does any of the council have any questions for Director Maria Sarah? Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one small question. That parcel up at the very top where we are adding there, it looks like it's kind of got a windshield wiper on it now. Is that going to be a full circle? Is that going to be converted to a full pivot? Are you going to move the center of that over, or just add another windshield wiper on the other side?
So actually, and I should have made this clearer in my slide, City of Pasco does not own the parcel adjacent to it.
Oh, to the right.
To the right.
That little windshield wiper there?
Right.
Okay.
So at this point,
So that's a no.
we're only installing infrastructure to place the pivot in the eastern end
Okay.
in the center, right? But it would
Gotcha,
be
just like the adjacent property.
mimicking- yes.
Okay, no, perfect. I didn't realize that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's roll on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had was, so how's the design being funded?
The design is funded with bond revenue currently. So that is local funds through the bond revenue through the utility.
Okay. But the project itself, the $13 million will be funded by,
There is a component that is bond revenue, and then the remainder was planned to be funded through a low interest loan, but that opportunity has not come through. So we are working between other departments of finance and public works to identify a funding source, potentially an interloan fund, or pursue some other allocation before we award bids. So that would be something that would come in front of you.
okay. What fund is this one? Is it the sewer fund?
It's PWRF.
PWRF, its own fund? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so we'll roll on to the public comment section. Anybody in the chambers like to comment on this? Once, twice, 3 times, all right. Well, that gets us through that, so let's jump on to section 6 and miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have anything we want to talk about? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. Since the director of fun isn't here, it's Fiery Foods this weekend, right? Yeah, hoping to see everybody in downtown Pasco for all the festivities on Saturday. I believe starting at 11 a.m., right? Oh, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Let me get my notes. A lot of fun going to be had, as Jesse always brings. I know there's a wing eating contest, lots of spicy food. I hope you all enjoy that. And we will have a lot of cultural performances, music. It's going to be a great time. So 11 to 7 down in Peanuts Park.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Not seeing the lights. Did our new city manager, do you want to make a comment? You were talking about some other stuff that you had.
Yeah, I kind of let a cat out of the bag earlier, so let me follow up
Yeah.
and finish that out. Apologize for that. Anyway, as I was saying, I've directed the department heads we're going to make a change on trying to improve communication and transparency to the council and the public on updates of projects and things that the different departments are working on. So starting October, the first meeting, regular council meeting in October, every regular council meeting will have a city manager memo to the council that'll be available to the council and the public in the council packet. That will outline an update from me on some key highlights and priorities that have happened over the last couple of weeks. And each department head will provide an update in one of those memos once a month. So those memos will be split 50-50 between the departments, half of them reporting at the first council meeting, the second half reporting at the second council meeting, consistently month to month. So let's say fire department is on the first regular council meeting, the first regular council meeting memo, you always have an update from the fire department on that memo. That's an effort to try and keep you up to date on projects and things we're working on, key items and issues that we're facing. So you have that as an ongoing basis. That will replace what we call the hot sheet, so to speak. But we do want to give you regular updates of what's going on, but try to do that in a way that balances our staff workload as well. And two is I just wanted to make it open and available to the public as well, that it's in the packet and any of the public can go read that memo and get an update of what's going on. If there's things that are not outlined in the memo that you would like to see, please let me know, and I will make sure that staff works on that to get that in there. It'll be a balance between regular projects versus just some generalized information of work that the staff is doing on a regular basis and working on. We'll also be working on probably changing the format of the agenda item memos so that we have more consistency from all the departments on how these agenda items help achieve council goals, maybe even provide some financial background and things, so that way, questions like we heard this evening, like how's that getting paid for, is that under budget, is that over budget, those kinds of things are clearly outlined within that memo going forward as well. So that'll be a quick change that we'll be making, and staff is excited to work on that. Finally, I do just want to give an update. We do have two key positions that are open and vacant, or will be coming vacant. One is the city attorney's contract expires the end of this year. So I've been meeting with our HR department and administrative staff to work on that. We will be looking at putting out an RFP for a potential city attorney contract to help meet the temporary needs. Well, at the same time, we'll be putting out, we'll be doing a professional recruitment for that position going forward that we'll be working on here over the next few weeks to get that started. And in addition, the finance director, we will likely be doing a recruitment for that process as well. And that'll be a key piece going forward too. So I just wanted you to know that we're working on those. Those aren't falling by the wayside. Those are a high priority of key fills going forward, and we'll be working on that. Given that both of these, traditionally in my past, I do like to have at least the mayor and maybe one council member sit on an interview panel for these key director level positions. So if you are interested in that, and I like to kind of balance it around so we're not using the same council members all the time for these, to kind of spread that love and share it. So if you're interested in that, then let me know, and I'll talk through. Now, we don't want to have a quorum of the council on there, but I would welcome your input on those as well. And I usually also invite some community partners that are also impacted by these departments and their services to participate as well. So it's usually a mix of elected officials, staff, and some community partners that I usually put together on these panels for these director level positions to make sure that we're getting people in place that will do a good job for the city of Pasco. So anyway, there's some updates.
All right, I appreciate that. Not seeing anything else. So it moves us on to 7, which is exec session, and nothing is listed.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going to make myself extremely popular, but I need 10 minutes tonight to discuss potential litigation under 4230 110 1I.
Okay.
So is that okay, Mr. Prowse? You seem to not be agreeable to that.
This is one time, just tonight.
All right. So that
just to be clear, legally, the city council can call an executive session at any time under the statute. That's what I'm asking you to do tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with having an exec session. So right now it is 9:30. So let's 10 minutes. That would make it 9:40 when we're done. All right. Well, it is now 9:50, and the great audience that is in the chambers here, they can all now decide to go home. So at 9:50, and we are done with exec session, and so we're moving to 8, which is adjournment. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, and welcome to the City of Pasco's Council Special Meeting, followed by our regular meeting. Today is September 15th, 2025. The Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At meetings, the City Council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets for both meetings are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. These meetings are also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available at the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
Mayor Milne.
I am present.
Thank you.
With that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so that brings us to 4, which is interviews for our vacant council position number 4. So, do you want me to read the description? All right. So tonight, the council will interview 4 finalists for council position number 4, serving council district number 4. After the interviews are concluded, council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 4 to serve to December 31st, 2025, when the term for position number 4 ends. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, as this is an open public meeting, council asks that all candidates remain outside the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After their interview is finished, the candidate may return to the council chambers. At this time, will all council candidates please step outside the council chambers while the council finalize the interview questions. All right, we're moving forward. I'd like to do number 1 and 1A. So start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Which one would you like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go right down the line and take number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep moving to our right here.
And we're doing 1 each, right?
Yes.
I will do question number 3. We'll just go down the line.
Okay.
I'll do number 6.
Okay. And
I'll do number 5.
Number 4.
okay. Okay, well, and then, number 7 we're not doing. Want to do number 7? So, I guess we'll have Grimm do 2 and 7. Okay, I think we're good. Grimm's doing 2 and 7.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come down here.
Thank you.
Let's just, I guess, for the record, let's state your name and.
Joe Cotta, District 4.
All right. Sounds great. So, we'll get right into the questions. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
The primary duty?
Yeah, city councilman.
I think probably it has to do with listening to the constituents. You need to be a good listener. You need to figure out what's on their minds. You know, they're going to really have their hand on the heartbeat of the city. especially if they're heavily involved one way or the other. Usually the people that are involved are the ones that are talking to you, and there's some offense one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're running the city right. We need to make sure that the people involved are approving of us in some way and that we do our business.
Okay. And then 1A is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Well, typically their interests are going to be my interests, but there's, maybe two constituents want a couple different things. And so, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to explain where we stand, why we stand, where we stand, where I stand, where the council stands, and how we got there, and help them understand the practice that we applied to come to that decision.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the end of my questions. And then Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
This happens almost every Sunday, I'm not sure. Testing, 1, 2. It's still crackling? Is it better? It's yes, no. Okay, we're back.
All right. Well, let's pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cotta, for applying for the position. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I was encouraged to see the position you hold of trying to reduce traffic deaths by half. I don't know if you can talk about an issue that's more important than life or death. And so I think that's probably a pretty significant issue. When you're talking about lives, you want to, so I guess in a general category, you could just say safety. And so there's a lot of things involved in safety, less crime, less drugs, supporting law enforcement. I know there's some priorities to ensure that we have district attorneys available and public defenders, and supporting public safety. If we don't have safety, people aren't going to want to come here. They're not going to want to build their businesses here. They're not going to want to live here. And so safety is obviously a big one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Let's move down to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, taking interest in being more involved in the community. So my question to you is, what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we're not doing correctly or we need to do better?
Well, I think we're all struggling as a culture in a lot of cities with homelessness and behavioral health. And I'll be encouraged to, if I'm appointed, to help with solutions to those problems. My experience with the Turn for Christ and substance abuse recovery, it's just something that's important to me, dear to my heart. I know a lot of guys who have gone through those programs, who have been homeless, who have suffered from behavioral health issues, and helping those guys get better. And so I think that's something that, it's in a general sense, but, we can always be better there. We need more resources for those guys.
All right. So we're going to jump to let's jump to question number 4, and Councilman Blaisdell.
How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Well, you listen. They need to be heard, and there's probably a proper channel and a process that you want to take them go through a grievance process. And whoever that contact person is for that situation, you're going to want to help them. You want to have kind of a kind handoff, introduce them to the person they need to talk to or something in those regards if it's appropriate. And then there's a confidentiality that you want to maintain, and that's probably about it. It's just passing them off kindly. Because I guess in the negative sense, you don't want to start doing an investigation on your own. There's a proper channel for those things.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's jump to question number 5, and we're going to go with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
Probably my background in agriculture. I'm also a pastor. I think about 20% of the city's land use is situated in agriculture, and so I can bring some things to the table there. I managed a 1,000-acre vineyard, and so I have general management experience in the sense that you're managing assets and employees and capital budgets and operating budgets. And I have union negotiation experience. I have my chemical applicator's license, my commercial applicator's license. So I know about chemicals, I know about safety and those kinds of things, process and procedure. As a pastor, I'm going to be experienced with the needs of the community. I'm going to be experienced with managing a nonprofit, those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position.
Thank you.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
If I'm really dug in on the position, and all of you guys are on the other side of that, you handle that professionally. You got to support the ruling of the council, and so there needs to be some support there. If I want to dissent, there's a professional way to do that. There's a process for that. There's a timing involved in that. But personally, I would like to strive to have good working relationships with all of you, and you don't do that by behaving immaturely when things don't go your way. So the relationships are important to me. Working with all of you is important to me. And then, on the other side of that, if somebody dissents from my position and I have the majority, the person who dissents still has a different perspective on things, and it's good to pay careful attention to those things, especially when the issue comes up again. It's like, well, you were against this before, what do you think now? What do you think we could have done differently here? Those kinds of things. And so there are times when it's important to dissent and bring the issue up again, but it needs to be done in a professional way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So the final question for your interview is by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, it looks like our projections over the next 10 to 15 years, we're expecting 40, 50,000 more people. And so it looks like 121,000 in 2046. Anyway, 2046, and 19,000 more housing units, 16,000 more jobs we anticipate. And so really, we're looking at a situation where we just need to be prepared to have the infrastructure for the city to grow that way. And where we're going to do that, I talked about safety already. A lot of the reasons I think people are interested in moving into Pasco, or the reason a lot of people live here, is regarding the transportation resources. We have an airport. The railway is obviously huge. The port. And agriculture is a big reason that people live here. They're supporting agriculture in some way. So as far as things I would do to change it, I like the city. We're doing things with the projects, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the downtown project, the development on Broadmoor, the neighborhood parks, all those kinds of things are really great. And I think a lot of that stuff is going to be coming into fruition during this next term. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of. I just like leadership. I like working with the team. And I think it'd just be a neat opportunity to do that with you guys.
All right, well, you are done, so thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could get the next candidate.
I'm going to leave this here.
So yeah, you could stay if you'd like, or more welcome to do what you'd like.
Thank you.
So this is not working well, so you'll have to.
Okay, just like karaoke.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh.
Well, we could hear you, so you state your name and we could proceed.
Good evening, Pat Jones.
All right. Well, thank you, Pat Jones, for taking time out of your day to be here. Do appreciate it. So we're going to jump right into the questions. And so based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
There are two answers I'd like to offer to that. First of all, it would be what the law of the cities say that you must perform, the duties that you have to perform, whatever those might be as far as governing and managing the cities, managing the taxpayer dollars, being fiscal in how we do that, making sure that policies are followed, making sure that government is done by listening to the people, making sure that infrastructure is kept in place, and all of those parts that the law says that we must do. I have a set of bulleted items that I have followed as an elected city official for over 14 years myself that I'd like to share with you that specifically answer that question that I have followed for years. I believe firmly in a balanced pattern of growth, a vibrant, livable community, a safe, healthy, inclusive, skilled community, efficient transportation, infrastructure systems that are safe and ongoing, economic stability and growth, outstanding recreational and cultural opportunities, and responsive, accessible, and effective government. So philosophically, those are my beliefs. From a day-to-day standpoint, I believe we have to meet all of the things that I mentioned first and be responsible to the citizens who put us there.
All right. Well, thank you for that answer. Part A of that is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
It's important to know what the needs and the wants are of the people in the area that we represent. We are elected by an area, and it's important to know what the needs and wants are of those folks. Are those needs recreation? Are those needs streets? Are those needs public safety? And to know what they are and bring those to the full council so everyone knows what's going on. There are times when it will be my job to bring those forward and push those from a stronger level. There will be times when I will need to work with the other council members and understand where those fit into the full picture of the city. It's impossible to say at which point those will be pushed more forward, or I will back off and work together to meet the needs of the full city versus my area that I represent. Each and every decision, each and every plan, each and every budgeted item is a discussion that needs to take place. And so it would be short-sighted to say, this is time I will do this, and this time I will do this. Each one needs a fair look and a fair discussion, and then I would make my determination based on my background, experience, and training, and determine how I would push or back off at that point.
All right. Well, thank you for those answers. We're going to be moving to question number 2, which is Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
Right now, I would say infrastructure-wise, making sure that we have a plan for water in the future. I understand that our water system might be at a certain age where we have to start looking at either building a new water tower or investing in the one that we have. We can't grow, we can't support what's going on in our city if we can't guarantee water every time someone turns on their tap or does the flush. So it's our job to make sure that that's there. That's one of the first things I would want to look into as a new council member. I would also want to make sure that we are meeting the needs from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that our citizens are safe. We can't be a good, growing city if citizens don't feel safe here. So that would be from a public safety, police, and fire standpoint. The next thing that I think needs a lot of attention is retail. It appears to me as a fairly new member to the community, my wife and I have lived here 2 years now, that a lot of retail exists in Kennewick and Richland, but there's not a lot of solid retail in Pasco in a comparison of the three. That's looking at it from a new person standpoint. So those would be my main focuses coming on board.
All right, thanks for coming in, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to move on to question number 3, which is Councilwoman Blanche Bras.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating and wanting to be involved in your community at this level. What have you observed in areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to do better or we are not doing at all?
Can I get the question rephrased, ma'am? Are you asking me what do I think right now needs to be done better in the city of Pasco? Is that the question?
Correct. What is it that we're doing or not doing for the city of Pasco? Or if you feel that there's something that we could do better?
Okay, thank you. I understand. Again, from a new person standpoint, lived here 2 years. One of the things I think we need to do more of is take a look at our speeding that's going on throughout the community. It seems like we have a tremendous amount of traffic going on, and it seems like a lot of those people like to drive really fast. And I think we need to take a closer look at that, and I'm sure that's being done. I'm sure that's not a aha moment for anybody, but that is certainly something that I see as a new person living here for 2 years. I believe that's something that certainly needs to be looked at to be done better. I would also say that providing opportunities for the fine arts in our community. We have tremendous recreational opportunities for athletics, but we have little to none in the fine arts, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's move on to question number 5, which is done by Councilman Leo Perales. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. My bad. Question number 4. Yes, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision for the city council?
The first thing I would do is listen to what they have to say until they were done talking. I want to make sure that they had a chance to clear their mind and clear their heart of what they have to say. Then I would encourage them to follow the proper procedure that we have. I'm sure there's a complaint policy that the city of Pasco has, and I would ask them to follow that. It's not my job as a city council member to reprimand, to jump into policy or the day-to-day operations of how our departments do their job. We have managers and other things in place to do those things, so I would ask that person to get a hold of the person's manager or however the structure is in that department and ask them to share their concern and follow the process that's in place. I am not elected to be a micromanager of a department, nor would I ever act in that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll jump to number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I have 14 years of elected experience as a city council member from South Dakota. I served 11 years on the city council in Leeds, South Dakota, and then just recently before we moved here, 3 years on the city council in Rapid City, South Dakota. Rapid City and Pasco are amazingly similar, both 80,000 people, both have very similar growth situations, both have ethnicity issues and things that go on within their community, both have growth issues, and so it's rather amazing to move here to this wonderful community and have them be so similar. So we have addressed a lot of the same things. Also, just my years of training, like I said, 14 years there, 17 years as a school administrator. I have great amount of training in how to run meetings, how to do proper procedure, how to do the simple things of making motions, how to vote, parliamentary procedure, all of the ways of how we do business. A lot of times for new council members, that can be a large learning curve, which inhibits their ability to be effective. I bring a turnkey operation to the council and will be an effective member almost right off the bat. I've sat on many dioceses, I know how to do the job, and will be able to be effective almost immediately. I have a bachelor's degree in music education. I have a master's degree in education and administration and a doctorate degree in education and administration. I know how administration works, and I am ready to bring those skills and talents to the city of Pasco.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to question number 6, which is done by Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here this evening. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I've always taken a stand that once the debate is done and once the vote is done, it's done. If I've put my best into it, and I believe that my fellow council members have put their best into it, and we've taken the vote, then we have to be grown up enough, we have to be adult enough, and we have to be professional enough to move forward. I don't believe in parking lot meetings. I don't believe in talking behind people's back. I believe that we have to be able to move forward. I've seen many organizations that when something like that happens, Councilman Harpster, the people who are on the losing side of it, all they do is complain for the next day, week, month, or year, and it hurts the organization. It poisons the organization. And I've been on the losing side of votes before. Many of us have if we've been in this business. And we just have to realize that that one is done, and it's time to move forward to the next one and not waste our energy on one that is done.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So your final question is going to be done by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates or whatever you like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number 1. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. So they go ahead and they make policies and laws. And so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee, obviously, the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city, and so each member is designated to a district, and so they represent that district, and so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating, just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think obviously making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even everything from traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilman Blanche Bras.
Councilman? Councilwoman?
Councilwoman.
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some
My
water.
ears are
Councilwoman.
failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the Planning Commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we, depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well. whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the 2 biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I could bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hubster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council, and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question of tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 to 15 years we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people are feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the 3 main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the 3 things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right. Well, it looks like you're done then. So thank you for applying, and if you'd like to sit in the audience, do whatever you think is best.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the 4th person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position. So we're going to dig right in. So question number 1 is, based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
A city council member has to be accountable to their particular district. They have to balance the interests of their particular stakeholders with those of the larger city. The city council member also has to make sure they are judicious about the decisions that they have to vote on. Most of the decisions that they make, of course, have to be things that they have listened to multiple parties within their particular district. And then I'm a big believer that listening to multiple viewpoints helps people come up with the best decisions overall. So as a city council member, that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we are accountable. We also have to make sure that we know what the processes are that we must adhere to so that we do not have conflicts of interest that get in the way with decisions that we are responsible for casting votes on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I have a part A on my question. So what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
I think I just spoke to that.
Kinda did, yeah.
I think it's a very careful balance that one must make. Of course, your actual constituents are the ones who, in the end, will be making the decision about how fairly, how well you represented them. So, of course, I would consider them first. Most people who know me through my professional and my volunteer positions know that I am very open to building relationships with all sorts of people, listening to multiple viewpoints, ensuring that my particular biases don't get in the way of giving them the opportunity to share their particular positions.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. So we're going to jump to question number 2, and that's going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bowers, for being here this evening and throwing your name in the hat. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I actually think that the various goals that you all have created for 24-25, I think those are spot on. My particular interest would be the financial stability and economic sustainability, as well as the character or identity of Pasco as a whole. We are growing. Since I arrived here in 2014, we have been told that our population is expanding. We have to ensure that the things which attracted people to Pasco in the first place, those particular characteristics are preserved as best as we can. So we need to make sure that we do smart planning, but at the same time give respect to the things that made Pasco the best secret in Eastern Washington.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to have question number 3 is going to be done by Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. I was still reading over my notes. Thank you for participating. Thank you for throwing your hat back in the game here. My question to you: what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to improve in?
I definitely think that our downtown is in much better shape than it was when I first got here. Of course, we are really, really grateful to all the business owners who contributed to making our Main Street, our historic downtown, the vibrant place that it is today. We know that there were some management challenges previously. So I believe that with the city of Pasco being responsible for downtown once again, things are back on track. So I would say that is one of the improvements that have been made here. I also think the development that's taking place in Broadmoor. We finally have Road 100, the exits, working so they aren't the traffic congestion nightmares that they were initially. So I know that as we move further into developing that area, we are going to make sure that that becomes something that is beneficial to the rest of the city.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Contacting me, I'm assuming because they were not happy. Okay. I would want to make sure that if this were the level of conflict of interest being violated or ethically that council member doing something that was untoward or against our responsibilities, our role as city council, that individual had brought that concern of theirs to the correct authorities, whether it was something that required something to be reported to the police commission or to the city manager or to the city council at large. I would hope that that individual felt safe enough being able to speak up for themselves. If they didn't, I would ensure that there were other avenues for them to be able to share specifically what it was that had happened. And as information were obtained in the form of an inquiry or an investigation, that took place within the appropriate channels.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. So let's jump to question number 5, which is going to be done by Councilman Leo Perales.
What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I believe my skill set and my track record. I am someone who has volunteered here in Pasco in multiple ways. Additionally, my work experience is something which proves that I know how to navigate government on the city, county, state, and federal levels. One of the first things I did when I came here, I volunteered with the Office of Community and Economic Development. I wrote 2 successful grant applications, one for a survey and 2 for 2 properties in East Pasco, which are now on the National Register of Historic Places. So I believe those are some of the things, in addition to the time I served as commissioner of the Planning Commission, chair rather, of the Planning Commission, which overlapped with us going into the pandemic. We got through it. We got through stronger. And I believe that those things, in addition to information I helped obtain for the MLK Community Center, which is also one of the legislative priorities that you all have named to recognize those who contributed to the development of East Pasco. That just shows that I'm always available and have utilized my skill set, whether that was something on a volunteer basis or something that I have been paid to do. You all are aware that my work experience, I started out in the planning space, and then after seeing how politics worked, I decided to go into the diversity, equity, inclusion space to try and get to some of the attitudes that impacted decisions around equity. So if you will, between my undergraduate degree in urban studies with programs completed at Columbia Business School, Columbia's School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, and my graduate degree in psychology, I would say that I have demonstrated I can be on a council in Los Angeles. I also served on a neighborhood council, was first appointed and then elected. And neighborhood councils were something that the city created to ensure that enough communities had a voice in what ended up happening in terms of city operations. So between those things, time that I have spent working with other agencies such as the Regional Plan Association, which covers the tri-state area on the East Coast, Community Redevelopment Agency, which focuses on blighted areas throughout Los Angeles. I am someone who has been a part of a lot of the negotiations and operations of things that are very similar to what the City Council, as well as our colleagues, your colleagues, who you are responsible for overseeing with the city manager and city staff.
All right. So with that, we're going to jump to question number 6 by Councilman Peter Herbster.
Thank you for being here this evening, for applying for this position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I would most likely ensure that we heard from all viewpoints, and it sounds like in the particular scenario you are describing, we would want to make sure we heard the minority viewpoints as well, even if it seems like the majority position is one that the council is heading towards. As I mentioned before, I have seen, and it has been proven, that the more viewpoints we take into consideration, the stronger, the better that final solution or outcome will be. So I would make sure that it were voiced. I am also a team player, and the relationships that I have or would have with the other members of the city council would also be important to make sure that those were preserved as well.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to have our final question, which is going to be done by our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
So as I was looking at the goals that you all came up with for 2024, 2025, I was on board with them. I think one of the things that we need to make sure is that we don't overcommit ourselves in looking at our budget. We don't want to further eat into our reserve. We can only do as much as we have funds allocated for, so I want to make sure that we stay within budget. As I mentioned earlier, I think Pasco has so much to offer, and I really think that our city identity is something that we can leverage to attract more business, more opportunities here to the city. I also want us to make sure that we are creating enough opportunities so that people who grow up here in our city have the ability to work the jobs that are going to be created in 15 years. I'm so grateful that we have the 2 new high schools that have just opened up. I also would like us really to think a little bit more about sustainability. We have a lot of industry that's coming in. Thank you so much to the Port of Pasco for this. We want to make sure we have the water and the energy to keep that industry going. And I see us being a city where we can be sure that we have engagement from all members of our community.
Okay, well, thank you for that. If you'd like to sit down, and I guess we'll jump to number 5. I did want to say thank you to all the candidates that showed up. There were some phenomenal answers. Was going to be extremely hard to pick just one. My brothers would pick all 4. So anyway, so thank you again. I thought it was excellent by everybody. So with that, we're going to jump to number 5, which is our exec session to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to elective office for RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H. I'd like to know what the council thinks, how long we're going to need. You think 10 minutes? Let's
start for 10.
Let's start for 10. Hard decision, but let's start for 10, but it'll probably be longer. So anyway, we will be back at 7:07.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I need to join you for just a few minutes in the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure. I'll be in attendance.
Okay. All right, if we can have it quiet, thank you. We are back from exec session, very lively exec session, and before we have a nomination and a motion, I would like to say that we do really appreciate everybody coming out. This is by far probably one of the most difficult decisions I've ever been part of as far as a councilman. It was, everybody would do an excellent job, and with that, we actually have some new information from our attorney, Eric Ferguson, so let's have him kind of tell the nuances of what actually is going on, and
Sure.
then go from
Yeah,
there.
you bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, this is a very unique situation with this particular council seat because it is a short and full term. So it's not clear yet to what degree or what length the term of the person who assumes this particular position would serve because of the election that will take place, the general election that will take place on November 4th. So with that being said, the thing that just needs to be made clear is that since all the candidates, and the reason why I'm just clarifying is because originally the mayor stated that people would need to be able to serve until December 31st. And so there's no guarantee that it would be up until December 31st. It could be only till November 25th. So I just want to make sure that all the candidates are aware of that and knowing that that they're still comfortable proceeding and going forward. So with that being said, would each of the candidates confirm that works for them? Mr. Cota? Mr. Taylor, that's great. And where's our other, Mr. Abel? Yep. And then our finally, yes. Okay, sounds great. Okay, sounds like we're good to go. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, thank you. So with that, I would like to get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint Joe Cotta to council position number 4, effective from September 15th, 2025 through potentially December 31st, 2025.
Second. All right, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Harpster. So let's do a roll call on this.
All right. Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Prowlis.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
So that passes 5-1.
All right. So with that, if we could have newly appointed Councilman Cotta come up here, and then we'll also take. We need a 5-minute recess. Oh, let's. Well, I guess I need. What's that? Okay. Well, I guess let me come down there and I'll redo that with the officers. Again, this is my first time on this, so.
We'll redo these.
Thank you.
All right, so repeat after me. I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
And all local ordinances, and that I faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member, District 4, Position Number 4, for the City of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
And all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member, District Number 4, Position Number 4, for the City of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I need that back. We're going to have.
All right, and with that, let's take an 8-minute recess so we can be back here at 7:30. That would give anybody who want to take pictures or anything else. So, yeah, take a seat. All right, thank you. All right, it is 7:30, and we are back. So we are going to move on to our regular City Council regular meeting. And with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Is anybody...
We lost one already.
They won. Looks like he's late to his first meeting already. And Harpster, is that the spot you wanted to be in? Or do you want to be on the end? Okay. All right, so now that Mr. Cotta is seated, we're going to go 4A, which is approval of meeting minutes for September 2nd and September 8th. B is Bill and Communications approving claims in the total amount of $6,714,030.52 with a write-off totaling $280. We got C, ordinance number 4788, amending PMC section 5.05.170, exemptions related to business license. D is resolution number 4646, change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo. E is resolution number 4647, professional services agreement amendment number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the process water reuse facility irrigation systems farm upgrades project. And with that, can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta?
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes.
And Mayor Milne?
That would be a yes from me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 5, which is proclamation and acknowledgements. And the first one is 5A, which is, I know, a little controversial, which is a proclamation honoring the life of Charlie Kirk. And now usually as a council, we don't really do this. I was contacted by other members of the council. I was thinking of more of a moment of silence. But we got basically one of the council members thought it'd be a great idea to have a proclamation, and I did agree with him. And I guess my choice on that, just because I have got emails about this, is that I love the fact that Charlie Kirk was for free speech. That where he would go, he would have a discussion, and the best part about it was that he would have a discussion and violence wasn't considered an option. To me, it says something about the man that you're going into areas that most people wouldn't go into, whether for political beliefs or religious beliefs, and having open conversations. So to me, he was an inspiration. I watched a lot of his videos, usually every other day, and again, to me, it was a profound loss when somebody's talking nonviolent interactions, just have a discussion, and with that, the man is basically killed for having a discussion. So it's my decision to do this. Again, I appreciate the support that I've got from council, but it's not an easy one, and I know there's people that are against this because of some of the stuff he has believed in, but for me, it's an honor to do this proclamation. So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. So whereas Charlie Kirk was the founder of Turning Point USA, a national nonprofit organization committed to educating young people about the principles of limited government, free markets, personal responsibilities, and whereas Charlie Kirk boldly proclaimed his faith in Jesus Christ, consistently grounding his public service and civic engagement in biblical values and deep conviction that faith must live out in both private and public life. And whereas Charlie Kirk worked tirelessly to equip a new generation of Americans to think critically, engage civically, and uphold ideals of freedom, family, and faith, and whereas Charlie Kirk believed in the power of civic trust, community involvement, and moral leadership to strengthen democracy. And whereas Charlie Kirk's life was tragically cut short when he was assassinated while engaging in dialogue with college students. An act that shocked the nation and underscored the growing need for civil discourse, mutual respect, and the protection of those who speak boldly in matters of conscience and truth. And whereas, despite his untimely death, Charlie's enduring legacy lives on through the lives of those he inspired to serve in their communities, engage those around them, and stand firm in their convictions. And whereas the City of Pasco joins communities across the country in mourning this profound loss, and I recognize the impact of Charlie's voice, leadership, and unwavering devotion to truth. And therefore I, David Milne, Mayor of City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2025 as a day of honor to the life of Charlie Kirk, and urge all residents to reflect on Charlie's legacy of faith, freedom, and service, and to recommit ourselves to these founding values. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation. I'm sorry.
Would it be all right for me to comment?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, the same as you mentioned, I hope what people take away from this and from his life is the courage to have conversations with people that we disagree with. And at the end of those conversations, you may still disagree, but you've at least had a conversation, respected that other person as a human being, another person. And as I look out in the crowd here, I've met many of these people out here, and many of us disagree on many things, but we've had conversations about it, and there's a lot that we do agree on that we found, and there's items we found that we're just going to disagree on, and that's fine. And when I was running for city council, I reached out to all the council members at that time just to hear their thoughts on council and priorities and whatnot. And those who maybe think differently politically than me, Ms. Barajas to my left here was the only one who got together with me to discuss priorities. And we found in that conversation, there's a lot we disagree on. But we sit here every week and find that there is a lot that we do agree on. And I respect Ms. Barajas for her willingness to serve on council and to keep showing up. And I hope she does the same for me. And again, we get together pretty frequently and have discussions that aren't fun to have. They're sometimes difficult discussions, but we work towards finding common ground. And what's cool to see is, Fiery Foods Festival this past weekend, she ran into my family and gave my wife a hug, said hi to my boys. They were excited to see her. That's the result of having conversations instead of saying, we disagree, so we're not going to talk. And again, the irony of the open dialogue is everybody's going to have the opportunity this evening to share their opinions on us, perhaps. And again, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, I know we're not going to agree, but I just really hope that that people would see what happened and that would embolden them to not be silenced, but to seek out people that they have disagreements with. And again, you may not win somebody to your side, but it's still so important, in my opinion, to have that conversation anyways. Thanks.
Thank you for those words. I could say, being on the council, I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's just times where you disagree with other members, but it's for the best of Pasco that we get along. We try to work things out, and you try to hear different voices and different opinions. So again, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, it was a profound loss to me that his life was taken so young with a family, and all the stuff that he was trying to let people be aware of, and again, to try to make America a better place. So with that, we're going to move on. To 5B, which is a proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we are actually going to kick it off with Councilwoman
I don't get it. The
Rojas.
rules say that you start with public comment and then you do public business.
No, public comment, please sit down. Public comment is coming up. It's coming up on the agenda.
Beginning of the meeting, not
No, it's coming up. We are running the meeting here. If you could sit down, please. You will give your chance for 3 minutes to talk.
Not that. It's just you're violating your own rules.
No, it's on our agenda. We have an agenda. Not run by you. With that, Councilwoman Bras, can you please do your proclamation?
I'm not sure if you have the proclamation in English. Someone should read it in English first.
Let me start first, Mayor.
Let's go with Councilman Leo Perales for the English version.
Thank you much. This is a proclamation on National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2025. Whereas America's cultural diversity has helped strengthen and define our country for hundreds of years, and whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the millions of Hispanic Americans whose love of family, hard work, and community have helped unite us as a people and sustain us as a nation, and whereas we remember also those proud Hispanic American patriots who fought and died for our country in every war and conflict since our founding, and whereas as entrepreneurs and public servants, scholars, and artists, Hispanic Americans have provided wisdom, energy, and leadership in both small and large communities across the country, and whereas while many Hispanic Americans today are thriving, others are still struggling to overcome obstacles, including language and cultural barriers, and whereas we renew our commitment to ensuring that all Hispanic Americans have access to the opportunities needed to pursue and realize their dreams, and whereas the 2025 theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, encourages us to recognize the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that define the Hispanic experience, and honors the visionary leaders within the Hispanic community whose trailblazing efforts have paved the way for more inclusive and prosperous society. And now, therefore, Mayor Pasco, David Milne, and the rest of the council do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. And now will Councilwoman Rojas read that in Spanish.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments before that. I will be reading the proclamation in Spanish. It's very important for our viewers, that are Spanish viewers, every Mexican American in the city of Pasco, in recognition that there's 56% of the population in Pasco are Latino or Hispanic natives. We are a proud group. Tomorrow, September 16th, is Mexican Independence Day, making Mexico's liberation from Spain in 1810. Not sure if anybody knew that, but I'm just throwing out that little tidbit. So to my fellow Mexican Americans, to Chicanos, however you want to identify yourselves, Feliz Día de la Independencia Mexicana. And I will proceed to read the proclamation. We were just talking about proclamations, and I want to recognize that We just read a proclamation, right? In regards to the life of an individual that was unfortunately a victim of a crime. However, we should also recognize Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband for being killed. Irina Sarutska from Ukraine for also being killed. The students at Evergreen High School and the students at the Annunciation Catholic School, in those shootings, there was not many killings, but there were killings of young people, children, unnecessary killings, just like Mr. Kirk's. However, I feel that local government should aim to keep our streets safe, to focus on local matters. May they all rest in peace. And with that, I will follow through with the proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month in Spanish. For all of you listening, todos los que están escuchando, el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, 15 de septiembre a 15 de octubre del 2025. Considerando que la diversidad cultural de América ha ayudado a fortalecer y a definir nuestro país por cientos de años. Considerando durante el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, reconocemos a los millones de hispanoamericanos cuyo amor por la familia, el trabajo duro y la comunidad han ayudado a unirnos como pueblo y sostenernos como una nación. Y considerando que también recordamos a aquellos orgullosos patriotas hispanoamericanos quienes lucharon y murieron por nuestro país en cada guerra y conflicto desde nuestra fundación. Y considerando que como empresarios y funcionarios públicos, estudiantes y artistas, los hispanoamericanos han proporcionado sabiduría, energía y liderazgo en comunidades pequeñas y grandes a lo largo del país. Considerando que, aunque muchos hispanoamericanos han prosperado hoy en día, otros aún están luchando para vencer obstáculos, incluyendo el idioma y las barreras culturales. Considerando que renovamos nuestro compromiso para asegurarnos que todos los hispanoamericanos tengan acceso a las oportunidades necesarias para perseguir y realizar sus sueños. Y considerando el tema del 2025, herencia colectiva, honrando el país, inspirando el futuro, nos alienta a reconocer el espíritu de la innovación, resiliencia y unidad que definen la experiencia hispana. Y honra a los líderes visionarios dentro de la comunidad hispana, cuyos esfuerzos pioneros han abierto el camino hacia la sociedad más inclusiva y próspera. Feliz Día de la Independencia a todos los mexicoamericanos.
All right, and thank you, Councilwoman Ross. I'm sorry, hold a second. I just want to say thank you for pointing that out. I did have it in my notes to recognize the other ones. I did miss it. I am sorry, but thank you for saying that. And so let's go to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you. You're fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No, and just to add on to what my fellow council member was saying, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but just reading from the internet here, we can't quite claim it as Pasco, but we're the lion's share of the population in Franklin County. But Franklin County became the first majority Hispanic county in the entire Pacific Northwest around 2006. And I think that is something we should be very proud of. Can't quite claim it as a city, but obviously we're like, 85% of the whole county. So I think that is something to be proud of. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's go to Councilman
Make a quick comment. So I just want to address what happened earlier. It's the bodies, we have our schedules and stuff. They're available on the internet at our website. But if you look at our Pasco Municipal Code, I'm just going to address the individual who came up here. We have it on our website here. You can see right here. It lays out our agenda, our order of business. And so we weren't skipping over anything. It says right here, meeting instructions for remote access, goes call to order, roll call, pledge of allegiance, consent agenda, proclamations and acknowledgements, and after that is public comment. So I just want to make sure that I don't want anyone making comments or posts that we're not following our own rules and stuff. But that clears it laid out right there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. So now we're going to move on to public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require considerations by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And with that, we have a list of people that are have signed up to speak. So let's start off with, first we'll go off with Michelle Andres. And again, we're going to go 3 minutes. Make sure the timer is on. Yes.
Michelle? Okay. Hello. Michelle Andrews, Pasco, Washington. Congratulations, Mr. Cotta. I hope you do well. I do want to address that all of us have strong emotions, and emotions are real. They're not always reality. If you miss someone and you said, hey, I missed you, I didn't hear from you, why didn't you write? That person doesn't know if you're saying that in a sad manner or in an angry manner. I do want to give people the room to grieve a beautiful life. It was not worth taking his life. It wasn't worth taking the Ukrainian girl's life. I used to be an admissions counselor for a college and a teacher. Students are very impressionable, and every single adult needs to lead those emotions in a positive direction as much as possible. And I call on my city because I came here 17 years ago and I felt like I moved back to Boise, Idaho. I had not felt at home in such a long time. I love this city and I love this county. Please love one another. It pays off. And even if you disagree and didn't want us to say an amen or not, I love you. I care about your feelings.
Hey, Michelle, can you?
Thank you.
We can't hear you, so okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, if everybody could approach the dais as far as face us so we could actually hear you better, would be appreciated. So let's, up next, we got Steve Wilson.
Thanks for having me up here today.
Thank
you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name's Steve Wilson from Pasco. Congratulations to the new guy. Pasco was created as a city manager form of government. This was after World War I. That actually started in the United States in Ohio around 1913. This was set up to stop the political machines from setting up governments for one political party as an abuse of a spoils system from the war and related industries. And it requires an impartial city manager. We have one, right, Mr. Stewart? Thank you. It has proven to be an effective system of local government by restricting partisan government and offering more equitable and fair representation. Now, let me explain to you what partisan influence has done to my area here, my city, my county. Right now, we have a county commissioner system that's overloaded with right-wing extremists. They have done as much to run out their peers and professionals from that, from their department. They disgraced an honorable sheriff. They can't manage HAPO. That's been around since it was 80s, came in the 80s as Tritech. It was to be proud of. people would come from the region, all around the region, to come to our ag facility. Who lives here and will build an ag facility without air conditioning and then put themselves in a situation where they can't afford it, and then work with people from out of state and owe them money, and yet have the grapes to turn around and belittle a sheriff for a lunch bill, or to tell him that he's got hidden cameras looking in secret areas of the courthouse.
If you could face us, I appreciate
Sorry
it.
about that. I get a little fired up about that. What I recommend is we do not interact with them regarding Hapo Center. Let them dig their hole. My dad and I talked yesterday. He said, my big brother called me. They're in their 70s, freaking out about this news about the liberals are going to get all shot or something. They're freaking out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. So I looked into it. I see this guy's an influencer. I'm not connected. I can only assume, since you're a municipality that deals with our local people, that he's from Pasco. That must be the case. Or he has influence in Pasco. Or he's helped anything with the municipality of Pasco. That would make sense. So I'm assuming that's the case. I'm going to look into this and see if it is the case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to jump down to Eileen Crawford.
Thank you for your time, Eileen Crawford, City of Pasco. Congratulations, Joe. I'm here to talk to you about an article I read in the Tricycle Herald regarding $50 additional car tab fees. Is that going to go on motorcycles, RVs, etc.? Need I remind you, Pasco is a very low per capita incomes city. We don't have that kind of money. All right? Have you looked at other options? I found it interesting that one of the council members was supporting a 0.01% sales tax. Well, at least that would capture everybody that shops in Pasco. If I don't want to pay your fee, I'm going to transfer my tags out of Pasco. All right? Are you going to charge everybody that drives across the city limits and uses our streets, which are in bad need of attention, I'll admit, a fee for driving on them? Because you're charging us for their privilege. Have you looked at, because of EVs, better gas mileage, have you looked at putting this extra fee on EVs or hybrids only? What about the charging stations? Let's charge them too. The city is not responsible to support businesses that compete with private business or things that don't involve our health and safety. So let's re-inspect those, all right? I wonder, and I'm asking, the Grand Ole 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, Fiery Food Festival, movies in the park during the summer. Is the city supporting those with our taxpayer dollars where you're going to tax us for more and more? Maybe what you ought to do is start taxing, if you pass this, start taxing U-Hauls while we move out. Because that's what's going to happen. Okay? This is not Olympia. You were all elected by the people to represent the people first, and the city of Pasco second. So start representing us and our pocketbooks. No more tax and spend, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mrs. Crawford. Normally we don't interact. I mean, if you could please sit down. But I did want to say that every member here does not like taxes. We also don't like roads with potholes in them either. And you need roads. I mean, again, that's a big thing. And I can tell you that there basically is no secret meetings. We haven't even voted on this. We still have a couple more months. We're willing to hear from people. We want to hear from our constituents. So I'm saying, with that in mind, again, even though I had leaning one way, I'm still open. I think every councilman is open to seeing what is best for Pasco, hearing people's ideas, moving forward on this. But let's come up with a way, if we can, to have better roads, but at the same time, not bankrupt the city budget. All we want is to keep things moving without being bankrupt, without, again, we want fiscal responsibility. So with that, I will jump to Tim Hyman, and you got 3 minutes.
On? Is this on?
Yep.
All right. Tim Hyman, born and raised in Yakima. Ferguson and the Democrats raised taxes $40 billion this last legislative session. And this mayor and this city council thinks that's not enough. You got to go on top of that. The voters in Franklin County, 72% of them, said, we don't want taxes or fees above $30. Jay Inslee said voters were confused by that. The mayor and the city council agree with them, because here you are doing exactly the same thing that he did, not respecting the will of the people. When you say you're going to have a meeting starting at 7, and I tell 60,000 people to tune in to watch, and you don't start listening to people until 7:50, you're not even following your own rules. When I did this in front of the Seattle City Council, they were just as bad. But that's Seattle. You're acting exactly like the Seattle mayor, exactly like the Seattle City Council, where you put it off as long as you could. You had already made your decision, and all they were doing is just biding time, hoping that people would get tired and walk out. On August 25th, you guys had a secret meeting that nobody knew about, that it took the Tri-City Herald a week and a half to eventually write a story about. And here it is 21 days later, and this is the first chance where regular citizens can actually comment on it. But at that meeting, you all weren't debating whether or not to do it. You all decided you're going to do it. We only want to know, are you going to raise sales taxes? Are you going to raise car tab taxes? You weren't debating whether or not to do it. You just said, we're doing it, but which one should we do? And you all expressed which ones you wanted. You skipped the whole part about when you normally make decisions, you're supposed to actually listen to citizens, make an announcement, let the Tri-City Herald do a story before the meeting about it. You didn't do that here. It was so maddening to hear you skipping past the whole citizen comment portion. But let's talk about how that's a joke too. Because you already know the voters don't want this. You already know they can't afford it, but you're doing it anyway. Now, you say that you're only going to make final decisions later. That's not what happened on August 25th. And it infuriated me because I was watching you skip past everything. Supposedly a conservative city council, supposedly a conservative mayor, acting exactly the way Seattle does. Now, $40 billion in one legislative session from Democrats. We come to expect that. But when we have supposed conservatives saying $40 billion isn't enough, let's go above that. Let's go higher than that. Let me close with this. 25 years ago, when we passed this one just a couple of years ago, 72% of them voted for it. This was the sign in 1999, 26 years ago. The slogan was, because politicians will never limit taxes. True today, 26 years later, as it was back then, you will never limit taxes. It is infuriating that you're doing this, and you're doing it before you've even listened to the people. It infuriates me. I hate it, and I'm really pissed off about it. Thank you.
All right. So the next one is, we have a, again, usually we don't do it, but in this case we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a point of clarification that in that meeting,
from what I understand, you don't comment. You don't actually go back and forth. The whole idea of public comment is we get to talk, and then you guys listen.
We are on the council. You need to sit down or you'll be removed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of a clarification. On YouTube, at the 1:55:30 mark, the public is indeed asked to provide input, and it is. And then Councilwoman Barajas asks a follow-up question, and then our deputy city manager actually even goes through the process and explains the process, how there has to be public hearings and all of this, and then you again go back and ask a second and a third time for public comment. So to come up and say that public comment wasn't taken that night is factually untrue, or that public comment hasn't happened at these meetings since then is factually untrue, and it's outrageous to even suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to Anna Roos Kennedy.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Ruiz Kennedy, and I'm here as the Chair of Franklin County Democrats. I want to begin. We just witnessed a congratulations for your appointment. We just witnessed your swearing-in ceremony, and we also just witnessed not following your own process. You have a proclamation process. It says here that you have to have a request submitted 30 days prior, and you didn't follow that. So just reminding you to follow your own process. You are breaking, you're making everybody break your own laws, and then you set precedent. That's very dangerous. Okay, but now you did it. And I would like to encourage you. I did this publicly right away after we've heard the tragic passing of Mr. Kirk, or assassination of him. And I said that we condemn all forms of violence, including the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the targeting of all political leaders for their beliefs. This kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. I respectfully ask that this resolution be expanded to also honor the memory of other political leaders who have been assassinated. Leaders across the political spectrum, from Martin Luther King Jr., President John F. Kennedy, to more recent figures like Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and others. These tragedies are not just political losses, they are human losses. They affect families, communities, and the very fabric of our democracy. By recognizing all victims of political violence, we send a powerful message that our community values every voice, stands united against hate, and believes in civil discourse over division. Let this resolution be a bridge not just in mourning, but in hope and shared purpose. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere." Thank you for your time and for your commitment to community, unit, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jennifer Henley.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I've never actually spoke before to any council, so I appreciate the opportunity. I am here tonight, though, to share my concerns with the decision to make the special proclamation about the death of Mr. Kirk. I first want to say that, number one, anyone celebrating the death of anyone is deplorable. I don't care who they are, and if they agree or disagree with me in any way. Second, everyone has a right to mourn someone that they are upset about the death of, but this group is not a person. You guys represent the entire city of Pasco, and some of those people, as you said, receiving emails, disagree with the decision. By making a specific proclamation about a podcaster, when only today, and due to the outrage of your community, did you recognize federal government officials who were assassinated actually 3 months and 1 day ago. My understanding, there was no proclamation prior to the outrage that began over tonight's proclamation. The racially fueled comments made by Mr. Kirk, as well as the abhorrent programs he supported, and his comments about women, create a divisive environment and do not make me feel supported by the officials in a city that I've lived in for almost 20 years. I hope in the future the council will be more cautious and more inclusive with these proclamations. And lastly, as public comment was not made available prior to the proclamation, and the fact that in the proclamation mutual respect was cited and should be gleaned from Mr. Kirk, I do feel it's important, and I do apologize ahead of time to anyone this might offend, but I do want to actually share some of his words. This is from a July 13th, 2023 Charlie Kirk show. Black women do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. I do not see how that shows mutual respect and does not create divisiveness. I hope in the future, again, that more thought will be put into these proclamations, like the one that was made tonight, and that all of those who live in Pasco feel supported. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. So we're going to move on to Andre Luther. Oh, Andrea, sorry. I can't hear her.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Luther. I'm from Pasco. I wanted to share my concerns about the proclamation honoring Charlie Kirk. First, every life lost is tragic, and every death deserves to be mourned. We can absolutely extend compassion to Mr. Kirk's family and his supporters without elevating him with an official city proclamation. Mr. Milne, you claimed he was a great debater and a voice for free speech. I would like to invite you to come volunteer your time with the Pasco School debate clubs so that you can learn what a great debater actually looks like.
Okay.
He's not. Pasco is one of the most diverse cities in Washington, and our proclamations in Pasco should unite our residents. Honoring a national political figure whose works and statements have been openly partisan risks dividing our community. If the city would not issue a similar proclamation for a leader with very different political views, such as Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman, which it had not until tonight when it was amended, who have been victims of political violence, it is inconsistent and inequitable to issue one here. I urge the council to focus future proclamations on shared values and local contributions rather than on national political figures whose legacies are rooted in divisive advocacy. We can mourn a death without exalting someone like this. And I do have a whole list of statements that he has made if anyone would like one.
All right. Why don't you give it to the clerk? All right. Thank you for those words. We're going to go on to. What's this?
Turillo?
Is it Tarisha? Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will move on to Steve Simmons.
My name is Steve Simmons, Pasco resident. I just wanted to speak to the proposed tax increases. So Pasco families are already stretched thin. If you didn't notice, we just saw a gas tax go up because of a failed carbon tax that hasn't delivered yet. And now the city wants to raise taxes again. The truth is that Pasco hasn't done well in long-term planning and instead has asked us for more. The city should be accountable with the money it already collects. And as President Reagan reminded us, the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that government spends too much. So we need smarter spending and not higher taxes. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve Simmons. It looks like we have some. Is there anybody else? Right, Mrs. Maloney. I think it's already on.
It's on? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll speak loudly. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. How much are we, the taxpayers, paying for the Pasco Aquatic Center? See Aquatic Director and former Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or his LLC for his Wow Factor wave machine that can cost anywhere from $22 million to $280 million, with each wave costing as much as $12.75 per second. Who can afford that? Include a total for Mr. Watkins' salary of nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Include passport entries, anticipated expenses, and complication costs. Pasco taxpayer-funded CIP budget is well over $500 million. How much is going for a low-barrier homeless shelter for our people? and for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats. Currently it's at 0. See the spokesman review on 9/9/25. Quote, from 1975, the Spokane City Council was taking more heat over its policy to sell stray dogs to Washington State University Veterinary School, end quote. Tri-City Animal Services, TCACS, or Animal Control, has had a contract with WSU to send our dogs and cats for research since April 16th of 2003. Tri-City Animal Services has no spay-neuter services and still denies due process protections, still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods, and now issues fines with the usage pay system, which puts a bounty on our dogs and cats. Which neighborhoods do they attack there? And still, for over 22 years, continues to send our dogs and cats to WSU for research where they linger and then are killed. Tri-City Animal Services is catch and kill or send them to WSU. Horrendous. This authorized by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and approved by council. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19. Provide the video. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, cost, and the U.S. mail notice to me. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Include a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer system and for the Road 48 Community Park. Include fecal groundwater reports caused by the broken floodplain sewer system. Also include fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See KNDU News on Earth Day 4/19/22, alerting the city regarding our floodplain eagles before
We get you to wrap it up.
Pasco killed them. My comments are for the record, my requests are for the record, and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. Is there anybody else in the audience that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and then we have some callers that have been patiently waiting to speak. So I think we're going to go with the first one, Lori Lane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laurie Lane, and I'm from Buckley, Washington. I, too, am concerned when I hear about tax increases because this is just a terrible time for that. That's why the 1% tax cap, property tax cap was passed in the first place, so that we could have, as voters, be able to afford to stay in our homes. To me, I have a question. How can anybody trust somebody when they trust you guys when you secretly pass taxes without the voters' consent? I would think that would tend to do quite the opposite. Honestly, what I believe needs to happen here is that there needs to be a tax diet. And you just need to learn to stay within your, live on a budget, true budget, and just say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those words. Just so you know, we haven't passed anything, so we're still discussing it. But let's go on to Mila Mapson. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might want to speak up a little bit more, but we could hear you.
Okay, I'll try to talk loud. Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Malia Mapston, and I am a resident of Pasco, Washington. I'm here this evening with a concern of a proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash development on parcel number 11550285 and parcel number 11550286. This land is on the corner of Sandifer Parkway and Road 90, right next to Broadmoor Terrace, which is where I live. The proposal for this gas station is less than 100 yards from my front door. So I was notified this weekend by just walking by a sign that was posted. It was about the size of a paper by the mailbox that said that this gas station is, there was a proposal for this gas station, and that the community had until the 22nd of this month to write any comments or speak regarding the opposition of it. I have a few points. So I think I'm concerned because of the increased traffic, that this will worsen congestion, make crossings dangerous, especially for our children and for our families walking, biking. The safety of our children and our family from the gas station noise, the light pollution, the fuel leaks, chemical runoffs that could threaten our soil and our groundwater. A huge concern of mine is possible loitering and homeless around our children, and our property value. Decrease in our property value, which I believe is improper taking of property value. We have 4 other gas stations within 1 mile of my home. This will be the 5th added, and so I'm wondering why. What is the reasoning for the need for our community? I think the responsibility of the city government is to make decisions with the established community for safety, for safety and cultural development in mind. And I don't believe that this 5th gas station across the street from my home supports that responsibility. I leave you with 2 questions. First, what would you do if you got notification that a gas station was going across the street from your home? And the reason of why this would be important for our community to have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We much appreciate it. Do we have anybody else online that... All right. So with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports from committees and or offices. So do we have any... Let's start off with Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Well, I'm going to change the atmosphere in here because this weekend we had a really good Fiery Food Festival. We had a really good turnout. There was some amazing food, amazing entertainment. It seemed like everyone in Pasco was there. We had the pepper challenge. We had the wing challenge. Brian, I think, won the wing challenge. And Sergeant Park participated in the wing challenge. He had some tacos before the wing challenge, so he didn't get through all 20 of his wings. But it was a really, really fun event. I stayed pretty much all day. The weather was good. And then today, I also went to the recovery graduation. September is recovery month, and today they had a gentleman that I believe has been clean for over a year, and he graduated from recovery graduation, and it was a really neat experience to listen to his story. There was other community elected officials there. Commissioner Bauman was there. Detective Lee was there, and she presented him with a challenge coin. And it's just really a good feeling to watch someone change their life after basically being addicted to drugs after a long road. So it was really, I guess, it's a good feeling to see someone turn their life around. So I appreciated that today.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Blaisdell. And we're going to jump to Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I did attend Tridex Donuts and Development I spoke about last week, and discussion was around housing in the area, and increased supply, but also the increased days on market and the challenges that's presenting not only for brokers in the area, but for builders and buyers and sellers as well. And again, that was with Rep Connors and HBA and Tri-City Association of Realtors. Met with Kara, I think her last name is pronounced Kabler, something like that, with the Franklin Conservation District. She presented to us about a month ago. It was at a meeting that I missed. And I had a good discussion with her. Next week, I'll bring back a couple items during miscellaneous discussion to talk about, including my favorite topic of shrub step mitigation. And we discussed that and how the city can partner with them on a couple different issues that they're dealing with. And then, as Ms. Blaisdell mentioned, did attend Fiery Foods Festival. And I don't know if it's just because your memory as a kid gets a little twisted when you get older, but as a kid going to Fiery Foods Festival, I felt like it was just this enormous, huge thing, and got a little small during COVID and all that. But it feels like year over year it keeps growing and growing. And this year felt like the first year that it was like really back post-COVID. And so thanks to Mr. Rice and his team, and really a lot of staff that spent a lot of their weekend time there. I know that Ms. Igdell and Mr. Stewart were both there, and so appreciate you guys doing that. And my family and I had a great time, so that was it. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the new Vintage Church elected official ribbon cutting. I had to be there a little early because of another obligation to go watch a kid play a soccer game, but I was able to get there half an hour early. Congratulate Pastor Matt, pray with him, and I appreciate him making time before his big event to do that. I also attended the Ben Franklin Transit meeting last Thursday where they announced their Employees of the Year and also their Department of the Year. And I don't know if you guys watch their videos online, but Brittany and some others on that team in the marketing department are doing a fantastic job of just really reflecting the values of Ben Franklin Transit and promoting the image of BFT and just having a lot of fun doing it too. So that was great. And then also they gave a report on the Benton Franklin Fair and Rodeo ridership, and ridership was way up. I remember being at that meeting last year, and if my memory serves me correct, like from our 22nd Avenue station, ridership was down 6%, but this year I think it was in the teens or almost 20%. Ridership was up just from our one station here in Pasco, so that was encouraging. And then like others, I was down at Fiery Foods Festival. I'm the one with the big family, so got to bless one of our local vendors by walking up and asking for 21 tacos, to which they were like, "Are you serious?" And I kind of turned around and pointed to my group that I love very much. And so yeah, had a great time down there and supporting our vendors and just being a part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you for that report, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go back to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. I also filled in for the mayor at the Kohler Estates Phase 2 ribbon cutting. It is in the middle of the, I want to say country, but technically it's not the country anymore, but it's so quiet and peaceful out there. So there is some, I believe there's about 20 lots available for purchase. So it's definitely worth driving out there to look at the lots available if you're thinking about buying a house.
Well, thank you for filling in for me. I do appreciate it. I had a busy week as well, but to summarize for the amount of time we have, I did attend the Park and Rec's Advisory Board meeting, and we had a long discussion on the Aquatic Center. Got an update by former Mayor Matt Watkins, and I will say that there is no wave pool. I've gone over the plans a couple times, very Pacific. So maybe at one time it was a discussion, but there is no $22 million wave pool with $100,000 per wave. And I did attend the Fiery Foods along with the rest of the council, and it was really cool to see everybody there. And I did want to join in with, I saw our Councilman Leo Perales eating the hot peppers. I thought of my time up there, but I was glad that somebody from the council was able to dig in, and sad that he didn't win first prize, but looked like quite the competition, a lot of folks. And so again, it was good to have a good time and talk to constituents. So with that, I think we're going to move on. And let me get back to my spot here. If I can. All right. So we're going to move on to 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. I'm not seeing anything, so we're going to move on to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. We got number A, which is resolution number 4649, setting a public hearing to consider Fat Beam franchise extension, and this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item proposes to set the public hearing for the renewal of this fiber optic franchise for Fat Beam for October 6th at 7 p.m. during a regular council meeting. This is a renewal. Again, this is governed by Municipal Code Title 1540, and that's qualified under general components of that title. And with that, a requirement for this renewal is to have the public hearing. No action is anticipated on that night. It's just the public hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Does any of the council have questions for Director Maria Serra? Or with Councilwoman Barajas?
Quick question. This is, as I'm reading this, down at the discussion portion, it says, before considering franchise renewal. So we are considering, the hearing is to consider continuation of a contract to a franchise for $1,000.
Yes, the franchise is for that private utility to utilize the right-of-way, and it's a non-exclusive franchise. That means that they have equipment, in this case it's underground, fiber optic underground, install and maintain within our right-of-way. So $1,000 is the cost to renew that franchise, and considering this renewal requires a public hearing to occur first before council can actually act on it. And so for October 6th at 7 p.m., the intent is to have the public hearing, and then action would be scheduled for a following meeting.
Thank you. And just one last question. The agreement is for how long?
I believe it is 5 years, but I can check.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4649, setting 7 p.m. October 6, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a fiber optic franchise with Fat Beam LLC.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like it passes unanimously. Let's go on to B. Resolution number 4650, application for ascent easement driveway for 2001 West Lewis Street. And it's going to be by Deputy City Manager Richa Sedell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. There was an application that was submitted earlier this year for an access easement on West Lewis Street, and thank you. You can see that on the location there. Lewis Street is designated as a limited access facility, which means that an abutting property does not get an automatic access to the street. It also is a fairly high-speed arterial of the city. On September 15th, regular council meeting, you directed staff to explore the appropriate process for staff to consider granting this easement. And we've worked with the city attorney and the applicant on this process. At first, the applicant had considered a de-acceleration lane. However, in discussion with staff, what we've found is the current use does not require a de-acceleration lane, and it would be essentially an overbuild. So we discussed that with the applicant. They're okay with just a clear cut, I believe that's the right word here, a standard driveway cut rather than adding a de-acceleration lane So that is the process that we are recommending here. You have three options essentially. You can deny the request to access easement altogether. You can direct staff to revise our recommendations if you feel like we need to reconsider the designs and the conditions, or approve the access of easement as we have recommended. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right. Is there any questions from the dais as far as on this issue?
I got one.
Okay, so Councilman Leo Brels.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the reasoning behind no de-acceleration lane?
There is just not enough traffic count from what the applicant has given us, where it really requires that level of build to the street, because you're not having that many cars go by that you require a lane that would need to turn right there.
Well, I mean, we want, I mean, if we're trying to be proactive and looking forward, we want more traffic coming in to the city of Pasco. So I guess it's kind of short-sighted to not do that now, just to get it done. They're going to pay for it, right? They would pay to do the improvements.
Yes, and in future, if there is a use for it, then the applicant would have to build it, and we would have to come to council and probably have similar discussion. But at this time, the applicant did not have a project that, I believe it was maybe 10 cars a day, so it was a very low count that did not justify such an investment and also impact to the street itself.
So is the applicant happy about that? Or are they just like, okay, if you guys are going to approve this, fine, the way it is? Because I know that I think they had submitted a design that had a deacceleration lane.
And they did submit a design that excluded the deacceleration lane after our discussions as well. I cannot account for the happiness or sadness of the applicant itself, but what I can say is that they understood our questions, and they recognize that there might be a need in the future, but right now that need is not bore out.
Okay. Then I'm fine with what's presented. I just would think, you know, if we want to make our roads safer and stuff, it would just be more prudent to do it now. But if people are happy with what's been presented, or meaning the applicant and everyone up here, I'd be happy with that. Thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
All right. Well, with that, I'm not seeing any other. Oh, got Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to start off where Mr. Perales finished. And thank you. It sounds like there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of communication. I know that takes a lot of staff time, but I appreciate the customer service. That's what we should be doing for our public. And just so I do remember the presentation on this earlier in the year, but just so basically they were just asking for curb cuts off of Lewis Street, and our concern was because it's 45 miles an hour, the speed of possible rear-ending collisions and that kind of stuff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now I don't see any other ones, so now...
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just real quick. So one of the concerns that I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because I'm not sure the connections being made there. But it sounds, based on the easement that we drafted, it says specifically that the benefits of the real property described above, and then it talks about how it would be specific location thereof determined by the development review process for the city of Pasco. So, and that's really the whole point. The original concern that we had, and I don't know if folks remember that, was would this be even possible? You know, because there's two steps to this, right? There's the actual granting of the exception to your code, which says no driveways on this portion of Lewis, which is what you're doing tonight, and then there's the development review process. Now, I don't know if you don't reserve that with regard to this particular easement in terms of future improvement. If something changes, it might be difficult to then go back and then require them to make additional improvements. I don't know that we would be able to do that through this document. So I just want to be clear. I'm not sure on what the question was to be able to potentially do that going forward with this document, because I don't think this one is going to be able to do that at this point, and I'd have to defer to staff and their ability to ensure that would be the case through other things. I just didn't want to give the impression that was in this document, the reservation of additional improvements should a deacceleration lane be required. So anyway, just with that, I don't mean to make more discussion out of something, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what this document does. It just gives an exception to the code.
Okay, let's jump to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. In regards to this particular request for an easement, traffic does go by, not a lot of times, don't hear this, Chief, not a lot of times adhering to the speed limit. So my view, because I've driven by there several times and almost hit, seeing the speed going through there, I think it's a high-risk area to allow an easement, potentially causing some type of accident in that area in particular. Now we're talking about development. How soon are they developing? This is a commercial area, but it's not a very active commercial area, as some of the businesses in this strip are closed.
As we mentioned in the staff report, as we add more driveways, as with any street, and we have Director Sarah here, who's the expert at this, we will have to look at speed overall. And so as you get more driveways, as you get maybe more traffic, we would have to look into that. So probably in future, 45 miles per hour is not a speed that you will see, but that time is not right now.
Well, and for clarification, just to recall, so this is a very, very old ordinance that started this. So just so that it's clear about what the original, I guess, goal of the council was at the time, was that the policy declaration in 1085-010 was unrestricted access to and from public streets has resulted in congestion and peril for the traveler. It has caused undue slowing of all traffic in certain areas. It's therefore declared the policy of the city to limit access to certain streets within the city in the interest of safety and for the preservation of the public investment in its streets. So that was, to kind of frame the question, that was the original goal of the ordinance, and this is you granting an exception to that policy.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
No, I was just going to refresh everybody's memory that when we last discussed this, one of the items that I brought up, or points of discussion rather, was that I think, I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think it was within a quarter mile of this section on Lewis Street, there's something like 15 driveway entrances. And so, this isn't some cutting edge thing. And if in the future we need to adjust the speed limit, then that's why we've got a speed limit policy.
All right, I agree with that. 45 is quite fast if you're trying to turn, if there's a turn lane there. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just one last comment. Just pulling this up on Google Map. I mean, there's no legal access for the entire strip of Lewis, and if somebody ever wanted to do anything, have a separate, business here, just having the one access there off 20th really, really does, limit the ability for us to, have more business and revenue in the city. So I suppose I'll just go out and say I would be in favor of this, Mr. Mayor, granting them the curb cuts.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may. I move to approve resolution number 4650, authorizing the mayor to execute the access easement deed for 2001 Lewis LLC.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
No.
All right. So 6-1. All right, so let's move on to number 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to move on to 11, which is new business. So we have 11A, which is Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, LTAC, recommendations for the 2026. And we have Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is the 2026 recommendations for the use of lodging tax funds. So this is an annual allocation process and is funded through the collection of 4% local lodging tax on short-term accommodations such as hotels and motels. To be eligible for funding, an application must be received and be either for tourism marketing operations of special events designed to attract individuals from 50 or more miles away, operations and capital for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by municipalities or a PFD, and operations for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by a nonprofit organization. Annually, the city's Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, or LTAC, meets to develop recommendations based on available funding and applications received. For 2026, projected revenue is $850,000. We received 22 funding requests, which totaled over $1.5 million. Additionally, over the past several years, the repayment of the Giza Stadium improvement bond debt has been included as an annual allocation through this program. However, we've been using fund balance in the stadium fund, and this utilizing these funds has led to a collection of fund balance within the lodging tax fund. This was done as a recommendation in conjunction with finance for basically there was a fund balance prior to, we used to have 2% and 2% that were put into different funds. So this 2% for the stadium fund was really us drawing that down to make it so that it was zero. With that temporary increase, our fund balance in the lodging tax fund has increased to about $2.3 million. So I say that because we will be recommending, one of the recommendations is to use some of that fund balance in 2026. In tonight's packet, you have all the applications. I think there's about 130 some pages, so I figured you guys might want to go through those yourself. But the requests, let me get here. The requests or the recommendations from lodging tax who met last week are on your screen. And as I said, just over $135,000 is included in the recommendation to be used for fund balance. And that's primarily for, if you look to the bottom right, a portion of adding a fence at the Pasco Soccer Complex, which the city took over operation in the fall of 2024. So we've seen increased interest in that facility over the last year for tournaments. This fence would improve and enhance safety and security, but it also continues to invest in the property itself, which will be helpful to attract more tournaments in the future. Let's see here. So tonight, staff is requesting council to consider the following alternatives for the 2026 lodging tax recommendations. One is either to accept the recommendations as presented. Two is you can send the recommendations in their entirety back to the committee itself for further consideration. You can also line item strike activities and leave the rest as is. So you can't change funding amounts of activities, but you could take out actual specific activities. Or you can strike individual activities and then remand everything back to the lodging tax committee for further consideration. I am available for any questions.
All right. I will say before I get to you, Councilwoman Blaisdell, that it was a long meeting. We did go over all this stuff. There was people online that wanted us to go for their particular event or their ideas. We didn't go for it. We tried to be very fiscally responsible. We only had, I think, $110,000 to work with, so we had to axe. And just so you know, a lot of the stuff that was on here was the bare minimum that these different organizations were asking for. So we didn't jump anybody over what they asked for. We had to really trim, cut things, and really make sure that we were getting people in hotels. So that was our main point of this. Nothing extra. Stick with the budget. And again, some heated conversations, but I thought we did a good job. But let's hear what you have to say, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, I like the hotel part. My question is on the mural program. Was that part of this?
So for the mural program that is currently running, it was an original allocation from 2024, or 2020, what year are we in? 2024 was the allocation, and I believe it was $20,000. We went back, the city went back and requested that we had $10,000 left in that for at the end of 2024, just based on how long it took us to get the program up and running. That rolled over to 2025. So it's not included. We didn't include it in a request for 2026 funding. However, I'm working to see if I can find a local sponsor for that program.
So we currently have $10,000 left in that?
You won't shortly. So Cafe Con Arte just finished up a mural on their facility, and we are processing their reimbursement. And then there is one on American Family Insurance as well that is finishing up. So that will be zeroed out by the end of this year.
Okay. I guess my opinion about, especially because that falls in District 6, I personally think that the mural program has brought life to downtown, and I would like to continue to see more life being brought to downtown. I would like to see that in recommendations for 2026. That's my 2 cents.
All right, so let's go to this side of the room. We'll start with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody recalls, I had a plethora of comments regarding this last year, and I don't have that many this year. So thank you for your guys' work and Ms. Pashon's. I did honestly notice that when I looked at it, it seemed more fiscally responsible this year. Swim the snake. It's such a small event. I get it's only $1,000 out of $2.3 million. I just want to make mention of that. I did, however, look up information about the event. Saw that it's a fundraiser for Blue Mountain RC&D, which is, reading what they do, it seems a lot like what the Franklin Conservation District does. So I suppose that's something that we could support. Do any of you three that were involved know how many people attended last year, and if these funds really are kind of making a difference for them and whatnot?
I knew you'd probably ask this year. So we did reach out. They had over 60 participants so you think then in addition to that, the families that come with them. And it was over 25 that came from out of our area. They used area codes, so 509 was a high number, but I can't give you that it wasn't, Spokane. But I can tell you that at least 24 of them were a 208, a 253, 306 kind of number.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks.
So we did remember your comments. So we did have, that was actually probably one of the bigger things was Swim the Snake, and as far as trying to get things just so you are heard, we did remember what you had said last year. So, yes. So, well, let's give Councilwoman Barajas a chance, and then I'll circle back to you, okay?
Thank you. In regards to Swim the Snake, that's something that's historic now. We've been sponsoring them. Is that the word? We've been helping them out for several years, right?
Last 2 years, they were. I will say that our marketing team and our communications team has done a really great job about marketing these dollars and opportunities. So we've seen a lot more interest in this fund, and that's where I believe Swim the Snake.
I take back my historic, but I've seen it on there constantly, once or twice. But it's not a huge amount, and they do bring in tax dollars. They do stay in our hotels. So I do see that as, giving back. My question is in regards to the committed requests. Are we able to send back a portion, and if you could go back to what we could remand, are we able to review, remand, resend parts of, or the section that is committed requests? My question is because of the amount designated to the Hapo Center.
So for the Hapo Center, this is the city of Pasco being the applicant. And this is knowing that the ILA expires at the end of this year and not knowing where that's going to land. This is a more of a security for the city, because if something were to continue and we didn't have these funds available, you would have to look for another opportunity or go through another fund to be able to do that.
Perfect. You answered my question perfectly. So that goes back to the community in case there's more questions into why we continue supporting HAPO. But other than that, I do want to recognize that it looks lean. I appreciate that because there was just a lot of stuff that was from out of town or didn't pertain. So I do appreciate what I'm looking at now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask if so the only one of these that I cannot connect to something local is the Northwest Rainbow Conference. I mean, I get it's for the Rainbow Girls of the Eastern Stars and all that, but is that an event actually here in Pasco?
I think
Yep. So Visit Tri-Cities is on the Lodging Tax Committee, and I can tell you that Hector, as well as Monica, who is the representative for the hotels, we're very excited about this. It's a 3-year commitment, and they said it's, I think, 600 rooms.
Oh, that's fantastic.
A year?
Yeah, I just couldn't connect it to an actual event here, so perfect. And our number one priority is heads in bed, so I love it. Thank you so much.
And I think if I heard right, it was in Yakima, so this is meant to move from Yakima to Pasco. So blessing on that. So let's go back. Did you want to? Okay. Well, I guess we don't have any comments on that. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Can I just ask one more thing for the sake of
Sure.
discussion? So were we hoping to add the murals, because I don't see them in there?
I can speak on that. Because the murals was not an application that was placed, we can't put funds towards that in 2026, but I can follow up with you in regards to my efforts outside of this process for finding a sponsor for that program.
Thank you for that clarification, because I didn't see it in any of the options. I only saw removing, so thank you for the clarification. With that, I move to approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for the 2026 funding allocations as presented.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, option 1 by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, looks like we've got a unanimous decision on that. Love that. And we're going to move to item B, which is payment processors, and we're going to have Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So we are here to discuss options on the online payment processors. So currently we have we have Paymentus, which is mainly used by utility billing and some cemetery and miscellaneous payments. So currently the contract expires towards the end of November. So we are at an opportunity to explore some options of either staying with that contract or moving to a different one. So at the overall, we are seeking guidance on selecting the new vendor and just reviewing our different options here. Part of also of potentially changing the online service that we offer for payments, we'd also like to implement a fair fee structure. I think earlier this year in the summer it was discussed to explore options for passing on credit card fees to customers, so that is being factored into this. Just since it's a good time, if we move to a different contract, it'd be a good time to implement that as well. So overall, just where we're at activity-wise, we have about 5,000 customers who have who use the ACH service, which is when they enter in their routing and bank account information, and that typically has a flat fee as opposed to credit card services that has a more complex fee structure. And the fees that are directly tied to ACH processing is about $90,000 a year just for ACH. The total cost for our Paymentus contract is a little over $500,000, which includes for all card processing and online payment services. if we move forward with changing the fee structure, we would expect that there'd be some change in behavior. So if we offer a free option for ACH payments, we would expect that that process would change and we'd have more users of that method. So we have here the comparison fee schedule for the two. So for Paymentus, which is our current provider, and Tyler Payments. And Tyler Payments is the native online processor for our utility billing system and our overall financial system. So there is a lot of integration that comes along with that new provider because it's the same company that we use for the majority of our system. So our utility billing, our financial system is with that same company. So right now with Paymentus, it's a third party, so there's a lot of manual processes of exporting information, importing, and a lot of manual just workload that goes along with that. With Tyler Payments, there is a lot of just automatic benefits with having it integrated and having it be the same company. So this fee schedule, I know there's a lot of information here, kind of hard to see, sorry. But overall, and I know it's not a very apples to apples comparison just because they have different fee structures. But here we have we use July's data, and this is actual activity that went through our online processor. And we have, on Tyler Payments, what we did is we used our actual activity for July and applied the current fee schedule that Tyler Payments is offering. And the Paymentus column is what we were actually charged. So as you can see, in every category, Tyler Payments is the less expensive option. And on top of that, with the proposal of passing on the credit card fees, that's an additional savings to the city. If those fees are passed on, so that first line there with the credit, the proposal is along with changing our provider would be to also change the fee structures so the city absorbs debit and ACH processing fees, but any credit card processing fees would be passed on to customers. So by offering the ACH and debit as a free option, we are still allowing that and allowing those different methods to customers. And if customers choose to use a credit card, then they would pay that convenience fee and that processing fee. So on top of the fees themselves being lower, that top line would also be passed on to customers. Kind of just summarizes what I just said. Overall, it's a savings, and on top of the fact that the fees are lower, there's also a lot of indirect savings with a lot of efficiencies within the processes themselves with having it all integrated. And there's a lot of additional enhancements as well that are for the customers. There's more options for the customers to be able to submit requests and set up information. They can see their information live when their bills are updated. So there's a lot of enhancements to the features that are currently being offered, and on top of it being more efficient internally. So as I mentioned, it's integrated. There's a lot of automation that would come with this new software provider. There's also a lot of support that is being available right now with that provider. So for example, they are waiving implementation fees right now because of our relationship that we have with our financial system. So those fees are all being waived, and they have the support available to get this implemented to go live in November. So here's just the overall timeline. So if council provides approval to move forward with the Tyler Payments, we are available to start the implementation process within the next week or two, and have the go live to be in late November. So now kind of switching gears over to the customer perspective. So if a customer does decide or chooses to use a credit card to pay their bills online, we just kind of provided some examples of what that would look like for their payment. So the average utility payment is around $140, $150. So that would essentially be a $225 fee. And that fee is clearly displayed online, so they know that they would be charged that fee, and it would be clearly outlined on their receipt. So it's very transparent of passing that fee on to the customers. So just kind of some examples of what that would look like depending on the payment amount. Okay. And overall, there's a lot of benefits to moving to Tyler payments, the cost effectiveness, the streamlined processes. However, there will be impacts to the public because it's a change, especially for those customers who have their online payment set up. So what would change is the actual website where they go to make their payment. So it's integrated into our site, and there's a link on there. So some people just have that already saved. So it would be a different actual website where they go in and make their payment, and they would have to set up their auto pay again. So from past experience, when these kind of changes happen, there is kind of a 3 to 5 month change process, just because it does take some time for customers to kind of change their habits, especially for auto pay. It's kind of a one and done. People just log in and set it up, so it's an easy thing to, I guess, forget to update. But to try to mitigate those impacts, we have been working with our communications team to come up with a variety of communication methods to, go online, of course, social media, presentations here at council to update on the implementation process, and our website. We also have inserts that we can have on that bill itself. So there's a variety of, which I can go, there's listed here, which we can go into detail if you would like, but we also can do automated calls and hangers on doors. So there's a lot of communication efforts that we can implement to try to mitigate that impact to customers. And again, there's, the process is not just leading up to the conversion, it's also that time frame afterwards. So there's there's many things that we can do. So one is we can waive late fees for that first couple months in case people are, forget to change over to that new site and that type of thing. We also have staff available that can help. In the past, when we had our utility billing conversion in 23, that impacted customers quite a bit, and we had staff out with tablets and helping them set up their account online. So we are available to do that similar process. So overall, we have, the two decisions are to either move to the new payment processor or stay with the current processor. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. Per what I'm reading, thank you for your presentation. Per what I'm reading, this is going to be replacing the current billing system. And is this going to be fully automated?
So a lot of it would be automated. So right now there's quite a bit of processes that require manual processes. For example, whenever it's time to for shutoffs, what we have to do is we have to wait until that last minute around 8:15 and pull the report and find out who is still late, that type of thing. And with this process, it will just automatically, we can see pending payments, we can see all of that within the system without having to run any extra processes. So there's a lot of efficiency there, and there's many examples like that that is very automated.
Thank you for that. I agree with this. Every time I call BDI, they charge me like $3 for making my payment over the phone. So I don't see why the city should be continuously eating up fees. It's unfortunate, but this is looks like per what you're presenting and what I'm looking at, it seems to be a more convenient, economical option. And how long does it take to switch over?
It takes about 6 to 8 weeks, and so we've had discussions already with the processor, and we are ready to go, and so are they as soon as we get that approval.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for putting all this together. Just one question for you and then a bunch of comments. But in your July 2025 comparison, you showed the difference between Paymentus and Tyler payments. Would the difference you're showing there account for people that actually switch from credit card to ACH? I mean, it's kind of an unknown factor, correct?
Right, yeah. This is more of, if we would have had Tyler payments in July for that same exact activity, this is what the payments would have been, what the fees would have been to us. So it doesn't factor in any hypotheticals. So the only hypothetical that we have right now is we expect that people would probably shift over to ACH, since that's the free option for customers. Probably around 25% of our customers would shift over. So right now we pay $90,000 in ACH fees, and if that 25% does shift over, that would increase to like around $112,000.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, I've been a big proponent of this from the beginning. I really appreciate your work on this. I guess I have one other question. We were looking at going to online permitting to where our developers and stuff can fill out all this online. I am assuming this is going to all integrate to that. And
unfortunately, it doesn't. Permitting process is in Trackit, which is outside of the Tyler company. So that is another item that we have been exploring that. We tried to see if it could work with either Paymentus or with Tyler payments, and that is one of the items that we've been working. We've been definitely trying to get it in there, but the challenge is that most companies are they come with their own processor. So Trackit has their own, and there's not a lot of flexibility there to have another provider.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification. You know, I don't think the public really realizes why these credit card companies push these mileage or reward cards so much, is because they are big money for them, and it gets put on the back of the actual processors themselves, or I guess actually the retailer, the person who actually takes it, which in this case is the city. So it is really just the taxpayers who are allowing people to get all these rewards and extra miles and everything on their credit card. And as much as I love to take advantage of that as much as anybody, like the councilwoman next to me said, you know, it shouldn't be on the citizens of Pasco. Typically, whether it be, I think she cited BDI or the state of Washington, or when you pay Josie Kelzer for your property taxes, I mean, you are making that choice between 3% or no charge at all. And I don't know anybody that really, given that choice, wouldn't take the free option. And I appreciate, as our deputy city manager brought up time and time again, that just being able to pay online is a huge labor saving to city staff. And we would want to always give them a free option, because going and opening all those envelopes and processing the checks would be a huge workload. So I am definitely in favor of this. The one thing that I would want to, I guess, ask for, that hopefully my other council members will go along with, is you spoke of how big of a transition this was for the customers before in 2023, that maybe if we moved it to 4 months of no late fees, just to give the people a little extra cushion that maybe aren't opening their bills as they should every month and seeing what they're actually paid and just so used to that, just to extend that grace period a little bit would, I think, be good for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
If I could add a couple of things to Interim Director, there is an issue with the current Paymentus contract, which is that it is exclusive to all payment processing. And it used to be fine because
prior softwares used to integrate with a third-party payment processors fairly easily. They had their roster of what they integrated with, what they called them preferred partners. But now what we're seeing more and more is that each software comes with its own payment processor. It's kind of a turnkey. They're partners, and they will not take anybody else. If they do take someone else, there's a really high risk that they're going to stop supporting you at a certain point. Either they kick you out, very likely the support just gets eroded to such a level that you just can't have this integration. And what we're finding with TrackIt, which is our permitting system, is that the system that we have itself is so old that it doesn't have its own payment provider. And we have this exclusive contract with Paymentus, so we can't use it legally anyway. But to get to the next stage and allow for people to be able to pay for permits online, what we actually need to do is upgrade that system to a newer version, which is long overdue. So that is what we're doing right now, and it's delayed that integration with the payment processing and allow online payments in the permitting realm. But we are looking at first quarter of 2026 upgrading and providing all of those services. That will include online forms for online applications, essentially, so that all of that work can be done completely online. So this effort of transition is twofold. One is to get out of that exclusive contract. So we would end our contract with the Paymentus, and then if council did recommend that we stay with them, we would have to create a new contract. It would be with the same company, but a new contract that would have that exclusive language out of it, so that we can move forward with permitting software and online payments there.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to revisit our 6/23/2025 meeting, and I remember in this discussion for utility payments, it says, well, we talked about three options. One, passing on all fees for utility payments again. Two, continue to absorb all fees, the current model estimated annual impact of $500,000. Or three, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees. So what I'm seeing today is that we would absorb the ACH but passing on the credit card. So we'd be saving about $250,000. Is that still accurate based on the report back in June?
We believe so. We think that the ACH fees overall are going to be around $120,000, as Director Garcia mentioned. In that estimate overall, we're kind of estimating some of the other activities that would be transferred out, like there's other transactions that happen outside of utilities as well. 250 is a pretty generous estimate, but
okay.
At this point,
that's
yes.
what I was wondering based on what I was seeing. I'm like, well, the numbers don't really match up to what we talked about in June, but it's still a cost savings. I could pay for your murals. I think so. I like the direction. I will support this tonight.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I also like it. Sounds like Tyler is the way to go. And yeah, anytime we can save money and try to make a lean city hall is what we want. So unless we have any other objections, I think this is the way we should move forward. And so, not seeing any other questions. So let's move on to 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything that the council would like to bring up, or our new city manager?
Yes, just a few things, if I may, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. First of all, welcome, Councilmember Cotta. Look forward to working with you. I did want to address some of the information provided underneath the public comment, because I think there was some misinformation. So I do just want to address that really quickly if I can, just to make sure that there's some facts out there. So the meeting that was addressed before was at a work session. Work sessions are designed for staff to talk about options and alternatives with the council to get direction so that we can go through the right processes for the actual actions that you take. So during that meeting, council did give staff direction to move forward with the tab fees potentially. There was either some misunderstanding, I think, that I want to clarify here too. There were some references to the tab fees being $50. That is incorrect. The city of Pasco is the only city in the Tri-Cities that actually does not currently charge any fees. So under state law, the council has two options. You can either charge a fee via sales tax, as was addressed here in other public comments this evening, or there is a tab fee that we can do. And by state law, when the city of Pasco, should it choose to move forward with this, is limited to only a $20 fee at the beginning. And then I believe it's every 5 years you can increase it at another $5. I'm sorry?
It goes from 20, 40, 50.
Okay. So anyway, there's a delay in time process that the city can then increase that amount. But I wanted to be clear, what we're talking about right now, what staff proposed was a $20 tab fee, which is the max that we can do at the first implementation of it. And since Pasco has never implemented this, this is the first implementation. Now, the public can debate whether or not that fee should exist in the first place. And as part of that, the official process for the city of Pasco and the council to consider that does require a public hearing, which will be scheduled more than likely in the second meeting of November. So between now and that public hearing, the public has more than enough opportunity to reach out to council members, come talk about it at public comments, at regularly scheduled meetings, or even our work sessions, because the council has opened that up for public comment as well, which you're not required to do, but we do anyway to increase transparency and dialogue. So you have until now, till the second meeting in November, and we will have an official public hearing at the second meeting in November, at which point the council can make a decision on whether or not you want to implement any fees at all and which alternative you want to do. So I did just want to clarify that. And then in addition, with Councilmember Cotta coming on place, I do just want to update the council that I've directed staff to look at some orientation packets for newly elected officials. So we can get that from Mr. Cotta. It does need some updating, but we also intend to have that up to date so that after the November election, when there's new council members elected, that we have up-to-date orientation materials to get to the new council members, help them get up to speed as quickly as we can. And then finally, I just had a couple of updates for the public for some opportunities of participation with city staff and important pieces of some processes that council will have coming before them here in the near future. So first of all, our police department will hold a District 2 Business Watch meeting on Tuesday, September 16th from 1 to 2 p.m. in the Walmart team meeting room. It's at the back of the store at the Walmart. So, and then also there will be a police department District 2 community meeting that will be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. at the Grange Hall. Then we do have materials available, so you can either contact City Hall or look at our Facebook or social media pages for further information on that, times and places of those. And then also, we will have our second of 2 fluoride public feedback sessions that is also advertised on our website and social media, and that will happen Wednesday, September 17th, so in 2 days, at 6 p.m. here at City Hall in this room, the City Council Chambers. And so if anyone has any opinions on whether we should continue including fluoride in our water treatment or whether it should be removed, there is a public feedback session on that this Wednesday here at City Hall in this room, Council Chambers. And at that one, you can either attend online or in person, and you can register online on our website to attend, to speak virtually at that meeting if you would like. So, and then also I would just like finally to thank staff. I think you may see some changes here. There was some more emphasis on today's agenda with regards to different alternatives the council has on different agenda items, and I appreciate the staff following my lead and direction to provide that to the council on agenda items. So that's all I have for this evening, unless the council has any questions for me.
All right. Thank you for that, City Manager Stewart. Let's go with